He will be alongside Alex Stott on row number 6. Then it's Alex Dendy and Jack Brewer back in 14th, further back than he would like to be. Amy Watts, crucially, out-qualifies Ollie Hall, and she starts 15th alongside her main rival in the club class point standings. Then it's Jim Barrett and Alex Jones on the 9th row of the grid, followed by Bruce Robinson and Neil Bullen in the grid. Then George Grant. And then it's Christopher Ginn and Clive Powles rounding out the 23-car grid here this weekend. So, looking back at the standings coming into the weekend, we mentioned that there was a scrap between Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher on the Pro Class, particularly at the top of this field. We also have, of course, on top of that, the battle for third in class between Joe Wiggin and Tom Griffiths. Then we have Oliver Allwood and James Cousins are separated by about 25 points in the standings. And then that's followed by the 7th place man, Jack Brewer, along with Jack Sycamore, Alex Stott and Lee Britton in the top 10. Lee Britton hasn't been around for the last few rounds, so he's still in the top 10 at this stage. We then move to the club class standings where Ollie Hall is in the mix, and he is currently leading by 20 points on drop scores from Amy Watts, who was the early championship leader, but then she's had a string of tough results throughout the year, and she dropped a few points at places like Croft and also further back at Anglesey on top of that as well. Whereas Ollie Hall's been on a great charge. If you look at his results in the club class, in the last 9 races, he's won 5 of them, and he's also taken 5 of them. Which is 6, forgive me. So it's 6 races he's won. That one, I'll get my maths eventually. And then it's been also 2 second places and a 5th place, so he's actually looked pretty well. And Amy Watts has found some consistency in the last few races, finished 3rd in the last 4 races as well, so watch for her in the mix. There's also an interesting fight brewing for 3rd between Wilbur Tiley, who's been charging up through the order because he had an incident with Will Blackwell Chambers back at Silverstone, and that hampered him from being able to he dropped valuable points at the start of the season. He scored 1 from the opening race of the season, and then he had a DNF at the second meeting at Snetterton, which also dropped him more points. So he's been really on the comeback trail, but ever since then he hasn't finished in the club class lower than 2nd, which has been really impressive, and he's taken 3 wins on top of that in class as well. So watch for him to charge. He'll be trying to close that gap further whilst also maintaining his gap to Clive Powles and Bruce Robinson in the mix in that battle as well. There's 10 points separating that battle for third in the standings. And then we have Bruce Robinson and Clive and Ollie Allwood, who are in the mix for the Masters. Now, Ollie Allwood qualifies as a Master this season. He's 101 points ahead of Bruce Robinson at this stage. And then we've got Clive Powles in 3rd place ahead of Jim Barrett and George Grant, who we get to see have a welcome return to the grid as well. So, Patrick Fletcher then, starting on the front row of the grid, with Tom Griffiths alongside him. Aidan Hills in blue and orange on the right-hand side alongside him is also going to be one to watch out for from the 2nd row. And watch out for those pro and club class battles as they get set to get underway then. We are moments away from racing action getting underway here at Donington Park. It's Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths on the front row of the grid. The green flag flies at the back. We're all set then for 20 minutes of Mazda MX-5 SuperCup action here at Donington Park. The revs rising, the red lights are on when they go out any second. Now we're racing. Clean start from the first few rows as they make the charge down towards Redgate for the first time. And as they head away towards Turn 1, everyone in the pack together. And now into the right-hander, and it looks as though it's going to be Patrick Fletcher will have the whole shot, but he has got a very fast start in Tom Griffiths to his outside as they make their way out of Redgate, now down through Hollywood and the Craner Curve. So Patrick Fletcher leads it then. Griffiths in 2nd. It's already side by side for 3rd. So Joe Wiggins made a great start and held on to 3rd place. And Jack Harding in grey and red is up there in 4th position. He's battling away with the championship leader and defending Pro Class champion Aidan Hills as they swing through the old hairpin for the first time. And already you can see that Tom Griffiths is putting the pressure on for Believe and Patrick Fletcher. Looks clean and tidy further back. See Amy Watts there battling away with Asda Dendy in car 18. She's made a clean start also in her bid for more club class points. As round the outside has looked Tom Griffiths, and they're at it already halfway through lap number 1. It's now 6 of them for the lead as they head up the hill towards Coppice. This is going to be pretty exciting here. Turning through the right-hander, and already Griffiths is being shuffled out wide. He's out onto the gravel. He's out wide. He's too wide, in fact, and away he goes. Way out wide goes Tom Griffiths. He's going to bound his way back onto the circuit, but he's lost several places. That's going to put him in the worst possible position to try and climb back up the order. So now it's 5 for the lead. It's now Patrick Fletcher back to the front. Wiggins moves his way to 2nd place. It's then followed by James Cousins in 3rd. Aidan Hills is 4th, and Jack Harding rounds out the top 5. End of lap number 1 then. Fletcher, Wiggin, Harding, Aidan Hills, and James Cousins. That's the top 5, and it's Oliver Orwood, Will Blackwood-Chambers, Simon Baldwin, Kamara Kelsey, who leads club class, and Alistair Dendy up there in 10th position. And crucially also, we talked about that battle in the club class. Amy Watts has ended the first lap 12th, and she's still ahead of Ollie Hall at this point. So she was still outscoring this race, at least if she stays where she is, by 2 points, as Jack Harding gets very close, takes away the floppy marker on the inside of the second part of the Craner curves. Into the old hairpin they turn, clips the curve massively, and now Harding tries to get the switch back on the exit if he can. Out wide has gone Aidan Hills, going back to his rallycross days. But that's now lost in momentum, and it'll put him back into the clutches of his teammate James Cousins. That's not what he wants to do. And James, of course, is up there in the top 5, but I'm sure where he can, he'll try to help him out and support him, as Harding just cuts the inside line through McLean's and gets the position back. But on the switch back, it looks like Wiggins got the inside line and the position he needs. Turn in, and Wiggins done it. So he's back up into second place now. Harding then holding the momentum. It's good to see Jack Harding back on pace in the championship. He's had a couple of seasons racing in the Civic Cup, but he's decided mid-season to switch and do a couple of sporadic rounds in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. And he's thinking about a possible return to full-time next season. So this is the pace he can still show, which is pretty much like he's never been away. Then that's something we might have to look forward to in 2025. But they've all got to try and work together here and stop Patrick Fletcher from running away too quickly, because he still has a 1.2 second advantage after 2 laps at this point. Across the line they go. And already you're only past about roughly 3 minutes or so, and Harding in fact has made that move stick, so he's up into second place, found the inside line and made the move. So now can he start to lead the train to try and close back into to the errant leader Patrick Fletcher. Bumper's a little loose there on Jack Harding's car. I think it's a bit of a nibble there from Joe Wiggin. The momentum that he's caught, he goes to the outside. It's 3 wide through Starkeys. That might never work as they come up towards McLean. Something's got to give here. Harding's in the middle. He backs out. And Cousins finds himself diving down the outside. Harding found himself right in the middle of the sandwich and thought, I want no part of this. So backed out of it, and he's lost not 1 but 2 places. There goes Fletcher, oblivious to it, but it's now Aidan Hills in second place. Third now between Joe Wiggin, and it was James Cousins, but he now does the Tom Griffiths line and goes rally crossing over the gravel on the exit of Coppice. He's now lost several more spots and rejoins mid-pack. There's also some duelling going on there in the middle of the shot between Will Blackwood-Chambers and Ollie Orwood in 2 very similarly liveried cars. But Orwood in 63 gets past the 2022 Pro Class champion Will Blackwood-Chambers. As I mentioned, he had a rather nasty accident at Silverstone, which meant that he couldn't take part in for a lot of the season, and unfortunately that meant that he had to miss out on a few of the races, and had to he actually made his comeback at Cadwell Park and got himself a podium for his troubles. So good to see him back on the pace. So the gap now between the 2 leaders has now come down to under a second, so that's looking good as Hills continues his pursuit. Here's an interesting battle. This is Jack Brewer fighting away with the recovering Tom Griffiths. Just behind him was a big lock up there for Amy Watts in car 9, as Brewer's just dropping back a little bit here outside the top 10. And behind him, he's got the club class battle for second place right on his tail. Alistair Dendy's in the pro class, so he's not really racing either Amy Watts or Ollie Hall in terms of class position. And there's the recovering James Cousins, who goes right round the outside and uses all the curve. That's an impressive move, actually, from James Cousins, right round the outside. He's not hanging around. He's got past both Ollie Hall and trying to make moves on Alistair Dendy. He is a pro class runner, so he will pick up a couple of points if he can get there. What he doesn't need is Ollie Hall trying to get himself past. But also, of course, Ollie is going to be watching Amy Watts driving away and having 2 pro class drivers but in between him and Amy in terms of position. It's not going to change anything in terms of how many they score if they stay where they are, but it's the gap that's being created between Ollie and Amy because of those 2 pro class cars that's going to be frustrating him the most. Yes, Ollie has the pace to keep with the pro class guys, but his main focus is that white and yellow car up the road in front of him. Now for the lead, Aidan Hills is really motoring. He's set the new fast lap of the race, and there's the proof. He's right on his tail as they come through the S's. This is on lap 5. So new fastest lap of the race. He was 6/10 quicker than Fletcher, and he's really up for the fight here down towards the Craner curves into the old hairpin. Huge cut of the curve from Fletcher, but it was the undercut there and the switch back for Hills that gives him a line around the outside at Starkeys. And the 2 leaders, the 2 main men in the Pro Class Championship, are wheel to wheel up towards the right-hander. Up the hill, Hills has track position, now he has race position, into bleed he goes, and Joe Wiggin from nowhere says, well, if you're going to leave the door open, Patrick, I'm just going to sail through all day long, and through he goes into what is now second place, and he's now on the tail of Aidan Hills. If you've never seen the MX-5 SuperCup Championship before, I guarantee they're all like this. They're pretty well exciting. out of the right-hander and down the hill past the exhibition. Someone's off the road. That's Jack Brewer, who has now visited the Coppice gravel trap. 3 cars have done that so far this weekend, and now Jack is the latest, sadly, so he's been shuffled out wide. This is the second group, headed by Jack Harding. Come across the line they go to complete another lap. 5 laps in the book. So battles continue to rage here. Aidan Hills, his last lap was 4 tenths slower than Wiggins, so currently the former Mark 1 MX-5 champion is the man with the pace to set. And now the top 3 just starting to break away a little bit now from the fight for 4th to 6th, because Ollie Allwood, Jack Harding and Will Blackwell Chambers are just scrapping amongst themselves at this point and trying to find some racing room. Through the right left-hander at Starkey's, up the hill and back towards McLean's again. It's pretty intriguing here. Needs to be very evenly matched so far this weekend. The weekends where Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher haven't been the absolute front runners and they've been in the mix and still for podiums and top 5s, it has been the drivers like Joe Wiggin and Tom Griffiths, who is still back in 9th but trying to charge his way through, that have been really close when it comes to get themselves results. Of course, Joe took his first 2 MX-5 SuperCup victories back at Donington Park, so that was certainly boosted his confidence. The only other race winner we've had alongside Fletcher and Aidan Hills, from what I've double checking on my notes, is actually in fact Tom Griffiths. He was a victory, had a rather emotional victory at Snetterton. There he is, in fact, just got past Alex Stott, so he's now into 7th position, and he's now going to start chasing after that second trio that are battling over 4th to 6th, the best of the rest after the podium places. There's been a complete switch around for 1st to 3rd, because Joe Wiggin now leads the way after Redgate Corner, and he now has Patrick Fletcher right on his tail for 2nd place again. Hills has been shuffled back to 3rd now. And I imagine this is possibly going to be this is going to set the tone for the rest of the race. Though Hills has possibly got a run here, really cuts the curb on the inside line. He's now put himself for trap position 11. Of course, these two, 3 points separated in the battle for the pro class at the top of the standings in MX-5 Super Cup, and they rub door panels as they come through McLean's. And Patrick Fletcher shows him the edge of the road and says, if you want this position, sunshine, come and get it the hard way. And I know that Aidan Hills is up for the challenge, because number 1 on the side of the car certainly proves that he's up for the fight. Defending pro-class champion, he wants to go for 2 in a row. He'll push as hard as he can here. Now that second group have caught up now. Ollie Allwood has tried to break away from Harding and Blackwell Chambers. Get himself into the mix here. Good to see Ollie on the pace in the MX-5 Super Cup. I've said to many people, but in particular fast drivers that have come through the Mark 1 Championship into the Mark 3s, as many tend to do, it takes about a season to click with these cars, because these cars, of course, are slightly different dynamic. They are not as softly sprung as the Mark 1s, if I'm correct, but they do snap easier, whereas the Mark 1s lean a lot more, but they are a lot more predictable to drive. So some drivers enjoy the Mark 3 and adapt to them quickly. Others take a season to do so. Blackwell Chambers did. Ollie Allwood has. Joe Wiggin has. Even drivers like Tom Griffiths and others that have come in, Jack Brewer, who've raced in other championships. Tom Griffiths has come from the BMW Compact Cup, who we'll see later on this weekend. But it took him a season to get to grips with these cars. So these are the drivers that are in these cars weekend in, weekend out, are the ones that you really have to watch out for, because they're the ones that have the pace. And even drivers like Paul O'Neill, who's guested in this championship, they've even said, even Colin Turkington, who was back at Silverstone, the 4-time British Touring Car Champion, took his first steps into Super Cup. He even said that the drivers in this championship could even make it onto the touring car grid, and that's not something that someone like Colin Turkington's elk says very lightly, so he certainly was quite impressed with what these drivers could do. Onto the back straight now once again. Let's see if Blackwell Chambers can close in. The Super 6, Wiggin, Fletcher, Hills, Allwood, Harding and Blackwell Chambers. Then the next group headed by Tom Griffiths. James Cousins is also on the recovery trail up to 8th. And just looking down the order, Kamal Kelsey has dropped down the order. Where's he got to? Kelsey's down to 3rd, and 3rd in class of 15th overall. So Amy Watts, crucially, now leads the club class ahead of Ollie Hall in 2nd place, and that's key for her. I was talking to her this morning. She knows what she has to do in terms of points to try and get herself back into the lead of the championship. She's got 6 races to try and overcome this 20-point deficit on drop scores. and getting in front of Ollie Hall, and the qualifying in front of him was a good start. And then, of course, on top of that, he managed to pick up some more positions as Aiden Hills is again not wasting any time, sailing round the outside, goes wheel to wheel and level with Patrick Fletcher. Here further back's a battle of the Masters. This is George Grant scrapping away with Clive Powles, and they go wheel to wheel up the hill. And Clive Powles is about to take a position, I think, there from George Grant. That would have been for 18th position, so a little further back than George's liking. Still in the Masters class looking pretty tidy. He's up there in Masters in 6th. Currently leading that is Ollie Allwood, quite a distance from Simon Baldwin in 2nd place. And then you've got Alistair Dendy in 3rd. So looking at lap times also for Watts and for Hall. Now, in terms of what's the best lap times for each of those drivers, it looks, I think Ollie Hall probably might still capture, yes, the fastest lap in class, because the best lap for Amy Watts is a 1:21.0. As we look at Bruce Robinson in car 90. But the best Hall lap for Ollie Hall was a 1:20.810 compared to Kamal Kelsey's 1:20.845. Now, what could also be a factor here is that if Kamal Kelsey, who's he's 6 seconds back from Ollie Hall, so he might not catch him, but I was about to mention if he can catch him and pass him, that will take 2 more points away from Ollie Hall, and that will help Amy Watts gather back 4 of the 20 that she needs to get back in front. She's also saying that she wanted it to try and rain if possible. Down the back straight. And Joe Wiggin now has Patrick Fletcher looming larger. It's one way then the other. There might have been a small tap at the tail under braking. And Aiden Hills is going to send it up the inside and towards the chicane. But there wasn't enough room, and that's going to compromise his exit, which will put him under big pressure from Jack Harding. Here comes the former Super Cup Championship contender, and in fact he almost drafts past. It's side by side on the pit straight for 3rd position. Griffiths is still trying to chase after in 7th place. It's still Stott, Cousins and Simon Baldwin running out the top 10. And we've still got Amy Watts ahead of Ollie Hall with Alistair Dendy, that kind of buffer in between that she needs to kind of keep him at bay for the remaining 6 minutes. Down through the Craner curves. Side by side between Jack Harding and Aiden Hills. It's going to be wheel to wheel into the right-hander at the old hairpin, and Hills has got the line. Here comes Ollie Allwood to try and take advantage. And it's real back and forth, cut and thrust action in the MX-5 Super Cup. This really is some of their finer racing. Proper wheel-to-wheel stuff. So the key things here are going to be whether or not Patrick Fletcher can catch Joe Wiggin. And damage on the back of Kamal Kelsey's car. And that was the man that took pole in club class and was leading initially. So he'd have been involved in some kind of a first lap skirmish, or was knocked down the order as a result. But he's now been on the recovery trail. Looking at his lap times, is he making any inroads? No, he's losing time to Ollie Hall, in fact, so he's not going to get any higher than 3rd by the looks of it, unless, touch wood, something happens to the top 2. 5 minutes left. Now down the pit straight once again. Gap between the top 2, less than half a second at this point. We wait for the heading towards the end of the race here. Joe Wiggin is hoping for his win number 3 of the season. It looks as though he's pretty racy this weekend. Has battled his way to the front, and leaving Patrick Fletcher and Aiden Hills to scrap amongst themselves for 2nd and 3rd. But as I say that, Patrick Fletcher has locked himself right onto the rear bumper of Joe Wiggin as they come up the hill towards McLean's. Wiggin, though, is going to be holding station as much as he can. Just saw there a bit of dust kicked up, and that was the scrap going on again for 4th between Ollie Allwood, Jack Harding and Blackwood Chambers. And that's just how quickly the battle can change, because these 3 in this second group were up there with the top 3 battling for the podium places. And then all of a sudden their own scraps pushed them further back down the order. But right behind them, watch for the blue car with the yellow headlight covers. That is Tom Griffiths. Remember, he went rally crossing over the grass on the exit of Coppice on the opening lap. He's now got himself right back to 7th and in touching distance of a top 5 spot. So he could well capitalise on all 3 of these drivers battling amongst each other too hard. And collectively, they could all benefit if Joe Wiggin and Patrick Fletcher keep on fighting as hard as they're doing also. Aiden Hills is in there in 3rd place. Top 3 covered by 0.6 of a second as we go into the last 3.5 minutes of the first race of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Down through the crane of curves, Joe Wiggin looking in his mirrors to try and see if Patrick Fletcher has any possible opportunity to move past, but he holds his line nice and firmly. Huge cut on the inside curb there for Fletcher, a little out wide for Joe Wiggin, as he just uses all the road and a little more to carry the speed through. And this has given Aidan Hills a great run here, and he dares to go to the inside line for Starkey, which would give him the outside line for McLean's. Round the outside he goes, and they're rubbing body panels again on the exit. Side by side, Aidan Hills might hold on to this, but he's going to have to take the outside line through Coppice unless he ducks back and goes for the switchback. He's not, he has gone side by side. Fletcher will try and show him the road, I'm sure. And in fact, Aidan Hills thinks rather than being edged out wide and being the fourth person that runs out onto the exit at Coppice, he'll sit back and get better momentum. He's now on the outside line, the racing line for the chicane. Fletcher moves across and just gets in front to slot in, still in second place. But again, these two hard, they fight each other. Hard it's going to be, and Fletcher clipped the inside of the curb, and that's now pushed down the order. In fact, has he got a problem? Did he clip the inside tyre stack? He either clipped the inside tyre stack, he was all out of shape on that second part of the chicane, but it really compromised his exit, and that has now given a golden opportunity for Aidan Hills to get through into second place. So into P2 has gone Aidan Hills, and his gap now with Joe Wiggin is 0.8 of a second. He's got 2 more laps to close back in here. This is not over by a long shot. And interestingly, has Patrick Fletcher dropped way back? I wonder if he's clipped the tyre stack, because it looked as though he wasn't at full speed right on the exit of the corner, and there's a huge gap. But yes, where's Patrick Fletcher gone? I think Fletcher's got a problem. There he is, look. There he is at the top of the shot. Patrick Fletcher in black and red, the man in second in the championship, who's won more races than anyone else this year, in trouble. And I think he's clipped the tyre stack, which has caused some kind of suspension damage or a puncture or something that means that he's going to drop down the order. Now, in terms of his worst results, there goes James Cousins and 68, which is Simon Baldwin. And in terms of his drop scores very quickly, as we move towards the final lap, there's Patrick Fletcher. Yeah, that car's not sitting right, is it? It's more sitting down the left front. It's either a puncture or it's knocked something in the suspension. Either way, that car is not healthy at all. Now, in terms of his worst results, he has had 1 DNF this season, and apart from that, his worst result of the season has been a 5th place with... No, it was a 7th place with the fastest lap of the race. This will count as one of his worst results, and he'll probably gain, I think, 88 points back. I guess it all depends on how well he can do. He's dropped outside, I think, just about the top 10, so it looks to me as if we're going to have Patrick Fletcher having to rely on drop scores. In fact, he's way out of the top 10 now. He's down to 12th and hasn't gone to the pits. So he'll be trying to soldier around. Meanwhile, strap on for the lead then. Last lap battle between Joe Wiggin and Aidan Hills. They turn their way now through the right-hander at the old hairpin, and Aidan Hills is applying the pressure. He's the number 1 for a reason, but Joe Wiggin, of course, the former Mark 1 champion. He can handle this through Starkey. So there's Patrick Fletcher. He's come in. Now, it's either down the left front or the right front. He might clip the first tyre stack, but he's in the pit lane with problems, so he won't even score. If he does, it'll be right down the order, and it will be one of his worst results. Back to Coppice, last lap of the race. The time has hit 0, so checkered flag this time by. If Aidan Hills is going to make this move, he's going to have to make it now, or it might well be a sprint to the flag. Wiggins defends. Where's Hills going to go? Left or right side? Left side, down the outside, under braking. The two of them hit the brakes together, turning to the right-hander. Wiggins squeezes across. There's a small tap and slightly out of shape for Aidan Hills. That's done it, I think, unless he got a pull back. Oh no, what happened? What happened? Joe Wiggins has dropped backwards. What happened? Joe Wiggin has dropped back on the final corner and Aidan Hills wins. What on earth happened? Aidan Hills takes the victory on the last lap of the corner of the race. That's Jack Harding with problems on the last lap as well. But that's extraordinary. And there's more shenanigans going on. That's Ollie Hall and Asta Dendy on the grass. And Amy Watts comes across the line to win the club class, and she needed that to be ahead of Ollie Hall. What a bizarre final lap. So to try and sum all that up, Joe Wiggin was leading into the final corners. Whatever happened on the final corner, I've no idea, but he lost power or just put his arm off or something happened. Aidan Hills charges past and takes the race victory. And then behind them, something happened with Jack Harding. Either it was a legacy of some of the contact he'd had with the bumper hanging off, but he is stopped in the final lap. And of course, Patrick Fletcher had that issue where he looked like he clipped one of the tyre stacks and it's caused some damage, which has forced him to go to the pits, and possibly looks like even finishing the race. In fact, that's a DNF, I think. Patrick Fletcher has the car, and he does not take the checkered flag. So that's a second DNF of the season for Patrick Fletcher. And this crucial stage in the championship, where every single point's got to count, that is the last thing that he needed. So, the three main championship contenders for Aidan Hills, all hitting dramas of their own. Tom Griffiths, we should mention, he's back up there in 5th position. But on the last corner of the race, Aidan Hills, the great escape, the defending Pro Class champion and current leader, takes the victory. That's an important one for him. That is his 7th win of the season and his 4th in a row. He won all 3 to take the clean sweep at Cadwell Park last time. And so that will certainly help him no end when it comes to his championship ambitions. So into the pit lane comes Aidan Hills. We'll give you a quick rundown of the results then quickly, just in case they come up on screen. So victory goes to Aidan Hills from Joe Wiggin, still in 2nd place. So Aidan Hills takes the victory, Wiggin in 2nd place, and Ollie Allwood takes a podium in 3rd after he was battling so hard with Will Blackwell Chambers and Jack Harding. Will Blackwell Chambers takes 4th, Tom Griffiths is 5th after his excursion on the exit coppice, and then 6th place goes to James Cousins ahead of Simon Baldwin in 7th place. Then, right, there's been a change also now for more drama. There's been a change in the order for the club class because Amy Watts has been given a 5-second time penalty. My presumption is for track limits. That's the simplest explanation I could probably give you. That's been applied post-race after they crossed the line to set the flag, which means Ollie Hall is now the race winner in club class. So club class win now goes to Ollie Hall again, which is the last thing Amy Watts needed to try and get points. So she loses 2 more points. I think she even loses 3 because Ollie Hall, I think, also took the fastest lap in club cars. Yes, he did. So he did take that. It was then Kamal Kelsey who battled back to 3rd in club class and 10th overall, followed by Alistair Dendy in 11th place. And it was Jack Brewer 12th, Jim Barrett 13th, then Bruce Robinson, Clive Powles, George Grant, Neil Bullen and Christopher Ginn. And the cars that we didn't see make the flag, there was a handful, unfortunately. There's 3 cars didn't make the start, sadly, which were Wilbur Tiley, Andrew Flynn and James Blake Baldwin. And then we had Alex Jones, Alex Stott, but crucially, Patrick Fletcher out of the race towards the end after clipping the tyre stack, and he is out of it. And Jack Harding is also out of it too in 19th position. So 18 finishes of the 25 expected starters, and drama from start to finish, including that final couple of laps. But it all falls into the lap of Aidan Hills. So let's head down to the assembly area for the first time. We can head to our roving reporter this weekend, my very capable co-commentator, the wonderful Mr. Rob Lewis, who can have a chat to our top 3s in Pro and Club class of what was a very bizarre first race of the weekend, and an end, at least, to the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Well, apologies there briefly for any audio issues we had. We're going to quickly get down there and try and fix those as quickly as possible. So hopefully we can hear from our top 3s in Pro and Club class in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. I think there is going to be a little bit of clear up possibly before the next race coming up on the timetable. And will give us a chance to look into that. Again, I'll mention, of course, if you enjoy the MX-5 SuperCup, you want to learn more about that, you can see the cars and drive one for yourself if possible. If you want to, you can head to the Brscc's Driven by Racing exhibition event, which is happening on the 16th and 17th of November at Silverstone. Of course, there'll be some MX-5 SuperCups there for you to try amongst the vast portfolio of Brscc championships and series, of course, whilst you can also find out how to take your first steps into the sport by as becoming a volunteer. There is a marshal, or a scrutineer, or a rescue and recovery unit member, or even as a member of the race control team. On top of that, you can also even take your ARDS test, courtesy of our club partners at the Motorsport School. They can take you through the theory and the practical and final exam. And who knows, you could even head to Driven by Racing and not only get your ARDS test and your racing license, but also find your very first race car in the same weekend too. If you want any information on that, head to the website brscc.co.uk. There is a dedicated tab at the top that says DBR24. That's the dedicated event page. Head on to there. And also a key thing, tickets for the event are absolutely free. No caveats, no catches. Just simply apply for the tickets and they'll come through and you'll be able to attend the event for absolutely nothing, which is great to see. So we're just getting set then for our next race coming up. Hopefully, if we can have a chat to our podiums down in assembly in Parc Fermé, we will do so and switch across once I get a signal in my ear. Aside from that, we are gearing up for our second race of the weekend, which is for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and that potentially could see the title provisionally wrapped up and see Mike Blackburn as champion-elect, because he comes into the championship into this weekend with a lead of just over 100 points, and with 4 more races left to go, ultimately he needs to be roughly ahead by about, I think, roughly 103, 104 points. I'll work it out in the lunch break to exactly what he needs to do by the end of this meeting to pretty much put the event out of reach. I think there was also a rule in place that there was a rule last year, of course, that had you had to race in you couldn't drop the final round of the series, whereas in this year, they've changed it so that if you do race in the final round of the series, you can drop it. If you choose not to, then you can't drop it. So ultimately, I think Mike Blackburn, to try and preserve that lead, just in case, will have to do the final round anyway, but he could put himself into a very good position heading to the final rounds at Alton Park if he's able to get some success here. And he did put in a good effort in qualifying to at least get himself towards the front of the field with pole position. So, as we mentioned, moving into our next race of the weekend, which is for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, which has certainly had plenty of entertainment. It's had one of its most successful seasons here in 2024. It's a championship that used to be known back in the old days when it very first started, back as the old school Ford XR Challenge. That was the way we had the days of the Ford Fiesta XR2s and Escort XR3is. But now, of course, we've moved on to technically still XRs, if you're technical. I'll give you a small hint insight, because the ST150, here's a fun fact, is actually called the Fiesta XR4 over in Australia. So technically they're still XRs, but they have brought the championship into more modern contemporary machinery in the last few seasons, and now of course it has become primarily for ST150s. They've also had a bit of a merger with what was the ST150 class within what's currently known as the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. That class of cars has merged with the Fiesta ST150s that raced in what was then called the STXR Challenge. They've now balanced the performance of them. They all run the same tyres. They run Nankang tyres and also Gant shocks as well. And essentially, they've balanced the cars so they are pretty much even on performance, and it means that we get some very close and competitive racing. In terms of what we've had so far this season, it has been a very competitive season so far, with multiple drivers on the podium throughout the year. But the one driver who has been pretty much the runaway standout in terms of results and getting himself to the front of the field has been Mike Blackburn. He comes into the weekend with a 104-point advantage on drop scores, and that's even after he had a nightmare of a weekend at Alton Park. His day of racing was cut very short after about 5 laps. He had an accident in race number 1, couldn't start race 2 because the car was badly damaged, but incredibly bounced back at the last rounds at Cadwell Park with 2 victories and also on top of that a fastest lap. So amazing stuff from him, and that meant that he has so far won in total 8 races so far this year. He's won, apart from Alton Park, at every... He took 2 victories at Brands Hatch, 2 victories at Croft, both race wins at Anglesey, and then another 2 at Cadwell Park for 8 for the season. So he is, if you want to use the term, the most winningest driver of the season. But essentially everyone within the first 9-10 drivers on the grid have all taken podiums in many cases. Dan Robinson's the next closest driver on 385, and that's him 2 points ahead of Mark Blunt in third place on 382. And Mark's had a steady and, I don't want to say unspectacular because that might seem a bit negative, but he's been a slightly out of the way season. but he will try to do well as best he can from where he is on the grid. Let's see if we can run you through the grid then for race number 1 of the weekend for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. So, starting on pole position is the man at the head of the championship, Michael Blackburn. He starts alongside Max Buxton on the front row of the grid. Then it's Alex Sprange with an excellent lap in qualifying to put himself third. The ex-Fiesta Junior racer is up there alongside Chris Grimes, who's taken a couple of victories this season, including last time out at Cabell Park. Row 3 sees Sam Watkins, former Fiesta Championship ST150 class champion, starts on the third row alongside Matt Pimlett. And then third place in the points, Mark Blunt, alongside second in the points, Dan Robinson, who starts in 8th. We move on to row 5, where we see Dylan Davis and Stephanie Saw on the 5th row of the grid, along ahead of Tudor Nachita and Jamie Luthwaite, followed by Dan Wyke and Aidan Vickers, then Matthew Morton and Jade Goodwin, followed by Christopher Owens, Ron Lofstadt and Matt McCarthy towards the back of the field.
No, it's just not going.
So, interesting times from the 19 cars that we have on the grid. It should be quite a fascinating contest. Matt McCarthy didn't really get a proper pace lap time in qualifying. His best lap was a 141.151. But the key thing is that Michael Blackburn's got quite an advantage over the two main drivers in the championship for row 4 are going to be hoping that they can move up through the order from 7th and 8th. Of course, Max Buxton with an impressive time. He's been up there towards the front of the grid. Hasn't sometimes had the best of race results if we look at where he is in the championship, because he's currently sat at the moment in 12th in the points, and he's not had the best of luck. He's had 4 DNFs throughout this season, and his best result of the season has not even seen him in the top 5. But what he has had a top 5. But it's been somewhere around that sort of point. So watch your Max on the front row of the grid. Alex Sprange is a real standout for me in terms of that qualifying session. He hasn't done too many rounds so far this year, but he has certainly been quite a contender when it comes to getting good results. And he, of course, being a Fiesta Junior graduate, he's tried to move up through the order and try and get the best results he can. So Alex, of course, is now looking to try and improve on that, coming towards the end of the season. So Mike Blackburn then will put himself to the front of the grid on pole position. Max Buxton there in blue, red and white on the front row alongside him. And then we have Alex Sprange and Chris Grimes. Chris's car in red, black and white, so watch for him from the second row of the grid. And also further back, of course, on the 4th row, that's going to be interesting to see how both Mark Blunt and Dan Robinson move their way up through the order. They have to start behind, of course, Sam Watkins and Matt Pimlett, who are also podium finishers so far this season. Sam Watkins has also taken a couple of wins. He did so in race 3 in the first 2 meetings. So he's certainly one that's going to be up there and making it difficult for them. So racing is going to be quite interesting to see how that one works out. A couple of names who are... One of them is not here this weekend, sadly, due to some family issues, unfortunately, is Liam Browning, so he's not in the mix. But his teammate, Stephanie Saw, certainly is. That's a good effort from her in qualifying to get up there in P10. She does a lot of work with the Janetta team when she's not on track herself, so a pretty busy motorsport life for Stephanie. And she's alongside Dylan Davis, who debuted in the championship at the end of last year, looked pretty impressive as a guest at the last round at Silverstone, and has had an up and down season in ST150s, but he has been able to get himself into 6th in the points. His best result so far this year has been a 3rd place, and that was right at the beginning of the season no, forgive me, it wasn't. It was actually a win at Alton Park in the 2nd race. So Dylan, in fact, has been, again, up and down a little bit in terms of the grid, but on the moments when his pace has been able to show properly, he's been up there and really shining at that point. So a win in the 3rd place are his best results from the season. And then as we come down onto the formation lap, we will see who has got the pace to get themselves towards the front. We should mention there is also an internal Masters contest going on in the ST150 Challenge, and as you might have expected, Michael Blackburn, who fits into that, is head and shoulders above the rest of the field. The rest of the field between him is quite a relatively younger field. It's one of those championships within the Brscc that attracts a slightly younger calibre of driver, which is good to see. It's good to have young drivers coming through and choosing these cars, and it's quite, in some ways, I guess, a little bit fitting, given that, of course, the Fiesta Junior Championship started out with just the Mark 6 ST150s. Of course, they're out this weekend at Thruxton. And the interesting thing is that, of course, maybe one or two of these cars may well have formerly raced in the Fiesta Junior Championship, which has, of course, had some specs balanced out in order to make them an equal performance with the rest of the field. But, as I mentioned, Alex Sprange has come up through the order. There he is in white and green in third place. He will want to try and impress well, and could even try and get himself towards a potential first podium if he can play his cards right. So he will do his best to try and get up the order where he can. So the cars make their way down the back straight to keep the tyres in temperature, keep the brakes in good temperature, keep the brake pressures up as well to get everything nice and warm and race ready. Some drivers prefer to weave a lot more than others because sometimes they prefer to kind of just warm the brakes up and use the heat from the brakes to circulate through the tyres that way. And of course putting plenty of heat and flexibility into that Nankang rubber should be pretty good to go. There is Matthew Morton, who is starting a little bit further back in the order, further back in row 8 alongside Jade Goodwin. There is Jade. She's had a bit of an up and down season at points, but she's had some strong results throughout the way. She comes into the weekend as Jade in 18th in the points, had a couple of DNFs, but she had a couple of highs and decent scores, so let's see what she can do from a little further back in the order. So Michael Blackburn then, who potentially could leave the weekend as champion-elect, starts in the best possible fashion from pole position for race number 1 on the grid. So revs rise then, getting set for our first ST150 challenge race of the day. Mike Blackburn on the front row of the grid, Max Buxton alongside him, the revs are up. Away we go. It's not a great start for Buxton. Didn't get the initial best launch. And they make the charge down towards Redgate for the first time. It's a great start from Chris Grimes, in fact, from the second row. He's already charging up alongside Mike Blackburn as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. And let's see, hopefully, if Mike Blackburn can keep his nose in front. And it looks as though, well, we caught the tail end of that as they went through the turn 1. Everyone appears to have got through cleanly. And in fact, actually, Chris Grimes has got up the inside and possibly got his nose into the lead. So Chris Grimes there with a rapid start from what was the second row of the grid, from 4th to 1st. And Chris Grimes then leads the way in car 291. So Grimes leads it. It's second place for Blackburn, and also a decent start for Alex Sprange has kept him in third place. So he's now also on the tail of Blackburn. So it was a great initial getaway from Blackburn, but this opening lap hasn't been the fastest in terms of initial pace. Maybe he's trying to get himself back together after being almost spooked a little bit by the pace of Chris Grimes in the opening corner. Through Coppice, lap number 1. There's Mark Blunt battling away ahead of Matt Pimblett, and there's Matt Buxton, who had a horrible start to the race from the front row of the grid. He's now trying to get that place back. He's on the back of Matt Pimblett, swarming around. There's about 3 abreast in the mid-pack as well behind them. I think that's Jamie Luthwaite, Stephanie Saw, and I think even Dan Robinson, who's quite far back. Yeah, Dan Robinson, who's second in the points coming to the weekend. Just over 100 points back on drop scores. And that really hasn't worked out for him in terms of the start. He's way back still down behind Stephanie Saw. There's Tudor Cheetah battling with Jamie Luthwaite on the pit straight. They're all over each other at the end of lap number 1. But it's Chris Grimes who leads it from Mike Blackburn in second place. Alex Sprange in third. Then it's Sam Watkins 4th. Mark Blunt is 5th. Then Max Buxton, Matt Pimblett, Dylan Davis and Stephanie Saw and Dan Robinson round out the top 10. I have to say, Alex Sprange, I've talked about him a few times in this opening point already, but very impressive from Alex. Of course, started out in Fiesta Juniors. He's built his own car and got it all together. He's now running, I think, under the 10 Sport banner. And certainly under Chris Grimes' guidance and assistance, he certainly is making the most of it and getting up there on the pace with his team boss. There's Dylan Davis just ahead of the recovering Dan Robinson, who is now up a couple of places ahead of Tudor Cheetah. And Stephanie Saw's had a great start. She's now ahead of Dylan Davis, and she's now up into what looks like 8th position. So good start for Stephanie. Of course, her teammate Liam Browning unable to race this weekend, so she's holding up the fort for her team. Let's see if she's got the pace to be able to hold on to this. down the back straight. Grimes still leads, but Blackburn's close back in on this second lap, and now he's kind of composed himself after that slightly shaky start to the race. Losing the lead and then coming under pressure from Sprange initially. Now he's starting to get into the groove. He's got 2 laps to get those tyres properly bedded in, starting to get the pace started looking well, and now he's darting up the inside, putting himself into Grimes' mirrors. But Grimes has got this one covered. And right behind them, watch for Sam Watkins. He's always a wily fox. Watch for him. He will always be in contention. But look at Alex Sprange, though. What a great exit he got from Redgate and goes sailing round the outside to go side by side with the championship leader through the crater curves, and Blackburn backs out of it. Alex Sprange up into second place. It's now a 10 Sport 1-2. So up for first and second. Off the road's gone. I think that's Chris Rowland's off the road in car 15. So he's back onto the road after a little excursion there at Redgate. And Blackburn, in fact, actually not after losing second place, now under heavy pressure from Sam Watkins. So this is not, I guess, the drive he was anticipating. But at the same time, he is still ahead of his key rival, Dan Robinson, and without scoring quite well. So maybe he's not worried too much about ultimate results and race wins at this point of the season. He knows how far ahead he is. So potentially he'll just be looking for just keeping it clean and just getting the points he needs to potentially put himself as champion-elect 1 round early. Chris Grimes then trying to pull away at this early stage. Blackburn on the tail of Sprange, who is not allowing the championship leader and former ST class champion in this, what was the STXR Challenge back in 2022, if I'm correct. Yes, because it was Sam Beckett last year. So Mike Blackburn's no stranger to this, and he will certainly push as hard as he can. So 3-way for 4th place between Watkins, Blunt and Buxton. They come through the right-hander at Redgate, and it looks as though Buxton, after that shaky start, is back up to 5th position now, ahead of Mark Blunt. He's down to 6th. And there's a change for the lead, in fact. So Alex Sprange is on a roll here. He's ahead of Chris Grimes. Now, because they're in the same team, I'm not going to suggest that initially that Grimes might have just moved aside and let him through, but at the same time, if Alex Sprange is up there on pure pace, this is really impressive from the ex-Fiesta Junior racer. Really good stuff from Alex. And Chris Grimes here, either he'll go on the attack and go for position, or he might even act as a bit of a buffer here to give him the chance to try and pull away, because he'll know that Mike Blackburn will try and come back at them if he has any kind of opportunity. Up the hill, back towards Coppice again. There goes Blackburn diving up the inside, but he went a little bit too deep on the exit, and on the switch back comes Chris Grimes. Blackburn has to give him room. He's not going to fight him too hard, I don't think, given that he knows where he is in the championship. And look at Sam Watkins getting the run on both of them, and also Max Buxton. It's 3 wide down the back straight towards the S's. Something's got to give. Who's last of the late breakers? It's going to be equal between Blackburn and Watkins. Blackburn goes over the curve. Chris Grimes gets all out of shape and loses 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 spots. Whilst all this is happening, Alex is like, see you later, boys. I'm off up the road. 2.1 seconds is the gap. He's leaving a 6-pack battling over the podium places behind him, and this could be the opportunity to finally go on to take his first victory, I think, possibly ever in car racing, if I'm correct. He only did a handful of races in Fiesta Juniors. He's been steadily building up a bit more pace in the ST150 Challenge, but this is his best weekend I've ever seen him drive, and he's absolutely on fire at the moment. Look at this fantastic freight train for second place, side by side, Blackburn and Watkins. Up the inside goes the championship leader, back into second place. Behind them, Blunt looking up the inside of Pimlet, and also Max Buxton trying to fend off both of them. Pimlet goes over the curb, he's side by side with Blunt. This is fantastic. This is some of the best racing we've seen all year for the ST150 Challenge, and they've put on some absolute crackers throughout the year, but this is by far the best race they've had, and they're hardly even halfway through. Magnificent stuff between these guys. Also in there too is Chris Grimes on the recovery trail, but also look behind him, because you've also now got into the mix. There's Stephanie Saw in there too, and Dan Robinson, and Dylan Davis. So they're all at it here. This is now second place back to 10th. 9 cars fighting over the top 10 spots, and Mike Blackburn is back ahead of Sam Watkins. And whilst all this is happening, it's still allowing Alex Sprange there at the bottom of the shot in white and green to carry on pulling away here. Down the back straight, down the pit straight, and on to another lap it goes. Let's see if there's any more that Alex Sprange can do here. The gap is now 2.7 seconds as Watkins look for another attack up the inside into Redgate. Couldn't make that one stick. So they now make their way down through the Craner curves. This is on Lap 6. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Max Buxton, 125.773. That was earlier on in the race, and that was wayward there from Watkins. He had to take a second bite at the apex and ran wide. But he still had enough grip to hold on to third place. Chris Grimes, though, who was at one point challenging for the lead, is all the way down in 7th place. That's just how tightly contested this ST150 challenge is. And this has been the form book all season. So many drivers getting up there in the mix. So many drivers who have been up there getting podium finishes and top 5s and in contention for race victories. Just shows you how good a championship this really is. And it really is a fantastic legacy of just how this championship has developed. Now looking at Matt Pimlett's car, which is the number 24 machine 6th, that car's got a little bit of steam or smoke coming out the back of it. I'm not quite sure what that is, whether it's a piece of bodywork rubbing, whether it's not, doesn't look it's coming from like one of the wheel arches. It's more like it's coming directly from the back of the car, so I'm not 100% sure what that might be. Hopefully it's nothing to do with fluid or not, but it kind of intensified a little more exiting the chicane there. So I wonder if there's a developing problem there for some reason. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Blackburn has cut down the advantage for Alex Sprange by about 0.8 of a second between himself and the leader. So he'll try and close that gap into under 2 seconds where he can. Down through the Craner curves again. And further back, you can see this is more battling as, again, there's that huge puff of smoke or steam or something from Matt Pimlett. There's also a big moment there for Chris Grimes. That car was really bouncing around in the middle of the Craner curves. But he gathered it up nicely. There's a neat little scrap going on further back just behind them as well, which might be one to watch for in the background as well. That looks like it's between Nachita, Luthwaite and Wyke over 11th to 13th. Best of the rest outside the top 10. Meanwhile, Dylan Davis is adding to Dan Robinson's, well, misery. This is not where he wants to be. Why his main championship rival is up there in 2nd place, trying to catch up with the leaders, with Alex Sprange. He's back there battling in 9th place with Dylan Davis and possibly being shuffled back down to 10th, which is not where he wants to be. So they head down towards the S's then for the 7th time. And we'll see if the gap's been lowered between the top two. As we see Dan Robinson again just holding on to that place ahead of Dylan Davis. Someone skipped over the chicane in front of them. That might well have been either Stephanie Saw or Chris Grimes. And Chris Grimes flashing the headlights for some reason. Unless he's trying to tell Matt Pimlett that there's that smoke behind him. Maybe that's a bit of a signal saying, look in your mirror. Not all is well with that car. And I wonder if that keeps on smoking. There's only 4.5 minutes to go. But will he incur the wrath of the black and orange flag? That's the mechanical warning flag for something that's not quite right on the car. And it can be a piece of bodywork hanging off. It can be car being too loud. It can be a mechanical failure like that, which is causing smoke or possibly dropping fluid. And if you get that signal, you must come into the pit lane. Otherwise, you possibly risk disqualification from the race. So I think that was Chris Grimes possibly warning Matt Pimlett. Not all is well with that 24 car. You're going to have to possibly make it to the pit lane. Back at the front, still Sprange ahead of Blackburn. The gap's only come down by a couple of tenths or so. So it's only 1.5 between Alex Sprange and Michael Blackburn. But there is Alex, who genuinely has come on a long way since he first started in the championship. And I remember keeping track of his journey in the beginning when he was saving up to get his own race car and building it and maintaining it himself. And I know his mum and dad were so proud of the fact he was able to kind of go that way and get himself into the championship, raise the funds he needed to buy the car, to run it, to get into the races that he needed. He's a very self-sufficient driver, is Alex. He's certainly a great example. And if he can hold on for the next 3.25 minutes, all his hard work over the last few seasons might well be there. There is a car darting to the pit. Is that Matt Pimlett coming to the pits, I wonder? Yes, I think it is. Yes, so Matt Pimlett has realised there's a problem with the car. Looks like the signals that Chris Grimes was trying to give him have worked, and he's now being able to continue on at pace, and at least come into the pit lane and get the problem sorted. Through the Craners once again, probably another 3 more laps, including this one, I reckon. Into the right-hander. Alex Sprange, neat and tidy, using all the road where he can. And I'm also going to keep tabs as well, just in case. I don't think there's been no signals about any penalties for anyone. Usually only coming towards the end, but we will see if there is anything that comes up for them. There's Sam Watkins, who that car has not looked comfortable when it's been turning in. I've watched that car a couple of times now, and it's almost as if it's fighting a bit of understeer and kind of biting and gripping at certain points, but not consistently. And so maybe that's just a trick in the setup with how he likes it, or just how the car's handling at the moment. But he's sat back at the moment in third place, defending from Mark Blunt, who I've seen the last couple of seasons has been desperate for a first win, but he's been only been able to pick up seconds and third places. But again, it's that solid, consistent scoring. He might have been the highest in the field at times, but he's still been banking points and taking advantage when other drivers ahead of him in the standings have had off weekends and poor results, and that's put him up to third in the championship, which is really impressive consistency and just sheer determination from Mark to keep those point scorings coming in. He's got Max Buxton right behind him, still holding the fastest lap of the race, 125.773 for Max Buxton. Chris Grimes is also still back in sixth. He's ahead of Stephanie Saw, who's, I think, having one of her better races in recent times, because she had a great podium in the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch. There was a battle towards the end between herself, Liam Browning, and Mike Blackburn, but it was a double team podium for both Liam and Stephanie, and that was a great occasion at the beginning of the season. That was way back in April. So Stephanie's had one or two slightly off weekends at times. That's Tudor the Cheetah going wheel to wheel with Jamie Luthwaite. Lent on him slightly through the old hairpin. But Tudor, one of the graduates of the Sim Motorsport Race School. Shout out to Sim Motorsport. And quite a young driver, just about 16, 17 years old. But again, getting onto the racetracks, and I'm certain know he's one of the drivers who, at least Sim Motorsport, are very proud to have brought through the race school, which the Brscc also proudly supports. And so good to see Tudor in the mix here, battling away and using all that racecraft he's got to battle away with Jamie Luthwaite. Luthwaite takes the outside line through Coppice, drives all the way around the outside, and through he goes into what has now become 10th position. So that was a top 10 spot gain for Jamie Luthwaite. Looks like we're on to the last lap of the race, and Mike Blackburn is doing the best he can to hold on as the Cheetah comes back at Luthwaite up the inside through the chicane. Skips over the curb slightly, but the Cheetah's still holding his line on the inside. And Luthwaite will give him the room. He's going to give him the space down the pit straight. These two will go wheel to wheel towards Redgate, and it will be track position advantage for the Cheetah. But we've seen Luthwaite. He's not afraid to go around the outside if he needs to. But whilst that's going on, all focus now switches to this man, Alex Sprange, who turns his way very wayward through there. A big sort of twitch there through the old hairpin. That's now lost him a couple of tenths to Mike Blackburn, but he looks as though he's got the pace for the next half a lap or so to hold on to this. Touch wood, he's looking good at this point in time. Blackburn in second place. He won't be too disappointed with that. He'll certainly be gaining quite a few more points, at least, on his main rivals, particularly Dan Robinson and Mark Blunt. Mark will still pick up fourth place. In fact, this will actually help him overcome the deficit between himself and Dan Robinson in their points battle, because they are only separated by 3 points. So by after this, I imagine Mark Blunt will probably take second in the championship. But at the moment, all focus has to go to this man. From coming through initially in the tentative steps in Fiesta Juniors into senior race in the ST150s, he has really had a journey, and certainly he's about to celebrate like never before. Up to the checkered flag. He should be absolutely delighted with this. Alex Sprange comes to the checkered flag and clinches his first Fiesta ST150 Challenge win in absolutely fine style, starting third on the grid, battling his way to the front and taking race victory. Excellent work from Alex Sprange. A fantastic first win for him. Mike Blackburn takes the fastest lap of the race. I think he does. Anyway, looking at... no, that's his class, so still goes to Max Buxton. But still second place for Mike Blackburn is an excellent result. That certainly puts him in contention for still putting himself on course to provisionally become champion-elect by the end of the day, if the results still continue to go his way. Sam Watkins ends up third on the podium, ahead of Mark Blunt in fourth, and then it's Max Buxton rounding out the top five. Chris Grimes is sixth, followed by Stephanie Saw in seventh place, and then Dan Robinson, Dylan Davis, and Tudor the Cheetah, who did get back in front of Jamie Luthwaite before the end of the final lap. But what an occasion for Alex Sprange, from his early days in the championship all the way through coming to the senior ranks, and now of course he's joined with 10 Sport, and it's all come to fruition. He's had one or two sporadic outings in the championship throughout the season, but what a way to come to Donington Park and to grab his first victory. And I'm certain, if all being well with our Part Ferme camera and our roving reporter Rob Lewis, I'd be very much looking forward to this interview, because that's certainly be one to watch out for. There's Jay Goodwin, one of doing her bit with all of the drivers who are giving away to the marshals. Shout out to the marshals, of course, for a magnificent job, as they always do at motorsport. We couldn't go racing without them, and they really are the lifeblood of the sport, and they really are the they are very much a crucial part of those results. So there's the results then. Alex Sprange takes his first victory, I think, both senior overall in his career and in the ST150 Challenge, just under a second ahead of Mike Blackburn, the championship leader, in second place. And it's Sam Watkins in third, ahead of Mark Blunt in fourth, and then Chris Grimes, Max Buxton, who rounds up the top 5 and takes the fastest lap of the race. Chris Grimes is sixth, ahead of Stephanie Saw in seventh place. Then Daniel Robinson, not where he'd want to be, back in eighth, ahead of Dylan Davis and Tudor Nachita. Then it's 11th place Jamie Luthway, Aidan Vickers in 12th, Jake Goodwin 13th, and Matthew Morton rounds out the top 14 finishers. But it's 15th for Ron Lofstad, 16th for Chris Rowlands, then Matt Pimblett, who came in with a problem after his car was smoking, and Dan Wyke a lap earlier in 18th place, also a non-finisher. So, excellent work from the ST150s. They'll have another race later on at the end of today. They're only out here today just for 2 races, so we'll be back with them later on at the end of the day to round off the Saturday timetable after the Fun Cup race. We now gear up for our third race of the day, which is the Gazshock Mazda MX-5 Championship. And that's got a bumper grid of just shy of 40 cars. It's genuinely essentially their biggest grid of the season, and some very interesting guest drivers, including former frontrunners and potentially, and also someone else who happens to be a Brscc staff member on top of that, but we'll get to that very shortly. So again, if you want to find out about not just the ST150s, but also about marshalling and anything else, you can head to the website, which is brscc.co.uk, and find out more about the Driven by Racing event that's happening at Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November. These cars will be there, and you'll be able to check them out amongst everything else amongst the Brscc portfolio. So, Alex Sprange, you can hear in the background the celebrations. And hopefully, in a second, we'll be able to hand down to our roving reporter Rob Lewis, who is on the scene, to have a chat to our first time winner, Alex Sprange, in the Fiesta ST150 Challenge.
Scott, we know you're a softie just like me, and this is a feel-good story. Alex Sprange, your first win in cars, am I correct?
Yeah. Honestly, I've had fun on the crossroads.
What did you have for breakfast this morning? Because after the first couple of laps, you made the moves and then you were gone.
I don't know, but I'm going to have it again tomorrow. So, yeah, I honestly don't know. But I don't know. I just sort of, I saw the chances and, tried to get away, and eventually worked. I saw Blackburn coming up and I'll be quicker. And I thought, I was just waiting every single time. I was like, please check it back out. Yeah, over the moon, mate, over the moon.
You've come up through the ranks, you've done Fiesta Juniors, you've dabbled in a bit of modified Fords as well. We've joined each other on the grid, and now you're in the Vital Detail ST150 Challenge. What is it about this series?
It's the perfect proving ground. I mean, if you look at everyone around, they're all top drivers. It's so competitive, and you've really got to be at the very top of your game to even compete. So it's it means so much to even be in the podium, let alone in first, because that's the level of driving in this championship is just unreal. So
Fantastic. I'm going to shake your hand. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A fantastic win for that man, Alex Sprange. Let's go and see Mr. Blackburn, shall we? Let's go and see the wily old fox himself. A good second place in that race. Alex just took off, didn't he? He couldn't quite get him towards the end.
Yeah, fun and games out there. I was being held up, backed up into the pack. Alex obviously got away. Once I got past Chris Grimes, the fun and games stopped. I know I was able just to do my own lap times.
So, what's the plan going in later into the weekend? The weather's coming.
I'm not sure where I am championship-wise. I just need to be careful. Get the points, bring the car home in one piece.
Get the points, get the prizes.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful second place position there. Let's go and see Sam Watkins. I interviewed him this morning on some interviews you'll be seeing over the lunch break and throughout the weekend. Sam, you've turned up on the podium. Great to speak to you again. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was really good. Obviously, you'd like to be 1 or 2 places further up, but yeah, it was a really good race overall.
Proper Fiesta racing, right?
Yeah, it was really close. Yeah, some really fun bits down Craner Curve, side by side. Yeah, a lot of side by side. It was really good, really good.
Is it something about this circuit that kind of adds to it as well?
Yeah, there's so many places the tyres can sort of drop off quickly, and then the tyres recover. So you can find people in a low spot when you're in a good spot. So it was actually really fun racing.
Really, really fun racing, and more of the same later on, perhaps with some wet thrown in.
Yeah, I'd like some wet, and I'd like to be 1 or 2 places further up. We'll try that.
definitely try that. Congratulations on a wonderful podium there. So that rounds out the podium for the ST150 Challenge, sponsored by Vinyl Detail. We've got some Mazdas out on circuit now for the Gas Shocks MX-5 Championship, and there's a guy in the field called Luke Souch. Scott, do you know him at all?
You know, I have to say, Rob, the name sounds familiar, but I'm not quite sure where I've heard it before. Jokes aside, it's good to have him on the grid, and we'll cover that shortly in a second. The car's now lining up onto the grid before they head off onto their formation lap for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And it's going to be interesting to see, because we've got quite a tight battle at the top of the championship. Very exciting indeed. There are at least 3, if not 4 drivers still in contention, and it's just about all of them are towards the front of the grid. So, amongst the order, what's been a mammoth grid of just almost nearly 40 cars in this field, which is great to see. We are getting set. It's all about the battle at the head of the championship, because Thomas Langford comes into the weekend on top in the points, but he will be trying to hold on where possible to get himself a very solid position going into the final rounds at Brands Hatch. Because we do have one more rounds to come at the Formula Ford Festival, which is where the Mazdas will conclude their 2024 season, as they did a few years ago, back in 2020. So no strangers to ending the year at Brands Hatch. But essentially, it is these cars towards the front that you need to focus on. It is Adam Sparrow, who is second in the championship on drop scores on the front of the grid on pole position. He starts alongside Jack Noller, who is fourth on drop scores on the front row of the grid. The man who is third in drop scores starts fourth on the grid, if that makes sense. He's in car 27, Luke Pullen, who's the camo car to the right with the orange roll cage. But the car to also watch out for is just behind him to his left in white and blue. That is Thomas Langford. He is the championship leader, despite having missed that entire round, which was the round, I think, at Wright Croft, I believe it was. I'll double check that on my points table. What that means for Thomas, though, is that he really cannot afford any negative results in these last 6 races, particularly because he has no more drop scores. Essentially how it works in this championship, as with many championships in Brscc, essentially what you have is a drop score situation, which means that you have to drop your worst, either 2 or 3 worst results in MX-5 Championship. It's your worst 3 results. Any races that you don't attend also count towards that, and as Thomas Langford didn't race in 3 races earlier in the season, that means that he hasn't got any more drop scores to go on, because all 3 of them are zeros. We'll get to that shortly. Let's run through the grid and show you how they line up for race 1 of the weekend for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. It is on pole position, Adam Sparrow alongside Jack Noller on the front row of the grid. Then we have Ted Bradbury, welcome return for him, a guest appearance for him after he's also racing in the MX-5 in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship this afternoon. He's back in the car in third to get some extra track time, but as a guest alongside Luke Pullen in fourth. Then a great effort for Michael Green up there in 5th position. He starts on the third row of the grid alongside Thomas Langford, the championship leader. But it's Ewan Thomas, very impressive youngster who's up there and developing quickly in this championship in 7th. He starts alongside Adam Craig in 8th. Rest of the top 10 sees Tim Dorr alongside Levi Aisbit on the 5th row ahead of Sebastian Fischer, another guest returnee. He's standing in for his teammate Ollie Graham in 11th place. He's alongside Neil Chisnell on the 6th row of the grid. It's Harry Storer and Richard Wootton on row 7 ahead of Brandon Madden and William Chadwick, who's a bit further back than he'd like to be, another impressive youngster, but he's got some work to do from 16th on row 8. And it's Ollie Walden and Steve Bartlett, followed by Dell and Jake Pace, father and son, making up the 10th row of the grid. Then it's Clyde Chisnell and Tim Storer from Chris Thelwell and Simon Waterfall, Chris Bingham and Scott Andriske, then Keith Dalton and, some chap called Luke Souch, who starts back in 28th. Good to have him back on the grid in MX-5s after about a 2-year absence. His last race was here at Donington Park, and since then trying to kind of build his car back up and get it ready. He's out on the grid in 28th. He'll then start ahead of Thomas Brown and Paul Tucker, making another rare appearance back on the grid as a guest 2. Then Graham Rumsey and Jonathan Fieldsen, Diesel Thomas and Ozzie McLean, Joshua Thomas and Richard Bartlett, Simon Privet and David Scowler, and Jason Aisbert. Rounds out the 39 car grid, 39 qualifiers in the grid earlier on. And they're all set for 20 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Championship action, sponsored of course by Gas Shocks. So the championship stand is coming into the weekend then. It is 1,372 points for Thomas Langford in the lead on drop scores. Then there's a point, 4 points back is Adam Sparrow, only 1 point ahead of Luke Pullen in third place. And then the kind of almost slightly outside shot in the mix is Jack Noller. He's on 1,355, and that puts him some 17 points back from the championship of the year. But it's not impossible. If you can try and outscore Thomas Langford and the other guys as much as possible, there's a real chance he could put himself firmly into contention in the mix, as he still is, but even more so by the time we get to Brands Hatch. Also watch out for the likes of Neil Chisnell, who has got some strong scores overall as well, and a couple of cars a little further back, including Ewan Thomas, will be certainly ones to watch out for. So 39 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, all running the same 1.6 litre engine and also running on Kumho tyres. They are all set then for 20 minutes of Mazda MX-5 action, with Adam Sparrow on the left on pole in silver and orange. The white car at the front of the grid is Jack Noller in second place. The lights are about to head out any second now. The red lights are on, and the first race of the weekend for the gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship bursts into life. It's a cracking start from pole for Adam Sparrow. He comes across, and Jack Noller tried to slot in behind him, but Sparrow was having none of it. He's also covered off, though. The attack from Luke Pullen, she down towards turn 1 for the first time, and a good start also for Thomas Langford puts him immediately into fourth place ahead of both Ted Bradbury and Michael Green. They turn their way out through Coppice Redgate for the first time and down the hill. Look at that massive pack of cars. They head down the hill. Look at the sight. 39 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s tumbling their way down through the Craner curves. It makes for a fantastic sight. That's exactly what MX-5 racing is all about. And the main championship contenders are already commanding at the head of the field, and they're getting at it already. Pullen looking to the outside to try and get second place. Might lose out to his AB Motorsport teammate Thomas Langford, the championship leader, on the inside through Starkey's and Schwantz curve. Up into McLean's, and going with them, at least trying to at least, are both, well, Ted Bradbury, Ewan Thomas and Michael Green. I'm very impressed by Michael Green, in fact. You haven't seen him that often towards this high in the field, but good to see he's found some pace at Donington Park, and he's really up there too, along with Adam Craig in 8th position. He's had one or two decent results in the past. Now they come down the back straight. It's 3 wide now for 4th position. One car's off the road bouncing. It's number 2. That's Thomas Brown. He's off the road. And he ambles his way back on over the gravel and grass, but he's right down towards the back of the field. I think also so is Tim Dorr in the green and gold car, the Australian, back in the tail of the field in car number 7. But down the pit straight for the first time on racing speed. And Jack Noller nearly darted to the inside line. And Ted Bradbury, racing like he's never been away in the MX-5 Championship, straight into lap number 1. He's already mixing with the leaders. Now remember, he'll be effectively a guest, so he'll be invisible for points, so wherever he scores, he won't essentially score anything. So for example, he's now in 4th position, which we'll get back to in a second, because now we see Adam Sparrow I'd say he's kind of had to capitulate and give the place to Noller and to Pullen and to Ted Bradbury. Now the key thing there is that at this point in time, he won't have lost any points in terms of losing a position to Bradbury. So for example, he's currently in 4th place as Adam Sparrow, but if it stayed that it was for the rest of the 20 minutes and he finished 4th on the road, he would still get the points for 3rd because Bradbury does not score. So watch out for that, and bear that in mind whilst he's in the mix with these battles. Regardless of that, Ted Bradbury is showing that you don't unlearn Mazda MX-5s, because he's certainly getting mixed and leading on Jack Noller as he turns into the right-hander. Almost bullying him through the right-hander, and Jack Noller gets sideways. There was a bit of touch there from himself and Ted Bradbury. How did he save that, getting loose on the exit of the corner? And Bradbury has dropped back. I think he's dropped back and possibly to let Noller go through, unless he's got some kind of an issue, because he's really dropping back down the order. So whether there was a touch there that's forced Bradbury to come off worse, I'm not 100%. But the man who was essentially a real sensation in the championship last year is back down the order. Has got a lot of work to do to try and get himself back up through the field here. So, end of lap number 2. It's Pullen taking his turn at the front of the field. Sparrow 2nd, Langford 3rd, Noller 4th. And there's Ted Bradbury, who, sadly, whatever the issue appears to be after that little skirmish with Jack Noller at Coppice, unfortunately, has seen him come off much worse. And he's now just literally trickling into the pit lane. So whatever it was, as he hit a cut-off switch or something just cut out on him. Either way, it's not exactly clear what it is, but there's no steam or smoke, so it looks like it's maybe electrical, so he's hit a switch or something. But whatever the issue is, sadly, Ted Bradbury is at least very much out of contention, if not already out of the race, and that's a real shame. He'll have to come back and try again tomorrow. So, leading group. This has got the first 9 cars altogether, Pullen at the head of it. Instead of Adam Sparrow. Now, remember, these two came into the weekend on drop scores, separated by a point in second place. If Pullen stays ahead of him and possibly even takes the fastest lap of the race also. That'll be 3 extra points he gains, and he'll be ahead by 2. Down the back straight. Up towards the S's now once again for the 3rd time, and that sort of top 4, the main 4 championship contenders, just starting to edge away a little bit now. They've paired off at this early stage. It's Thomas Langford. Langford is now joined forces with, temporarily, Jack Noller, and they're going to try and close up to both Pullen and Adam Sparrow. Noller at the back of that quartet has got the fastest lap of the race, and he's going to use that pace to try and push Thomas Langford onto the tail of the top 2, who are nose to tail coming through the crane of curves once again. Down through the S's and back towards the old hairpin, and you see Adam Sparrow trying to get a little bit racy here as they turn into the right-hander. Just stuck to the rear bumper like glue is Adam Sparrow. Literally couldn't get practically any closer. And in fact, the push that Jack Noller is giving Thomas Langford is helping him to climb up the order and climb back onto the tail of the top 2 as they come out through Starkey's, out through Schwantz curve, named after the legendary Australian biker Kevin Schwantz, and then out through McLean's, and they climb even higher towards the top of the circuit at Coppice, and then back down again towards the S's, and then back towards the pit straight to end another lap. Plenty of tyres screeching as they come through, but the battle itself is looking pretty handy at this point. Down the hill and into the complex they'll go for another time, and onto the pit straight they go once more. Now Langford is getting a push again from Noller, and that's now helped him get onto the tail successfully of Adam Sparrow. The gap is now 0.3. There's a tiny bit of air between Pullen, and in fact that's going to be more, in fact, because here comes Langford up the inside to relieve Sparrow's 2nd place, and if he's not careful, Sparrow might leave the door open for an opportunistic Noller. He's looking up the inside now to try and take 3rd, so, and he is just about there. Sparrow realises him at the last second and actually has to sit back, and he probably realises he can't take too many risks, and as I say that, he gets very sideways as he hits the compression going through the 2nd part of the crane of curves. Adam Sparrow, though, is in that mix, but there's your main 4. Those are the 4 main men of the championship that have been at this all season since the start of the year. Back at Silverstone. And back at Silverstone, I mean, in the early form, it was Thomas Langford that got 5 wins and a 3rd place in the first 6 races. He was absolutely near dominant. And that really is what set the tone. It's what set the tone for the rest of the season in that sense. Up towards the S's into the complex again. And so Pullen is just trying to get away here. He's got a little bit of support here, sort of, in his teammate Thomas Langford. But ultimately, he will be pushing as hard as he can to try and make this work and get himself another victory. So far, Pullen has won... How many races has he won so far this season? Look on this, he's won 5 races so far this season, including a brace he took last time at Cadwell. And Pullen's been one of those drivers who, the last 2 or 3 seasons, just steadily building that pace, steadily building that confidence. He's a real character in the paddock. He's a very popular driver in the paddock as well. And he's a damn good peddler to boot, as are all these guys in the top 4. And Pullen's certainly trying to make his claim for the championship. Now, Langford, at the moment, if we look at where he is, in terms of fastest lap, it's still with Ewan Thomas, in fact. So in terms of point scores, remember, coming into this weekend, if I look back at the table... So the table at the moment shows me that there's a 4-point gap between Langford and Sparrow, a further point back to Pullen. So at the moment, this would give... Pullen would outscore Sparrow at this point by 6 points. So that would give him another advantage, and both Langford and Pullen would pull away from Adam Sparrow. Sparrow effectively needs now to start making moves, and he's trying to on the inside line, but finds Jack Noller in his way. And actually, in fact, Sparrow's giving the push, in fact, to Jack Noller. That helps them both past Thomas Langford, who almost at one point has no choice but to let them through. Otherwise, he'd turn in and cause an unmentionable. And look at Ewan Thomas behind him, the man with the fastest lap of the race, one of the youngest drivers in the field. He's really getting his elbows out in 5th position. And pushing hard as they come down the hill towards the complex once again. Into the right-hander at Redgate once again. They are on lap 6, no, it's lap 7, 6 in the books. Approaching half distance here at Donington Park. Of course, 2 more races for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship tomorrow, but if this sets the tone for the racing we've got tomorrow, then certainly count me in, because this is getting pretty tasty already. It's now become a 7-car train for the lead, because you've now got not just you and Thomas, but Michael Green and Adam Craig, who are having some of their best races of the best form of the season so far, up there in 6th and 7th. Michael Green particularly, he's not at all a slow driver, but he's certainly using all the pace he's got. And look at this. Looks like that was almost Adam Sparrow trying to push Jack Noller, literally push him past Luke pulling up the inside line. Now he's got the inside run possibly out of Coppice. This will put them 3 abreast. Little touch to the inside line. It's side by side for second place between Noller and Sparrow. Sparrow on the left, Noller on the right. And Langford tries to come in the mix and they make contact. That was almost a massive accident. Thankfully it wasn't, but that was almost disaster between Jack Noller and Thomas Langford. Langford tried to get the gap and it almost closed in between Noller and Sparrow. They both closed the door at the same time and left him no room. But they were both, of course, looking at each other to try and work out what was going on. And that now gives Ewan Thomas a real chance to get himself into the mix and get himself possibly onto a podium place. Meanwhile, for the lead, here comes Sparrow off the side and that little skirmish. Up the inside he goes. And into the lead goes Adam Sparrow. Yes, he edges pulling that wide. He doesn't lift his foot. Keeps himself in it. And now here comes Jack Noller up the inside for second place. It is changing, forget lap by lap. It is changing corner by corner between the top 4 in the championship. Not necessarily positions in the championship, just positions on track in the race. Through the old hairpin. All of them literally 7 cars in a line together. It's absolutely phenomenal watching these guys. And the next group behind them is 8th, 9th and 10th. That's Aisbett, Chisnell and Fisher. We'll get back to that in a second, because round the outside goes Noller, who gets the push from Pullen. He goes past on the inside line. And once again, at one point Sparrow kind of ended the last lap in 4th. Now started it in 1st again after taking the lead. Now he's gone back to 3rd and has Thomas Langford. He's got a piece of bodywork, because it's his left front wing that's kind of flapping around. He's got to be careful it doesn't get too much, otherwise it might raise the eye of the stewards, because that's a bit of flapping bodywork. It's deemed as being too either dangerous or risky. He might possibly get the black and orange flag. Hopefully he doesn't, but because that would spoil what's been so far a cracking battle at the front of the field. Under brakes into the S's once again. Still Noller, Pullen. Then it's Thomas Langford. That's for Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow in that last sequence has dropped right the way back to the tail of this group. He's back down in 6th. And now under threat from Adam Craig. So you might be at the tail of this group back in 7th. But I have seen drivers in this leading group be that far back and come back to the front of the field. Speaking of which, back up the inside goes Luke Pullen. Excuse me, I'll have my lead back, thank you, if you don't mind. And again, it shows Jack Noller on the edge of the road. There he goes. Further back, we've got some more battling here. This is 221, which is 221 is Paul Tucker. Good to see him back in the action. On back the inside of everyone, there goes Graham Rumsey. They're all over each other there. Someone went straight on up at the chicane in to skip through the gravel. Thomas Brown on the recovery there, looking trying to get up the inside of Paul Tucker, using 2 wheels on the grass, using all the road and a little bit more. So there's fun and games happening all over the shop here. Quick check-in also with Luke Souch, up in 22nd place, up a few spots from where he started. Kept his nose clean, and he's actually lapping a little bit quicker than a couple of the cars in front. Whoops, that's been car 30, and that was also one of the... That was one of the paces. Yeah, one of the paces, in fact. That was Del Pace, in fact, that was involved in that. And car 30, he's had a little tangle there with... That was Madden in that mix, so Madden's had an issue there. Of course, this field has got a few Australians in it, not just Tim Dorr, but also on top of that, we've also got in the mix as well 4 Australians who are competing in today's Fun Cup Endurance Championship races, and they have also decided to come into the Mazda MX-5 Championship this weekend just to get a bit of extra track time to further extend their weekend, which is nice to see. And it's nice to have them with us. Keeping an eye on Stephen Bartlett there, and I think that's just ahead of Jake Pace. Off the road has gone 66. That's one of the NHA Motorsport cars, and possibly spitting himself deeper and deeper into the gravel. That's David Scowler. Go on, David. Keeps his foot in, gets it onto the grass, and back onto the road. So that was neat stuff, and that was just before... Oh, the Craner curves, and just before the old hairpin, he rejoins at also almost the worst possible moment. Not of David's fault, but he rejoined just as the leaders came right across on. That must have frightened the life out of him. Trying to rejoin the race after his mistake, and he must have been frightened already given the fact that he's lost it down the Craner curves. He's just about kept it out of being stuck in the gravel, otherwise that would have been a safety car. But amazingly, he has managed to hold on to the position for the time being. Back to the leaders. Michael Green then is almost capitulating to allow Adam Sparrow back through, and now he finds himself back into his customary place in that top 4. Meanwhile, Nola goes to the inside of the road. He's got Pullen right underneath him. Thomas Langford takes the wide approach to get the undercut to the corner, but he then finds his way blocked because both of the top 2 move back to the racing line. Up the inside of Michael Green there went Adam Craig. That was a 5th position. And Ewan Thomas has also dropped back to 7th as well, but he might take that place back if he can find a way past Green, who's firmly sticking to the inside line. They're cheering them on and clapping them on the pit wall. And rightfully so. 5.5 minutes to go. Take your bets. And just reliably been informed of who the 4 Aussies are. So it's Brscc, Thomas, Madden, Thomas. We'll get that to that in a second. We've got to, and that was Thomas, Craig, and Green get a little bit sort of edgy there, and there was a bit of, I think, a touch between the 4 of them. But yes, I've been reliably informed that the 4 Aussies are Scott Brscc, Diesel Thomas, Brandon Madden, and Joshua Thomas. And it was Brandon Madden in the 30 car that got tangled up there with Del Pace. That was just about here, exiting the old hairpin off the grass. This is the main focus, though. The top 4 in the championship all together in the mix. And it's Jack Noller, who's 4th in the points on drop scores, who is now up there in the lead. This is going to be benefiting him no end. And he's finding the form, not quite the dominant form, but the race-winning form that's got him there. He had at Anglesey. That's Richard Wootton with damage to the left front of his number 3 car. So you can try and keep going. Richard, I think he's trying to get himself towards the pit lane, but that's damage to the left front that's certainly needs to be... needs to be fixed, and if you can get it in there without touching the outside pit wall on the pit entrance, that'll be a bonus. So, misdemeanor there for Richard. Been a long-term stalwart in the championship over several years. It's always been roughly sort of a top 10 mid-pack runner throughout his career. There's Neil Chisnall, who is up there in the top 10. He's also battling with Will Chadwick, who is a bit further back than I anticipated. He's not had the best of form so far in this first part of the weekend. He's back down in 13th place, battling with Neil 12th in fact. He's just taken 12th from Neil Chisnall. Stephen Bartlett in the 478 car behind is there too. So this is 12th, 13th and 14th, this battle going on. Down the pit straight once again. Back with our leaders. Noller still leads, but Pullen's giving him the hurry up here through the old hairpin. Sparrow now back in the mix in 3rd place, and they've gapped now Thomas Langford. So Langford's actually dropped backwards here in 4th place, and he's the championship leader. So the 3 drivers that need to outscore him as much as they can are going the right way about it here. But Thomas Langford now has a drafting partner in Ewan Thomas, and I'm certain the youngster will start to push him forward and back to this leading trio to make it a quartet again. It's one of the back markers he's moving out of the way with some nice smart driving. Good stuff from the back marker there, keeping to the inside line. And yeah, pulling right off the circuit. That's nice driving. Well done. Leaders back down the hill. Back towards the S's once again. And Sparrow looking for 2nd place, looking up the inside line. In fact, maybe Pullen thinks that Sparrow has better momentum, and he might be able to drag him onto the back of the car. Now, this is Paul Tucker again, battling with another of our Aussies in the field, car 100, which is Joshua Thomas. Good to see in the mix. He's one of a multitude of cars that the man behind him is the team boss for that team, Martin Tolley, and car 23 is running this weekend. In fact, and also good to see as well Paul Tucker in there. That's 53's gone off the road, and that is exiting the old hairpin again. So there's a few cars falling foul on the exit of the old hairpin. 53, I think that's Jonathan Fieldsend, if I'm correct. Yes, it is Jonathan Fieldsend, who was running in 29th, but he'll be further down the order now. Good skirmish is going on here. Keith Dalton battling with Martin Tolley. Just ahead of him, of course, is one of his Aussie drivers this weekend. Paul Tucker just ahead of him, and then ahead of him is Tom Brown. So there's plenty of battles up and down. This is the great thing about the MX-5 Championship. Again, there's plenty of cars around, but it's like many champions might well say, and this is very true of the same. There's always somebody to race in this grid. There's a big grid of some 39, 40 cars, and regularly gets late 20s to early 30s in terms of grid sizes. But regardless if you're at the front, in the mid-pack, or towards the back, you've always got someone to race with in this championship. And that's Seb Fisher off the road. So Fisher in, well, his teammate Ollie Graham's car, guesting this weekend. And sadly, Seb, who's not had the clearest of runs, he's currently at the moment in, he was in 8th position, but sadly he was best of the rest behind the top 10. So sadly, he was in 8th, but pulling up, and looks like he's got damage to the right front, it seems. So he clambers out. And out of the race, sadly. No, he's also a guest in the mix, so he wouldn't have scored points anyway. Just for reliably informed as well, forgiving that Martin Tolley is not racing, sadly. So that was his car in 23. And in fact, 23 was actually Diesel Thomas. So again, thank you to my esteemed colleague Charlie for correcting me there. So through the crane of curves they'll go. I think this is going to be the last lap of the race, given that their lap times have been in the sort of high 120s, sort of the 127s, 128s. So one more time around the national circuit. And Thomas Langford is not as close as he needs to be challenging for a podium here. They're all putting their arms out. I think they're signalling that they acknowledge the yellow flag because of Seb Fisher's stopped car. And all three of them did it in unison pretty much, so they're all realising they can't overtake there. So the last passing spot is certainly going to be either here at Coppice on the exit or in the S's for the final time. They're all over each other up towards Coppice. Turn in on the apex. A little nudge there from pulling through the apex of the corner. Sparrow might get the run here as well. Where do you look? These three are going to be battling all the way down to the checkered flag here. Nola still has it. Pullen and Sparrow want it. They're side by side for second, but this might give Nola the win. Down towards the S's for the final time. Nola has track position. Sparrow back up the inside. Luke Pullen has to defend around the outside. They touch it over the ground. Well, there goes Pullen. Right he goes. On the exit of the corner, he tries to hold on. Are they going to get one more lap? Yes, just about one more lap. And actually what's happened there then is that's now Langford back into the mix. So all that happened, it's brought Thomas and Langford back into the mix. Nola's away and gone now. So the touch between Pullen and Sparrow has given a free pass essentially to Thomas Langford. He's on the outside of his teammate Luke Pullen. They're practically touching wing mirrors to the second part of the crane of curves, but Pullen's got track position, and here comes Ewan Thomas up the inside to demote to another place. Brilliant opportunistic driving from the youngster Ewan Thomas up into 4th place, and that's it. That's the last thing that Thomas Langford needs. If he's not careful, he might also lose out to Michael Green. He might not even be in the top 5 at this rate. But looks like Jack Noller, who came across the line a second ahead of the rest of the field. There he is. And in fact, it looks like it's worked out perfectly for him because he's now got quite an advantage of a couple of seconds. These 5 are so busy fighting each other, they're just letting Jack Noller get away with it. Side by side for second. Sparrow gives him the retaliation, just gets the rear bumper torn off him as he tries to return the favour to Luke Pullen. Here comes Ewan Thomas. Could Thomas get on the podium here? I think he might well do. He's got the toe behind Sparrow and also the push from Thomas Langford. Pullen's been dropped out to 4th or 5th, and Langford's got the inside as well, also as Green. All sorts happening. Round goes Michael Green, gets tangled with Luke Pullen. All sorts happening at the end. Puts his arm out and says sorry about that. Anyway, up to the checkered flag and a crazy first Gas-Shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship race, and Jack Noller does come across the line and takes a crucial win by 2.6 seconds in the end from Adam Sparrow in second place, and Ewan Thomas does come through and takes a podium place in 3rd. Magnificent stuff, and I think he even got the fastest lap of the race, did he? Yes, he did, so that's a bonus point for Ewan as well. Magnificent. That's excellent, and he started the season in the MX-5 SuperCup, so brilliant. He's adapted to Mark 1s and found his feet in this championship very, very quickly. Oh, somebody else I think is off the road at the Crane of Curves, one of the back markers. Yes, someone's gone off the road in the later stages, and that is that 99? 99's off the road, and 99 is, it could be 991 in fact, so 991 is Simon Privet, I think, so he's come off the road, I think, if not 99. I couldn't see a 99 on my entry, on my timing screen. Well, that was quite a spectacle, as the Gas-Shocked Mazda MX-5 champion always tends to deliver. But whilst it's a saying I've said so many times in commentary, the harder the guys behind second backwards fought each other, the easier it was for Jack Noller to pull away and take a victory by 2.6 seconds. And that's, I'm sure, as he'll tell Rob Lewis in the post-race interview, that was a victory he needed. He was about 20 points back in the championship battle. He's taken points out of, certainly taken some points out of the likes of Thomas Langford, and of course as well Luke Pullen. That's key. Not necessarily Adam Sparrow, but he's taken it in a couple, but it'll certainly help his cause. So Jack Noller then the race winner in race number 1 of the weekend for the Gas-Shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship. He wins from Adam Sparrow in second place, Ewan Thomas in 3rd, then Thomas Langford 4th, Adam Craig 5th, then Luke Pullen, who was in the mix but got tangled up with Michael Green at the end as Green finished 7th, and Ollie Walden was 8th, Harry Storer 9th, and Neil Chisnell rounds up the top 10 ahead of William Chadwick, best of the rest outside, in 11th, then Levi Aisbett, Brandon Madden and Simon Waterfall in 14th position. There's a couple of post-race penalties also, time penalties for Levi Aisbett and for Stephen Bartlett, so they dropped down the order slightly. Bartlett back down to 15th. 16th was Tim Dorr, 17th was Jake Pace, 18th was Clive Chisel, and miraculously somehow Luke Satch made up 9 places there to make up 19th. So credit where credit's due. Great driving, clean drive from Luke. All he wanted was just a clean weekend to keep the car in one piece, and he's done that so far. To be fair, good effort from Luke, getting himself 9 places up. He will start race 2 tomorrow from 19th on the grid. Really good to see. Rounding up the top 20 is going to be Chris Thelwell. Then it's Brscc, Brown, Thomas, Rumsey, Thomas, Dalton, Tucker, McLean, Bartlett and Fieldsend to round out the top 30. And then the cars we also lost towards the end. Simon Privet was in the gravel, Del Pace, looks like Levi Aisbett, I think, as well as Fisher, Wootton, Scowler, Bingham, Tim Storer and Ted Bradbury we lost right at the beginning after just 2 laps. So fast-paced as you would expect in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. We're now going into the lunch break. We'll be gearing up for our 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race, where we've got 3 races to go. It's looking tight at the top of the championship between Olympian GRD and Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, and it's certainly going to be quite a spectacle with 27 Fun Cup teams out there for 4 hours of racing. It's going to be quite the race. I'm certain that you guys are going to enjoy it at home. Don't let the racing put you off. It is magnificent. So I think we can see our drivers conversing down there in the Parc Ferme area. So I think when we're ready, we should be able to hopefully hand down to our roving reporter, Rob Lewis, who's down there to get the reaction from the top 3 in that first Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend here at Donington Park.
We love MX-5 racing, don't we, Scott? And I've got a very, very tired, very worthy winner down here. We've got Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow. That was crazy MX-5 racing. From your point of view, how was it?
Brutal. That's to sum up in one word. Yeah, slipstreams everything around here, so no matter what happened, it wasn't breaking away. So it's backwards, forwards, side to side, round and round. You couldn't hang out on the outside. I got hang out the outside lap 2. Was put in the gravel a little bit, but held on to it. Climb my way back through after that point. But yeah, it was mad, very aggressive, but on the line racing between everyone. Just managed to stay ahead as try to tactically see who to give a slipstream to when the guys are behind. Paid off in the end, but they both tried to make it side by side through the chicane, and hope Luke's all right. I didn't see where it happened to him in the end. I just saw him off in the gravel, so hopefully he made it to the end. And then that gave me the gap for the end, and breathe. But the last lap ball didn't come out, so I didn't know if he had one more time around.
It always seems to be, as well as Luke Pullen being into the mix, it's always you two together, isn't it?
Yeah, well, us two and also Tom as well, with sometimes a few others joining. Obviously, that there was quite a few of us in that one, but it was manic, hard racing.
Always good, hard racing. More of the same later on. The wet stuff's coming.
Don't mind a bit of the wet stuff myself. I'd like to say a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport, Million Tyre Shaving, and the MX-5 shop.
Just quickly, Jack, the wet stuff's coming. What's your thoughts?
Well, it was coming yesterday, and now I looked with my fiance on the references on the forecast, and apparently it's not coming. So it's going to be probably a massive rain cloud somewhere. Whether it hits the track or not, we don't know. In the wet, I think I've gone right in the past with a bit of a problem at Croft, which we've sorted out. So hopefully we can fight with these boys this time, and should be a good bit of a hack, as everyone says here. So
absolutely, and it's still quite warm in the air as well. So does that kind of later into the race where you're all drafting each other, do you have to look after the temps of these cars?
Well, when we've got literally zero air going through the front grille, pushing the other car in front of us, I was watching the temperatures a bit paranoid, but I think we've got the temperatures under control on this one. Heat soak is the thing that obviously a lot of people look at, but managed to hang in there and the temperatures didn't climb up too high.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great win there. Congratulations to Adam Sparrow there for a fine second place as well. I'll shake his hand, and I like to come over and see the drivers next to their cars. They look resplendent. They look absolutely fantastic. This gorgeous Ali Bray prepared car. You and Thomas, a great podium position. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I'm feeling really good. It was a huge battle, I'm sure, as you saw. I unfortunately had a bit of a poor quali starting 7th. Shuffled down a bit and just saw it was going to be a huge tow fest. So I just played my cards right, sort of sat around in 5th for most of the race, and then managed to make it happen at the end.
So, game plan for race 2?
Just the same, really. Try and play my cards right. Just sit in the tow, don't do anything silly, and try not get swamped.
How crazy is it when you've got drivers like yourself and Jack Noller and Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow all so tight together in that battle pack?
Well, it's really exciting because these Mazdas, the nature of the championship, we're able to follow so closely. So, we're going a few wide down Craners, pushing each other along down the straight. And it's been good as well. This is only my 4th or 5th round in the championship, so being able to play with the boys that have been doing it for a while is quite good.
Good confidence booster.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great podium position there. That rounds out our podium positions, our overall podium positions for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Now, around here somewhere, and I believe I could see him over here in the wilds, is a wild Jamie Peters-Ennis. Now, this man is the absolute guru of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Jamie, we've got a race on our hands this afternoon, haven't we?
Oh, we have. If it's anything like Brands, I think you, Scott, and I are going to be very, very busy over the next 4 hours.
What have we got to look forward to?
Another fantastic 4-hour race, and it's a really jumbled grid draw. I've got the grid ready this time after last week. So we've got Wave 9 on pole with the Race Logic, returning Race Logic, multiple champions coming back. They do selected rounds throughout the year. And then a lot of the pacey cars are in the body of the field, like Uvio, 16th, 17th on the grid, and they'll be coming through. And of course, Olympian, who won at Brands, they've got to start 27th and last on the grid. And Christopher, back to his starting duties, will probably take his time to get through, but nevertheless, his first stint is going to be extremely busy.
And you hit on it there. We've got 27 cars for this Enduro. How mega is that?
It's fantastic. And to have 2 teams fly in from Australia to try and take £10,000 off Paul Rose, it's great. And, 65 drivers across the 27 teams. We understand it's going to be mid-20s again for Alton Park. This championship is just going from strength to strength, and it's the hard work that Christian, Paul, Liz, everybody at JPR do to get it to where it is.
And also the hard work that you do on the media side of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It's time to hand over to this man, so I'm going to give you a microphone here and a receiver.
Thank you.
Have fun, Jamie.
I will. As the another plane flies over. Hello, everybody. Rob Lewis is going to be vacating to his lovely commentary box, which I understand does not have air conditioning, as I always take the mickey out of. And we're going to be having a grid walk. So what we'll do is we'll make our way through Parc Fermé to have our grid walk. And as we say, 27 teams this weekend. It's our biggest grid of our 2024 season, and it's fantastic. As we said, we've got 2 teams who have flown in from Australia. That's the TFH Racing Harvey's Towing team, which is Brandon Madden, Scott Andrisk. We've also got Diesel and Josh Thomas as well. So we're just making our way through post-race scrutineering. So we'll just go into the pit lane. The cars are just currently on the dummy grid at the moment, waiting to be released. They're on the Grand Prix loop, and they'll be released onto our grid for our grid walk. But I can see a few drivers that are hovering in the pit lane, so we'll grab a chat with a couple of drivers. Obviously, we've also got to say a huge thank you to our wonderful marshals, medics and officials. As we see, we've got the fabulous Brscc rescue unit supported by runyourfleet.com. Of course, have the lovely Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car as well. So let's see who we can find. I can see Mark Burton loitering, so we'll just doorstep Mark. We also got Graham Pattle here as well, and Tom Pattleroy. Mr. Burton, let's have a quick word as well. You've drawn pole.
Yeah.
Mr. Minshaw's not happy though.
No, he's not with us this weekend. He's decided to race some Jaguars in Castlecombe.
I mean,
no taste.
Absolutely no taste. I mean, no. But it's been great having him. I mean, initially it was a one-off, wasn't it? But he did most of the season.
Yeah, he stepped in at the last minute at the start of the season, joined us, and now he's bought a car, so he'll be out full-time next year.
And how's the year been for you? I mean, the pace has been there. We saw at Snet, you were running well inside the top 10. Obviously, you had the slight issue towards the end, but it shows that when you're up there, you are fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to keep up with so many great drivers and cars and teams nowadays. You know, to get in the top 10 is a big achievement. Trying to get a podium seems really really unobtainable at the moment, but you know, keep trying and I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
And you've raced these cars for well over a decade. Cast your mind back to your first Fun Cup race to now. How much has it changed?
Well, That was so long ago. It was like, I think that was in 2006 in Croft, and it was a wet weekend. So I don't know. The cars have definitely improved, but the competitiveness across the grid is what's mainly different. There's a lot of novices in those dirts, so you get about 2/3 of the grid was relatively novice and 1/3 was experienced. So that's the main change, is just the ratio of experienced teams and drivers.
And 27 teams this weekend, biggest grid of the year. The championship's going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I've always thought it's been a little bit underrated, really, for how good the racing is, how competitive the cars and close the cars are. It deserves to have 30+ grids every weekend. So hopefully the championship will get back there, which is where it was certainly in prior years.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll catch up later on. We know Tom's just making his way onto the grid now. So what we'll do is we'll head out onto the grid, ready for our live grid walk for round 8 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And I say round 8 because this is our penultimate meeting of the year. This season has gone so quickly, and it's just a shame that Alton Park will be our final 2 rounds. This is significant. Olympian GRD are our last round winners, who were starting last anyway. They did have a slight incident in qualifying, but they've elected to start from the pit lane. No, we're hoping to get out there. Chris, what happened?
Brake failure.
Okay.
We had brake failure yesterday in testing, but it seemed to correct itself, so we thought it might have been pad knockoff. Had exactly the same again today in qualifying, so we've had to change the master cylinders, and we hope that that's it. We haven't obviously had time to test it, but we think everything else is okay. Mechanics just doing the last few checks, and we'll push it onto the grid in a few minutes, hopefully.
You're back to starting.
Yep.
27th on the grid.
Yep.
Are you going to be biding your time, because the first few laps is going to be very, very hectic, won't it?
It is, and you know, our car's broken once this weekend. We just want to keep it in one piece. It's all going to be about the last stint, maybe the last 2 stints. So we'll try and keep it clean as always and make a steady progress.
All right, fantastic. We'll catch up on the grid. Thanks. That's Chris Devell from Olympian GRD. So let's make our way onto the grid. We're just queuing up now so that we can get on there. As we say, we've got a number of new teams this weekend. We've got 3 teams that are vying for the £10,000 prize, and we've also got one driver who is competing in his first ever car race, and that is going to be Darren Brown. And Darren's just here in the pit lane now. He's just getting himself ready. Let's have a word with Darren. Are you excited?
I am excited. Yeah, very.
And we just got to remind everyone, first race in anything?
Anything, yes. I might have done a Porsche, I think I did a Porsche 10 years ago for 20 minutes on a fun day. But yeah, so yeah, quite daunting, but very excited.
And what attracted you to the Fun Cup?
Gary, basically. Okay. So Gary Summers just kind of said he lost his partner, would like to have a go, and I said yes please. Went and got my licence, and here I am.
And is the plan to be out at Alton as well?
I believe so. I'll see how today goes.
You'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine, mate. The main thing is to enjoy it, but they're great little cars to drive, and everyone's been super friendly, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's great fun, and so far so good. So yeah, so wish me luck later, Jeremy.
All right, I'll speak to you after your first stint. Thanks a lot. That's Darren Brown from the Team Summers 158 car, as it's getting very, very windy down here at Donington Park. Right, we've got some drivers here. Nick Hyton's just walking towards me. Nick, quick word. Welcome back. Yeah. SNET was a case of staying out of trouble, learning the car, getting your head round this 4-hour lark. This weekend, we're going to be pushing for top 10s.
Try a top 10 this weekend. I think it'll be challenging. It's really a good standard, isn't it? It's pit stops, challenging. Got to get strategy right. Lewis is out first this time, so I think should get off to a good start, and then see where we go from there. No safety cars at Snetterton, which was probably out of the ordinary. So maybe I expect there'll be one today, maybe 1, 2, don't know, at least a few.
Yeah, it surprised a lot of people that there were no safety cars at Snetterton. But have you got your head around these now? Because they are very, very different to what you've been used to.
Yeah, I think Snetterton was tough as well. Quite a few slow corners there, which I was struggling with. A bit more familiar here with a bit more high speed, I guess. So yeah, it feels a bit easier to drive here. So yeah, got my head around it a little bit more. Keep learning, I think. Test days before Alton. So yeah, really looking forward to it. Good crack.
And then potentially a full campaign next year?
Yeah, I think so. There's certainly a lot more races. Yeah, really looking forward to it. And like I said, a bit more seat time in the car. Hopefully, just keep progressing. Catch Lewis.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Nick. That's Nick Hyton from Team FFS, who were our new team who joined the Fun Cup Endurance Championship this year. Now, can I doorstep Mr. Rose on the grid? Because, Mr. Rose, first things first, there's some congratulations in order. Because in between Brands and here, you got yourself engaged to the lovely Leanne, and also a little one on the way. So huge congrats from all of us. But 27 cars, mate. You've got to be so happy.
Well, firstly, that was a secret, Jamie. No, I'm kidding. Of course, it's not. No,
Don't do that to me.
No, super happy with both. Yeah. But yeah, to the racing, 27 cars, super. It just shows the growth pattern we've been on. So coming towards the end, 27 cars here. Alton's looking really strong as well. No, it really is coming back with a bang. We're mega pleased.
But like for everyone, I mean, it's been tough for everyone in motorsport. It's been a hard slog for you and your dad, hasn't it?
It has, but it's. I wouldn't lie if you say it's not enjoyable. I mean, what a better place to go and do your work? Yeah. What a paddock we've got, what fantastic drivers we've got. It's an amazing community. So, yeah, of course, like any job, you put the hard work in, you get reward out of it, but it's the best job in the world.
And we said at Brands you were getting inquiries from all over the world. You got a phone call from Australia. Hi, mate, can we have a couple of cars for Donington? And it even caught you out a little bit, didn't it?
It did a bit, yeah, completely out of the blue. And it's just one of those, like, random call in the morning. These guys very eager to get in the cars. Yeah, you get people all the time wanting to come racing. Like, yeah, we'll have a car, we'll have 2 cars, and great bunch of guys, super excited, lovely to have them here. And you know what? Testing wise, they've done a great job, and obviously they're on for the £10,000 prize. So we'll see how those guys get on. And weirdly enough, we've got a different team of Australians who are looking to do a lot of racing with us next year as well. So not sure how this has all come about with the Australian side, but we're loving it.
And is your dad worried?
He's always a bit, but it's been 8 years we've had the £10,000 prize and no one's won it yet. So, but let's see, there's 3 teams, it's not just the Australians, there's also the 251 car, the rivals, 2 rivals from the racing Caterhams. They've come over to see what they can do together in the car. So, yeah, again, good pedallers, so let's see how those boys get on.
Well, we're going to have a chat with them now. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Christian Rose, the man who puts all this together alongside his dad. Let's have a chat with Julian Thomas and Eddie Farrow. Don't go away, chaps. Welcome back, and it's nice to be at the pointy end.
It is, yeah. We've drawn like 20th, 21st last time, so yeah, right at the front's great.
And 27 car grid is going to be a very, very busy race. It's almost going to be like Silverstone last year.
Yes, that was a cracking race. Yeah, it's going to be great, really good. There's some really fast teams here, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And back for Alton?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I love that track.
And then again, next year, time permitting, you'll just squeeze it in when you can.
My wife's watching, so I'm going to say no. I'll work around her schedule.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Jade. And Eddie, again, another decent grid draw for Vlad and Si. They're inside the top 10, and again pushing for the top 3 overall. You want that podium, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. The boys deserve it. They've worked hard for it. The car's on point, so we just need to get up the front and hopefully stay there. We pulled a good grid slot for the guys. As you quite rightly said, anything inside the top 10 on a 27 car grid is good. And it's nice to see Mark and Graham pull pole, and quite surreal having them back in the garage with us, but really, really nice.
And your thoughts for the race?
Yeah, I think it's going to be full on, mate. I think the weather's going to play a part, I think, towards the end. Maybe before, it depends on which weather map you look at. But we'll see. Good luck to everybody.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot. That's Eddie Farrow from EDF and Julian Thomas, the man behind Race Logic and VBox. We'll catch up with David Denyer during the course of the race. Nice to see you back as well. Right, let's go and have a chat with our other new team this weekend, which is the Rivals, which is Matt Larby and Richard Paddock. So we'll just go and find them. They were drawn towards the back of the grid, so we'll just make our way up and then we'll see who we can find, because they were in line, if they win the race, of a £10,000 prize, and this is one of the other cars that's in for the £10,000. This is the 62 Harvey's Towing service car of Brandon Madden and Scott Andrisk, who are doing their first race. But let's have a word with Barry Thompson, who's going to try and walk past me and not get away with it. We spoke to Nick earlier.
Yeah.
Snet was, as we said, staying out of trouble, learning the car. You, Lewis and Nick are going to be pushing and fighting forward this weekend, aren't you?
Hopefully, yeah. Obviously, we're starting 9th, which I think is going to be good for us. Yeah, obviously Lewis is going out in the first stint, so he's the fastest driver. Yeah, so I think we've got a good chance of staying in the top 10, hopefully stay out of trouble. And obviously Nick's going second and I'm third, so yeah, we're really looking forward to it. They've forecasted some rain, haven't they, some bad weather, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
And staying on the lead lap as well.
Yeah, I think that's very important. It's quite a short lap, isn't it? So if we can stay on that lead lap, and I think there definitely will be safety cars. There was a safety car in the practice this morning, so yeah, definitely stay on the lead lap. I'll try to.
All right, well, good luck, Baz. We'll catch up later. That's Barry Thompson from Team FFS, and let's find the 251 car. They're just down here. We've got David Ratcliffe just over there, relaxing. Let's have a chat with Mr. Ratcliffe, who's staying in the shade to, as we heard at Anglesey, to aid your personal cooling.
Absolutely, there's a lot of inherent heat here, Jamie, that I'm trying to get rid of. It's mostly nerves. Feels like someone's playing Hungry Hippos in the belly at the moment. So, but it's why we do it, I think.
And cast our minds back to Brands. If you turn round, the car didn't look as immaculate as it did it? It was quite a frightening accident for John, but it happens. It's one of those things. But the pace was there. He was pulling away in the lead, and then, as we know in one-mate racing, they hunt in packs and they catch back up again. It was just unfortunate, but the guys at Team Leo's, they've put some hours in, haven't they?
My goodness me, I don't know what the final count was in terms of hours, but it was the final finishing touches were being done Thursday night at about 10:30. So a lot of work went in. Chassis went back to JPR with a full strip down and then rebuild from the ground up. So absolutely incredible as always, those guys. It's just amazing to have them do it. We just couldn't be on the grid. Even if the car worked, we couldn't be on the grid without them. It's a huge amount of effort that they put in. So we're hoping to deliver something for them this weekend. Luke isn't feeling very well, so he can't be here, unfortunately.
Yeah, get well soon, mate. We're all thinking of you.
Yeah, second that opinion, Luke. It's great to have you here giving us the guidance, but the team are always fantastic. So we're looking for a good result. Actually, as you say, the pace was a real step forward in Brands. We found something that was wrong with the car that was causing us some issues that we've now fixed. In terms of where we've with the qualifying pace that we had this morning, we were about as close as we've been to each other. So all the sort of parts are there for hopefully a really good performance. I just want to make sure the old man gets a go, because if I start this time and we have a problem, it'll be 3 months out of the saddle for him, and I don't think he'll be too happy. So keep calm in the first one, see where we shake out, see if we get this rain that people are talking about, and have a good fun.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll catch up with the old man and John throughout the race. That's David Ratcliffe from Team Rutters. Right, let's continue my mission to go and speak to our new team called The Rivals. That's Rutuj Paki and Matt Larby, under the guidance of the fabulous Callum Lockey. We'll just have a word with Rutuj, affectionately known as Roger. Welcome to the party. No pressure, but if you win, you get 10 grand.
Well, that's certainly the plan, but we're here to have fun, and we certainly have been. Testing's been great, mixed conditions, and I think it was one of the first times I was out in the car. Really, really good, and yeah, looking forward to the weekend.
And how's it been? Because normally you and Matt are racing against each other. How's it been having him as a teammate?
I have to keep reminding him that we're on the same team this time, because he keeps prodding at me every now and again. But yeah, no, to be fair, it's great. He's quite quick, and yeah, we're pushing each other as we're going through, and yeah, we'll see where we end up.
Yeah, I can vouch for that on the esports stuff that we've been doing together. He's been a lot quicker than I have. Anyway, have you? They're very different, aren't they?
Different car. I think it moves a lot underneath you. Certainly very different to the Caterhams, but really, really enjoyable. And I think once we kind of got it hooked in through all the corners, there's probably a little bit time to find for us, but we've not done much testing, and I think the seat time is really going to help us, and it'll be interesting to see where we are with pace, with traffic around us.
So the key is just, I know we joke about the 10 grand, it'd be nice, but the objective is to stay out of trouble.
Absolutely, it's to find the checkered flag at the end of the race and have some fun along the way and keep it clean.
Excellent stuff, thanks a lot. That's Roger from the Rivals in 251. Let's have a word with Mr. Lockie, because it's nice to have you here, but we'd rather prefer you in one.
Well, I'd love to be in one, but beggars can't be choosers. It's great to be here. Yeah. Great day so far, although I hear rain is on the way. And what a bunch of fun. Well, Fun Cup, it's in the name, isn't it? It really is a lot of fun. And a lot more to it than meets the eye. The tactics, the pit stops, the minimum time pit stop. That's a challenge to get your time down, because there's so much to do.
And also you've been guiding Matt and Roger throughout the weekend, and so it's very different to what they're used to. What, from your experience in endurance racing, can you pass over to them?
Well, just the mindset, really. It's not a 10-lapper, it's not 20 minutes. Yeah. You have to think about 4 hours hence, not about specifically now. So not taking big risks, because big risks seldom pay off. Looking after the car, not smashing the curbs. All of that sort of stuff really is important.
Well, excellent. Well, good luck. Enjoy it, and hopefully see you on the grid. That's Callum Lockie, who's looking after Matt and Roger this weekend in the Rivals car. Right, let's have a word with Farkini in the Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. He's just chatting with Andrew Phillips from Olympian. Hello. We're going to have a chat as the plane from Alicante flies over. Just wait for that to go over. It's going to be a hectic race, isn't it?
It looks brilliant. Brilliant. What a grid. What a grid. And let's see if the stormy weather comes in the middle, just to spice it up even more. But no, it's looking beautiful here at Donington.
There's a lot more cars. Yeah. Is your usual plan of trying to get to the front as fast as possible and staying there still in place, or are you going to try and change it a little bit?
That's up to Fabulous. He's starting.
Yeah.
I'm just going to watch. We'll see. You can't decide how a Fun Cup race is going to unfold.
No.
So yeah, we'll just do what we normally do.
But you want to win.
You're up there again with your magic comments, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, they're always the best.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll try. It's I think it's a terrific grid, and could be a very exciting race.
All right, we'll enjoy it. We'll catch up later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Farkini. That's Farkini from Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. Right, let's see who we can find down here. We've got Ted Bradbury down here, who was third place at Brands Hatch in the 195 car. We'll just see if I can doorstop. Apologies if you heard any language there. Ted, it's going to be a busy race. Brands was hectic, as we know. Obviously we had the post-race penalty, which was one of those things, but we forget that and move on, don't we?
Yeah, it's a new day, new race, so yeah, we'll see what happens, obviously. I trust Sparky to do a good job in the first stint, obviously. Just bring the car in one piece, hopefully, like he has done all year, so yeah, and then hand it over to me, see what the weather does, see what happens, and hopefully we're there for the last stint, and let's go and win it.
Does your mindset change for this weekend, because you've got a lot more cars on the grid?
Not really. I mean, I always want to win. I always want to, if I get the opportunity to win, best believe I'll be going for it. So yeah, obviously it's a good thing that the grid's getting bigger, because it should get bigger. It's a great championship. So I think it's for the best. And I'm loving how big the grid is right now. It makes it look so much more packed. So yeah, it's good.
All right, well, good luck. We'll catch up later on during the race. That's Ted Bradbury from Morphus Motorsports. We've got Chris Hart here. He's just having a chat with Christian, who we heard earlier. Now, you laid down the gauntlet at Alton Park that his old man is going to have to part with 10 grand. Is that still standing?
Oh, we hope so. Greatly hope so. It's not for me.
We don't think so. Good luck to him.
It's not me driving. You have to worry about.
Well, you've laid the gauntlet so hard. You've bought another car.
Yeah.
And you've already had Charlie in it. And from what I heard, he was quicker than you.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. I can't lie, he was. Yeah, you know what? It was actually great to see him. Very strange following your own son round. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and we'll see what happens in a month. But we're expecting good things.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do this weekend because he hasn't reached the ripe age of 16 yet. So we believe it's Alton Park he can do from then onwards, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got his last race at Brscc in the Juniors next week, so he can't upgrade until after he's finished that, unfortunately. He would have done this one, so yeah, we'll get it. Hopefully, we'll get him a little test at Alton before the event, and we'll see what happens.
And from your point of view, from UST, it was a tough day at Snet. Obviously, you couldn't do brands due to clashing commitments. What are your thoughts for this weekend?
Oh, just going to. We're still. Do you know what? We're still doing quite a bit with the car. We've rebuilt the engine. Not quite there with it yet, but we're getting better every time. We've not forgot. We'll just keep plugging away.
And next year, same plan again. All the rounds that don't clash.
Yes, and looking at it at the minute, if we do what we're hoping to do with Charlie, we should be able to do most of them, both with me and Steve and him as well. So we'll us both out.
Is it going to be weird racing against your son?
No. If he gets in the way, go in the wall just like anybody else.
And I'm sure he'll return the favour, right? Thank you, Mr. Hart. That's Chris Hart from Morphus Motorsport. Chris Weatherall is down here from Axiom Metrics. Bit of a...
Looks good,
doesn't
it?
It looks fabulous. Yeah, I completely lost my words there. You're in the body of the field for your grid draw. I know I like using the word busy, but it's going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've had 27 cars on the grid, so yeah, it's great to see that. I mean, what a fantastic thing to have. It's going to be busy, but let's face it, it's always busy. It doesn't matter where it is in Fun Cup. So we're in the middle. We've got two options. We either go forward or we'll go backwards. But yeah, let's see the cars back in one piece now. Yeah, no, it's looking good, and we should have a good day. Yeah, it's looking. Sun's out. How else could it be better?
Absolutely. It's been an up and down year for you. You made the switch over to Morphus Motorsport this year. How's that been?
Yeah, very good. I mean, look, part of it's about us having fun, and the team's certainly having fun. We're having fun. We're fitting in well. Greg's a great guy to have on board. John's fitted in quite well, or quite well. He's fitted in very well actually. For a guy who's never raced cars competitively, he's slotted straight in and doing a brilliant job. So yeah, it's great, and we're having fun. Morph is up to 5 or 6 cars now, but it's just we're having a good environment. Having barbecues we're here at the weekend, and this is what it's about. We have fun in the cars, but then it's what we do outside the cars as well. That's the other side of it. So, and
we're also seeing sort of a new generation coming through with a lot of karters coming in. We know Chris Hart's son's already been in a car. In fact, he's loving it so much. Chris actually bought the car, and apparently he was faster.
Yeah, I can believe that. But no, it's great. I was just talking to some other people here and saying, you've got guys here that have raced in all sorts of different things. But we've got the likes of Marcus from British GT. We've got Ted, who's coming up. One of the up and coming guys coming through, and so many more like him. And I think it's brilliant. It just brings the whole field up. And it's also, we're here to be tested against the best, not just, I don't want to be the best of a mediocre bunch. It's nice to know that we're doing well against some great people. And that's what it's all about. The competitiveness is second to none.
And obviously, as we say, the grid again looking strong for Alton Park.
Yeah, I mean, let's get through this one first, and yeah, we'll go from there. But yeah, no, it's looking excellent. I think Christian Paul has done a very, very good job increasing the grid back up to where it should have been, and it changes the whole dynamics of the racing as well. Because the more cars we have, the more fun we have. But also, safeties breed safeties. Yeah. It's then a case of picking through. If you start at the back, it's more of a penalty. So yeah, look, we'll just see what happens. But yeah, it'll be entertaining. I know that much.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's Chris Weatherall from Axiom Metrics. Right, let's have a word with Brandon Madden, who is one of our 4 drivers who has flown all the way from Australia to come and have a go at this. Are you liking it?
It's awesome. I said these things are, we get sort of similar to our Aussie car that we drive back home, but they have different characteristics. The way they act is a bit different. They're a bit more, I guess, touchy on the steering, where an Aussie car, you can throw it around and have fun with it. This is a bit more precise, which is challenging but rewarding when you can get it right, so it's just cool.
And the similarity between these and an Aussie race car is it's rear-wheel drive and that's it?
I mean, these are obviously paddle shift, where we have a sequential box, we have to use a shifter and whatnot, but I think the Aussie car grips a little bit better than these, probably a little bit more power, more aero, I guess. These things are just a brick, really. There's a lot of aero once you can get to it, but yeah, very similar in a way with the way they're designed and the way they race, which is really fun. So.
And we heard the story of how you got in contact with Christian at Fun Cup, but from your point of view, what attracted you to it?
To me, it was actually the TFH guys that got me into it. I knew nothing about it, and they actually said, do you want to go race Fun Cup in UK? And I actually said no. I was like, look, we're too busy. I don't have time for this. We got, you got family and kids and whatnot. I said no. Then they showed me a few videos. I went home and watched some footage and whatnot. And my father-in-law said, it's either you race these in UK or go race the HQ Nationals at Tasmania. And I taking a UK trip within a heartbeat. So here we are, my brother-in-law, my best mates, and we're over here racing the UK. There's nothing better that we can do than that. So for our racing experience, it's really cool, and hopefully we can come back and do some more racing in years to come.
Well, that was my next question. You don't want it to be a one-off. You want to potentially come back in over the next couple of years?
Well, I guess we'll let you know in 4.5 hours where we're at. But no, I think the 25 hours seems to be pretty cool. That seems to be a lot more driving, a lot more people. If we can bring a crew back and have fun with that, the 25-hour Spa, like for us, our tracks are awesome over there. We've got one big track that's really cool, but over here there's nameless tracks that are awesome to come. So if we can race tracks all over the world, now we've done everything in Australia we can sort of do from track-wise, so if we can come here and race all your guys' tracks and have fun, then why not?
Excellent. Well, welcome to the party and enjoy it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, mate. That's Brandon Madden from the TFH Racing Harvey's Towing team. Let's have a word with Vlad Vasiliev. He's just chatting with Fabulous now. In fact, we'll have a chat with both of them, so don't go away. Vlad, another top 10 grid draw, and we were saying to Eddie earlier, you want that podium, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've come close a couple of times this season. I think it's going to be a bit harder today with the unpredictable weather and so many cars on the grid. But Simon's been phenomenal this year on the start, so I expect him to see at the front within the first 5-10 laps. And then, hopefully we'll stay out of trouble and be fighting on the last stint for that podium.
And Fab, from your point of view, you've drawn sort of 16th on the grid. We were speaking to Farkini earlier. Normally you try and get to the front as fast as you can. Is that mindset still there, or are you going to change your strategy?
Well, we just kind of drive the way we drive. But it's important not to take chances. And I think around here there's some quite big angry curbs and things like that, which you've got to be a bit careful of. So we want to try and keep it clean, but we want to get through. We don't want to hang around. And
a lot more cars on the grid, guys, this weekend. It's just going to be staying out of trouble.
Absolutely, it's going to make it more fun. I don't think anyone's going to get bored. Staying out of trouble and hopefully use them as a tow to help you tow you around and stay in the lead lap.
Yeah, I think getting bored will be the least of your minds at the moment, won't it?
No, that's not going to happen, and it's really nice to have a bigger grid. It's really positive. There's a lot of new faces around the place, and there's a couple of old faces who are quick and experienced who are back in the fold. So I think the championship's in a really good place at the moment, and it's going to be a really exciting race with all the extra cars on the grid.
And we were speaking to Chris Weatherall earlier. From your point of view, because you've been in it for a long time, we're seeing a new generation coming through from karting and junior formally, and they're looking at Fun Cup as a good senior opportunity.
Yeah, and I think it is, because it's a great place to learn racecraft. And they've got some old hands who can teach them. And I think it's a good progression. It's just the amount of track time, and as much as that's good for a novice starting in the championship, and that's good for a 17-year-old guy who's got 5 years of go-karting under their belt. It's just a lot of exposure and track time, so it's really good for them. But blimey, they're quick, right? Really, really, really quick.
Okay, well, good luck, boys. Behave yourselves and enjoy it. Right, we'll see if I can grab one more driver, as we've been told. We need to clear the grid. Let me have a word with Russell Joyce while he puts his ears in, because as you may notice, the car has changed colour and it's also changed chassis. It's a different car, Russ. How's this one comparing?
Sorry, I can't hear you
Oh,
now.
you're funny. Yeah. And how's this one comparing to the 22 car?
I mean, all these Fun Cup cars are slightly different. They have their different quirks, etc. with them. But this is a really good car. It's got a proven history. It's won races, etc. Not with me in it, I might add, but it's won races. And we're still learning. It's the first learning year for us, so we're learning every time we come out and learning from other teams, and obviously JPR have been really, really helpful, trying to keep the grid as competitive as possible. But I think it's the natural step for us to get a newer car, a car that we can work with and have similar setups to what JPR have got. So yeah, it's going in the right direction, mate.
Well, enjoy it. Get yourself ready. Right, we've had the call to clear the grid. So what I will do is I will make my way into the pit lane and I will hand you over to our resident dynamic duo, and that'll be Rob Lewis. But first, it's Scott Woodwiss.
Thank you very much indeed, Jamie. Great work as always on the grid, and as we mentioned, we are getting set then for 4 hours of Fun Cup endurance racing in store here on the Donington Park National Circuit. And as Jamie aptly said, it is Scott Woodward here in the commentary box. It's very joined by my co-commentator and sidekick in play here, of course, Rob Lewis. And Rob, of course, you were around for the last round at Brands Hatch, and that was action again from start to finish. And again, that certainly proved that the Fun Cup, in particular the last couple of seasons, they've always had pretty good races, but in many cases they've been pretty good in terms of how the strong it's been. And now we come to 27 cars on the grid for this weekend after what was a thrilling Brands Hatch race. This looks like an absolute cracker in store.
Well, I think I've only just recovered from that Brands Hatch race. I've already taken a couple of Valium and just settled down and sorted myself out. But Scott, that was an absolutely fantastic race that I called with Paul in the box. And for the last 15 minutes, for some reason, everyone just went a little bit bonkers. So 27 cars on the grid, a lovely flowing circuit like the Donington Park National Circuit. And we are going to see the Fun Cup Endurance Championship at its best, I feel, today. And the one thing we haven't spoken about yet, what is Mother Nature going to throw at us? We looked at the weather forecast just before we... That's got to throw a spanner in the works, surely.
Rain always throws a spanner in the works, you know that, Rob, so it should be quite the occasion if it does so. And yeah, it's one of those situations where we looked on the weather forecast and it ain't just going to rain, it's going to rain hard apparently. We're expecting there's weather warnings and thunderstorms even mentioned. So I remember that takes you back, I think, to a year or two ago with the C1 endurance race that we did, where it got red flagged halfway through. An absolute deluge doesn't cover it.
No,
it was an absolute tip down of just rain, and it actually paused the race for about 20-25 minutes until the track cleared up again. But it was still that humid and that warm, but it actually started to dry out relatively quickly. We've got a similar situation here today where it's still quite humid and relatively warm out there. So I reckon if it does start raining, it might start to dry up a little bit quicker than you might normally expect, given the fact we are coming towards late September. We haven't officially crossed over back into kind of, properly, I guess, into autumn in terms of those conditions and longer nights and nastier weather. But even so, we've still got some bright weather out here, some good weather, and I expect that the rain will certainly play a part. The key thing, of course, as well, for those who haven't watched Fun Cup before, these cars don't need to make tyre changes. The GT tyre is an all-weather tyre, so whether it's in the dry or in torrential wet conditions, this tyre should do the job and keep these guys on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, should do the job. When it's raining, cats, dogs, you name it, I'm pretty sure not even Noah could build an ark to cope with the weather at Donington Park. It can get ferocious down here at the best of times. And I do feel for Jamie Peters-Ennis. He takes the mickey out of us being inside a commentary box that's not air-conditioned, and I get that. It is a bit muggy out there. But I'd rather be slightly warm in a commentary box than be out on the pit lane when it's absolutely pouring down, as we could see later on in the race. But what a grid we've got out there today. And I'm surprised we haven't seen two cars upside down. And that, of course, is the two Australian teams that have come over here. They've righted them.
You had to do it before the race even started.
I had to get the joke in before it even started. But to our two Australian teams in the pit lane, hopefully you're still awake and adjusted to the sleeping patterns. Good day. I won't mention the cricket that's going on at the moment. I'm pretty sure one of the one-day internationals is going on as we speak between England and Australia, but they will be competing for the £10,000 prize for anyone in Fun Cup that goes, you know what, I fancy a bit of that. And you can get your mates together, get in a Fun Cup car and win it first time out. 10 grand going your way. It's not bad, is it, Scott?
Pretty good incentive. I think one thing that could certainly make an impact, I think, is that Rutuj Patki and Matt Larby car, because I recognise those two names and know of them from their days racing Caterhams, and they've always also been a very formidable team, but a race-winning team, in fact, at the Race of Remembrance, of course, when they've been in those Caterham multi-teams.
Absolutely.
So Rutuj Patki was an incredibly quick academy driver in the Caterham ranks when he was racing a couple of years ago in that championship. I think he still does, but Rutuj's certainly trying to expand his thing. And the connection there, I think, also with Callum Lockie comes from the time when they've actually raced together at Race of Remembrance. It's great that they've got Callum Lockie as a driver coach, very experienced driver, of course, has raced all sorts of GTs and all sorts of sports cars. It's mainly GTs and sports cars has been his forte as Callum Lockie. I think he's done maybe a little bit of single-seaters in his early days, but in terms of his bread and butter, it has been the kind of bigger, faster GT and sports cars like Marcos's and all sorts that's been out there. More recently raced stuff like Ferraris, but now applying his talents to being a driver coach as well as, of course, getting out there and doing races like ROR. I think that those guys, Larby and Patki, if they can get to grips with this car, which, of course, being a single-seater chassis, light, nimble, they'll be used to it given something like a Caterham, So they could be genuinely a dark horse to get a good result here. If not to get the £10,000, at least to get a podium. Because remember, you still get money if you finish second or third. I think it's £5,000 if it's second, or £3,000 if it's third, if you still get there. So you still finish on the podium, you can still win something. But even so, if they're not on the podium, if they get a really good, strong result in at least the top half of the field, that could really work out for them.
They could certainly get an amount of money that would pay for the drinks bill, that is for sure. But some of the teams up and down this grid, absolutely formidable. And what about that car at the back? Chris Devell is starting the Olympian GRD car. They had loads of guests out at Brands Hatch to watch that. Now, the car that took it on the road, certainly, was the Morpheus racing car with Ted Bradbury at the wheel, and it was a very exciting last few laps that resulted in a little bit of contact. There was a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of hard going. There was a little bit of a hold up going on with Marcus Clutton that had his race going on in the signature RV car also. We had Team Ratters Racing that had a huge incident going into Paddock Hill Bend, an issue on the brakes, and they were so lucky to get away with that unscathed from a physical point of view, as in the people. The car, not so much, but it's good to see them back and on this grid today. But I don't know about you, 27 cars, I can't call this yet. The money's going to be on Olympian because they've come from the back to win before. But on a 27-car grid, a 4-hour race to come. Look at that grid with the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car out front of it. That is a stunning-looking grid, and the first half an hour here is going to be action-packed. And will it all conglomerate towards the end? Are we going to have another 10-minute thriller towards the end, Scott? What do you reckon?
You're getting so excited you can't even get your words out.
I know.
I think it should be quite a thriller. That's the thing. I'm going to take a leaf at Andy McEwen's bit here. I've almost kind of given up trying to justify Fun Cup because, I think I'd like to hopefully that you're becoming a convert of the championship, because people look at the race and they can think, oh, it's 4 hours. Don't write that off at all. In fact, do stick around, because I find these races have got more what's called an accordion effect. They'll be nice and tight and bunched and lots of battling at the front. It does spread out a little bit during the race as strategies play out, who takes fuel at what stops, which drivers are in the mix, what pace can they set, and then it all starts to come together. All that strategy comes into the last couple of stints, particularly the last stint. Do you need to fuel on that last stop? Do you need half a churn, one churn? Do you need 2 full churns, or enough to get you to the end of the race? And who do you put in for your final drive? Usually for the likes of Olympian, for example, Chris Devell and the team work incredibly hard when it comes to picking out the strategy. So much so, the last couple of rounds, one point before one race, Chris Devell was even working out strategy whilst he was on holiday.
Yes.
So that's how serious he and team take it. There are other teams like Uvia who are incredibly fast, but take it very unseriously in terms of particularly the fact they race under, of course, pseudonyms, which we won't say the real names, of course, for that respect. But in terms of the race, they are literally one of those teams that are that quick, but incredible. They just turn up, get in there, do a bit of pit stop practice, which I've watched them do in the past before, and it's actually incredibly fascinating to watch Fun Cup pit stop practice. Once they've then completed that, pretty much they just go out and race for fun, and they happen to be one of the quickest teams out there and former champion teams on the grid. So this should be pretty fascinating in that sense. But everything does tend to come together in that last stint. That's what you want to watch out for. But there's plenty of intrigue, plenty that goes on throughout the race in order to try and find out exactly how this race is going to play out and end up in any case. Just a reminder, JP Tennis is very correctly corrected me on the prize money. It's actually £3,000 for second place and £1,000 for third place, not 5 and 3. So I stand corrected on that, but still a great incentive. You can finish third in your first race in Fun Cup ever as a team that's never competed before. To get £1,000 for third place, that's still something.
That is not too bad at all. Certainly by your drinks bill down at the bar, that's for sure, Scott. But we can hear it in our headphones. You can see the camera moving around on the screen. The wind has picked up. There is a weather front moving in from somewhere. I have a feeling it's potentially over behind us. Now, I'm not going to do an Alan Prost or a Williams and see if we can perhaps get the weather reports from East Midlands Airport, because we don't want any of these cars making 7 stops, that's for sure. There's going to be a few down the field making 6. In fact, all of them have got to make 6 pit stops. But the lights are on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. I think we're about to get underway very shortly. In fact, the Jaguar pulls away. So we are on the formation lap, Scott, and I think it's time to hand over to your fine self for the grid.
Right, random grid draw, of course. The only team that know where they're starting is the winners from last time out. So, from the top, this is the grid for round number 8 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. From the random draw, it's Wave 9 207 who'll start on pole position. They'll have Tom Pattleroy starting on pole for them. Next to them is the old champions, Race Logic 252. They'll have the David Denyer starting that car from the front row. Second on the grid second row is Fun Cup Tifosi 97. That's the hire car for JPI 97. That with Andrew Isherwood at the wheel. Fourth on the grid is Red River Sport, very competitive Team Car 200. That is Gareth Williams at the wheel. He'll hand over to both Johnny Molam and then Bonamy Grimes. Row 3 sees Morpheus Racing, definitely a dark horse to watch for, always in contention for victory. That car started by Neil Burrows. He'll start alongside the GMR Eco Team car. That is car 157, and that started this one by John Perrott. Row 4 sees Skull Club Racing and the brand new livery, 221, driven by Russell Joyce. And then it's going to be alongside him on the 84th row of the grid, 246 EDF Motorsports with Simon Coles in the grid. Top 10 completed by the 220 car, which is Team FFS with Lewis Thompson at the wheel. And he'll have alongside him PLR Racing, veterans at the wheel with 146 and Ben Pitch starting that car before handing over to the captain, Neil Plimmer. Row 6 sees us have TFH Racing Harvey's Towing, a car 62, and that car has Scott Andrisco, one of our Australian drivers in the field, handing over to Brandon Madden later on. He'll have alongside him on the 6th row Morpheus Motorsport in 109, and that's Steve Walton. And then going through the rest of the grid as the field is already heading up towards McLean's. It's going to be row 7, Axiometrics and Signature RV, which includes Marcus Clufton in their driving strength, Steve Ruston starting that car. Then we have C Data and Fueled Up Racing, 214 and 210. And then some of the fastest teams right towards the back and ones to watch for picking through the field. You've got Team Summers and Greenheath back in 18th position, High Peak Racing and Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport back in 20th. Then Ratters Racing 21st, FNS Morpheus Motorsport 22nd. Then Rev Vinyl, the Rivals, Harvey's Towing, TFH Racing in car 99, GCI Racing back in 111, 26th, and of course being the winners last time out and 4 time winners on the bounce, the defending champions Olympian GRD by default start from the back of the grid in car number 1, and they do have Chris Devell starting, so they might not have too much pace in the beginning, but of course once Riley Vitz and Simon Brudd get into the mix, that car will start to motor. So 27 teams, the biggest grid they've had for a few years, and definitely shown that Fun Cup is on the up and it is the place to be. So front row of the grid then, Wave 9 on the left in white with the two-tone blue bonnet, in blue and white alongside them the former multi-time champions Race Logic with David Denyer at the wheel. Someone has to get the whole shot down towards turn 1. What can the likes of Uvio, PLR Racing and the defending champions and championship leaders team Olympian GRD do from the back? We're about to find out. 4 hours of Fun Cup endurance racing, round 8 of 2024 is all set to get underway. The red lights come on any second now. When they go out, we're racing in Fun Cup down towards turn 1 for the first time, and as they charge towards Redgate, let's see who's got themselves in the mix and gets the whole shot. It's side by side between Wave 9 and Race Logic into Redgate for the first time, and it will be Tom Pattleroy who'll turn into a lead, but already up to third place Neil Burrows in that Morpheus Racing car, the black, yellow and pink machine, as they turn out of Redgate through Hollywood and into the Craner Curves. And also getting up there too is Gareth Williams in the Red River Sport car. That's the white, orange and blue car number 200 in the shot, but 27 teams tumbling their way through the Craner Curves. All action stations is up the inside there for second, already going Neil Burrows. He's on the move. That's one of the fastest cars in the field. They've been so close to victories time and time again, but already being up there in second place, challenging for the lead on lap number 1, Rob. That's where they want to be, whilst the likes of Olympian, PLR, GRD and Co make their way through from the rear of the field.
And that Morpheus car did win on the road at Brands Hatch, don't forget about that. So they've got the speed on the track. They had a few issues that put them in the clerk's office, but a great first lap by everyone, scrambling, trying to get track position, and already that Morpheus Racing car is hot on the heels of our race leader as they make their way now through down towards the back straight. We're going to go towards the chicane. Let's see what the tyre stacks do this time around. There's a little bit of contact, a car on the grass there. They're certainly trying to shuffle themselves this time around, but hard on the brakes. Through the first lap of this race, relatively unscathed. Still cast side by side, the Signature RV car getting a little bit of a touch and a kiss from the Uvio Hoffmans car as they make their way through the final chicane onto the final lap. So Wave 9 leads, Morpheus Racing second, the GMR Eco car third, Red River Sport fourth, Race Logic fifth, EDF sixth, Morpheus seventh, the TFH Towing Australian car in eighth, PLR Racing ninth, Team FFS round out the top 10.
And already a switch to the lead exiting Redgate Corner, because here comes Neil Burrows to put the Morpheus Racing car into the lead on lap number 2 of the Fun Cup endurance race here. It's now side by side between, I think that's the GMR Eco car, I think up in second place. It is, so up to second place from where they started. The GMR Eco car was way back in, where was that actually on the grid? That was 6th, so up from 6th to 2nd already, and it's this breakaway lead group. We've seen this before in Fun Cup. 2 or 3 cars have got the initial ultimate pace. They'll go away and break up the order a little bit, and they'll push forwards, and it's the cars behind. They start to pick their way through the order, take those first few minutes to kind of make those passes, not not rush forwards too quickly, because of course they know they've got the ultimate pace in the long term. But in terms of these guys at the front, they're setting the ultimate pace. They're the ones that everyone else has to try and catch. And so far, Neil Burrows, she's sharing with Ted Bradbury, who's a very busy boy this weekend, also in the MX-5 Championship as a guest once again this weekend, alongside 4 hours of Fun Cup racing, because you can't get enough racing at Donington Park, is leading the way at the moment. But of course, you can see the GMR car, which features, of course, not just GMR with John Perrott, but also Nicholas Ellis and, of course, Gracie Mitchell, who's a young, talented racer who's trying to make her way up the order. She's raced in Genesas this year, done a little bit of other racing elsewhere, and also in C1. So she likes the endurance and sports car route, so certainly getting her experience well in cars like Fun Cup, and she's certainly enjoying herself in this championship too, from some of the conversations that I know that JP Peter has had with her in race weekends gone past. So that car looking pretty well. And I'm also pretty impressed by Wave 9 as well. That car 207, which has been shared by Tom Pattleroy, Graham Pattle and Mark Burton, up there from pole into third place and keeping the pressure on the top two.
Absolutely, but Morpheus Racing holding the lead at the moment from the Eco cars. They make their way through the old hairpin, pushing the limits as much as possible. And what you touched on there, Scott, with the starting drivers getting their head down, getting on with the job and pulling away at the front. There's going to be some driver changes that's going to mix up the pace of these cars throughout the grid. But as it stands, we've got Morpheus Racing out front and leading. Let's see if we can get on a check on the Olympian GRD car. We did have them in 20th place last time out. They're 19th according to our leaderboard on the screen there. Greenheath were very, very much up there. They're in 17th place. Seed Data, they're in the mid-teens as well. They were all strong showings at Brands Hatch. The UVO Hoffman's car, they're in 9th place. PLR Racing, 10th. These are all cars that are capable of being up at the front. And a huge shout out for car number 6. We've got UVO down the inside on a fantastic move there. Is that on the TFH towing car? A little bit of Poms versus Aussies rivalry going on there, as we see the PLR car also out dragging the Axiometrics car down into Redgate. So completing another lap here. We've only got 5 minutes of this 4-hour race good to go, and we've got Morpheus Racing out front and starting to build a bit of a gap now from the GMR Eco car and Wave 9 as we look back at the UVO Hoffman's car as the pack make their way down the Craner curves. Car number 246 on the screen there, that's the Vape Club car, the EDF Motorsports run car.
They've made some great progress in the last couple of seasons. It's Simon Coles and Vlad Vasiliev. Simon Coles at the wheel. Yep. That car's been getting stronger and stronger over the last couple of seasons and is up there now as one of the faster cars in the championship when the pace is on there. So they've really made some strides to get up there. Simon Coles starting to properly wring the neck of that 246 car now. And that's also quite pleasing for EDF Motorsports. They've been great supporters of the championship, have run multiple cars in the championship, but of course to see their efforts start to bear fruit and start to get stronger as they go on is it's quite a great thing to see. And that's what we want more of in this championship. More teams getting a knack of these Fun Cup cars, finding the trick in the setup, finding what they need to be able to make to be fast, of course having the right drivers in the mix, and it certainly is helping them out as they're on the tail here. They're watching this battle for second place going on, because that was a nicely held position there as the John Perrott holds onto the position ahead of the Wave 9 car of Tom Pattleroy, but now of course Simon Coles gets onto the tail, and look who also hasn't wasted any time to get towards the 5th position. It's our old friends at UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. They might have started way back down the order in if I bring up the grid again, in 20th position, but in typical UVO fashion, not only are they up to 5th and in touch with leaders, they've also gone and set the fastest lap of the race as well. Are we surprised?
Not at all. Fabulous Randaccio running that car. He's taking the first stint in that car and will hand over to Farchini later on in the race. A brilliant team, the UVO Hoffmans. They have been a stalwart of the Fun Cup Championship for many years, but that Vape Club EDF Motorsports run car in 4th place, and the battle pack that was the top 3 has turned really into the top 5. Morpheus Racing still with their heads down leading this race with half a second from the GMR Eco car, but what this does show is the importance of the tow. That top 5 using the towing advantage on the straights. You gain so much here at Donington Park. It's a circuit with momentum, and as long as you can utilise that tow, you can gain well over a second a lap here, probably a bit more with these Fun Cup cars because of their aerodynamic shape. We see car number 157, the GMR Eco car, having a look down the inside of the Morpheus Racing car into the last chicane, and UVO Hoffman's sharp as you like down the inside. Thank you very much, and that's 4th place.
It is, and one step close to getting to that top 3, and of course EDF, of course, making great momentum here too. I can also see PLR Racing who are up there too, up in that's Ratters Racing, in fact. Ratters Racing who are on the pace and not letting that incident of Brands Hatch slow them down. The course was after that, and you might think it might have rattled them a little bit, genuinely no pun intended when I say that, but those guys really have kind of rebounded nicely from what happened. Of course, watching the accident, it was never nice to see a car just get airborne like that.
Absolutely.
But they've managed to come back, haven't let it phase them at all. They've come back in the mix, and they are still one of the quickest cars in the field, and they're up there making the progress that the likes of, at the moment, PLR and even GRD haven't made. As I say that, shooting into shot came Uvio right alongside the EDF Motorsport car, and unsurprisingly, they're into third place. Could it almost be second? I wouldn't put it past Fabulous as he goes round the outside. Will he make the move stick? Hold your breath. Yes, he does. Right, so that's expected. So what's betting he might get the lead possibly by the time they get into the chicane. However, that said, this is Morpheus Racing we're talking about here, and those guys, if anyone won't lay down, it ain't going to be Morpheus, because those two guys, Neil Burrows and Ted Bradbury, if we know anything from having watched them, those guys will fight to the death to keep their position, even if they're only 10 minutes in.
Absolutely, and the top 7 cars now, look at them slipping down the back straight into the final chicane. That Uvio Hoffman's car looking menacing in the mirrors of the Morpheus Racing car. They're looking for the lead. Morpheus, you're quite right, Scott. They will not lay down and take this. They are nose to tail as they go over the start-finish line to start another racing lap. We've got Morpheus in the lead. Uvio Hoffman's down the inside. That's a change for the lead. Uvio Hoffman's, well, I thought Morpheus would have perhaps given them a bit more of a go than that, or are they going to try and come back down the Craner curves?
I don't have Andy McEwen's spreadsheet. Technically, I can't really claim it as a record because it didn't start at the back of the grid. But that's still impressive to see Uvio come through from what was 20th on the grid to the lead in a 27-car field, essentially in 9 minutes, which is pretty damn impressive for even Uvio standards, I think. And Fabulous certainly living up to his moniker.
He had his Weetabix this morning.
Oh, he had something, and because he's definitely got himself up to the front quickly. Now, interestingly enough, EDF Motorsport have also woken up. The Vape Club car with Simon Coles at the wheel. He's on the tail of Neil Burrows this time. They turn their way out through McLean's. This is now our kind of leading collective. Now they start to come to the fore here. As they say, as the phrasing goes, the cream rises to the top, and these guys certainly have been the cream that has done so initially. So Morpheus in the mix with Uvio, EDF, and also Ratters Racing. And just in there keeping in touch are Race Logic. I always expect Race Logic to be a front runner anyway. They've been a multiple-time champion team in the past because Julian Thomas in the mix.
Got car off.
That's 41's made the rotation. That's Chris Walton going for a spin in the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car. So Morpheus has got 3 cars on the field for this one, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And that car started back on the random grid draw in 22nd place, just a row behind Uvio. Meanwhile, that's PLR Racing. That was PLR. Ben Pitch getting a touch there from and the other Morpheus car. So whilst one car was at the back of the lead, the other two not quite so much good fortunes there, getting tangled up with PLR Racing. Ben Pitch would have to look through his hands there watching that one. And they're also under threat now from the Rare Vinyl team, which distinctly to me, unless they've changed team names, looks a lot like the MJ Tech car, because that car's got the GT tyre livery, and I think possibly either they've changed team names or it's a difference in there, because the find the information on the Rare Vinyl. Yeah, it's Rob Croydon and Brian Heary. Brian Heary's on the wheel of that car, and he's now charged his way up into, well, near the top 10 by the looks of it. Also looking at Red River Sport behind them. That's Gareth Williams. And then 214, which is in there, and that's Seed Data with Matt Hogg at the wheel. And he's battling away with Ben Pitch and the Greenheath car. And just behind them, you've then got Chris DeVell, who is in the mix. Now, he will probably bounce the fact that both Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips are faster drivers than him. But I think what they're trying to do is get his stint out of the way first so that he can sit back, let the faster guys do the work. In fact, his stints, actually, if you look at his stints, he's out. He's out in stints 1 and 4. But Jamie's notes did say they might swap stints 3 and 4 around. So what they might do is actually put Chris into stint 3 potentially, and then allow basically Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips to do the final 3 stints. That must be depending on where they are track position and how their race is going by that point.
It's all part of the strategy, isn't it? You've got so many drivers with such differing skill levels and car pace. You've got to be so smart with this, as we see one of the TFH cars on the screen. Now, the TFH hire car, I believe they do a lot in terms of the V8 supercars and Toyota 86 racing and stuff down under, so it's great to see them in Britain racing in the Fun Cup Championship. We've got both the TFH Racing Harvey's towing cars with Brandon Madden, Scott Andrisk. We've also got the second car, just looking down my list here, of and that's Diesel Thomas and Joshua Thomas. So all the way from Australia to try and earn their wares and grab that 10 grand.
I think even though you love motorsport in the UK, I think you probably can't argue with me that you equally love as much, if not more, Australian motorsport. That is very much your bag, isn't it?
Absolutely, and to see the Norwell Motorplex sign on the side of their jackets as well made me sort of spring a little bit. See Paul Morris's set up on there, ready to go, grooming a lot of drivers down under to go worldwide and ply their trade. But look at this battle track. This battle pack coming through and down the straight now. It's certainly a bit frenetic. We've got cars already having track limits penalties as well as taking trips to the gravel. We're also seeing a couple of cars out there, Scott, with a few battle scars on the front. I did wonder how long it would take.
Well, there's 27 of them out there, so they're bound to find themselves at some point in some cases. Ratters Racing showing their pace. They've actually moved up, not only taking the fast snap of the race, but they're up to third also. So the top four covered by just under 2 seconds. But that looks like Neil Burrows has been shuffled back down towards almost the bottom of the top 5. Keeping in touch with them is the GMR Eco car, which has John Perez at the wheel. He'll hand that car over in his first of the stops to Nicholas Ellis, and then Gracie Mitchell, which is where the team name GMR comes from. She'll get into the car for the third stint. So that's interesting. Race Logic still in P6 ahead of Wave 9 in 7th, and then Axiometrics, and then this battle here for 9th and 10th, which is Team FFS versus Rare Vinyl. It's 220 versus 257. So that is currently Lewis Thompson at the wheel of 220 against Brian Heary for 257. Also, and there's Seed Data getting in the mix as well. He's also on the back there of Brian Heary. That's Matt Hogg trying to pick up a position and also get himself into this battle of a 10th position.
We could just see now these cars 15 minutes into the race. The fastest laps will be exchanged as the fuel levels come down. The cars get lighter, the drivers get into their stints. But the racing is still as absolutely frenetic. There is a bump draft each other down the back straight. We're going to head towards that chicane with the tyre stacks. Nice and close. You can kind of see the is it the Ratters racing car or the PLR car that's just got a little bit. No, it's the PLR racing car, and the car number 200 got it a little bit crossed up into the S. This is exactly what I was on about there. Those tyre stacks are so close to the chicane. You cannot afford to get it wrong, because on the exit you get swarmed.
Yeah, he's been swarmed by Greenheath and also Red River Sport and the championship leaders, GRD Olympian, which I'm certain Christopher doesn't want to be that close in that position when he's battling. Particularly, he wants the car in one piece to hand over in the next bit. Now, we've only been 15 minutes in. There's already a drive-through penalty being handed out, and
car
it's
number
car
97.
So Andrew Isherwood at the wheel of that car, Fun Cup Tifosi. I might possibly need Jamie to go and figure out what that is. In fact, I probably should add on our communication to actually kind of so he can actually talk to us, I think. So what I might will do is, whilst I'm doing that, I will at least see if I can get him on the line so we can actually put more of a direct line on our comms so he can check out that side of things. But that's the first thing he's have to try and discover is why he has a
drive-through penalty. It can't be for track limits, surely. The first 15 minutes is wow. Looking at there's nothing coming up on, certainly on our timing screens on TSL timing, but a drive-through penalty first 15 minutes of an endurance race, and that's really going to put pay to your hopes of getting on the podium early on as car number 200 gets crossed up again. They seem to have a problem with the rear of that car, certainly under brakes there. Have we got any further issues perhaps settling in for the Red River Sport car? They were up there first of all, but brake bias too far to the back, perhaps?
Yeah, that car does not look comfortable, at least under braking. It was squirming around a lot. You're absolutely right. Just for note in that sense, yes, I think we are going to need... I thought he was still around, but I think he disappeared. So, yes, car 97 is what we need to find out why there is a drive-through penalty for them. The only thing I can think about is possibly being maybe slightly out of position for a start. That could be a drive-through penalty, but even so, there hasn't been any clear indications. I haven't seen anything yet which suggests why there is a penalty of some kind. So yeah, car 97, we need to discover why there is a drive-through penalty for them. They're back in 23rd at the moment. Oh, and that's 158 off the road.
And that's going to be a safety car, surely. That is parked right next to the track. That is buried, and that's down at the chicane. How on... That is so hard on the brakes there. The problem is you can see the cars as the leaders come down towards that car now, the UVO Hoffman's car. The marshals looking on. They're going to be responsible for recovering that car. But half the problem is, Scott, as you go over that crest of the hill and get hard on the brakes, the back end goes so loose.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tricky. Of course, that was the Team Summers racing car. Gary Summers at the wheel. I guess the big question on that one is, even though we didn't see it, did he jump or was he pushed? Did he get there by himself or was he assisted off the road? Either way, I think you are right. We are potentially could be looking at a safety car here. First appearance of the day for the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. As we see here, duel on for second place. Now, can they get this in before the safety car? I'm certain they possibly will. As now Morpheus Racing goes back to second place and cuts right in front
that's
of
a brave
the
area to
155.
try and make the move happen down and Craner curves when the car is fully loaded up, Scott. Fantastic.
I told you these Morpheus guys don't give up. They are absolutely relentless when it comes to pushing on. And so I imagine that with that kind of move, that David Ratcliffe had his heart in his mouth thinking, please don't turn in there, but he did. And thankfully got out of it. He's gone back up the inside. Now our hard-working marshals are trying to push the Team Summers car out.
Oh, go on, boys. You've nearly got it.
It's on the edge, and I feel as though if you keep on pushing it, he might well start to make some progress, because it feels as though he's digged himself into a point where he's almost down, but we can possibly get some traction. He's shifted a lot of the gravel back, so maybe that could happen. But of course, there's also an element here where they're going to cover this also with, of course, with double wave yellows, not just double wave yellows, safety car, because it has been deployed for the first time as we expected. So halfway through the first stint, and we are under safety car here in round 8 for Fun Cup Endurance. And there is the reason. Team Summers Racing, Gary Summers at the wheel, his car off the road and currently out of it.
That car is buried, unfortunately, so the driver's going to have to get their bucket and shovel out. There's going to be plenty of track furniture for him to reshingle his driveway, I'm sure. But for the first time today, we are under control of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car on screen there, with the Uvio Hoffman's car. Can have a bit of a breather now. You could just take in the sights, take in the sounds of Donington Park, and maybe have a look and see what's coming in the distance. From our commentary booth, you can't really see a lot going on in terms of weather fronts, but it is quite hazy out there. It's very muggy, so I have a feeling the thunderstorms will be coming and coming soon.
Quite potentially. We'll keep looking to the skies. It's still, touch wood, relatively bright out here. We can still see blue sky, that's the key thing, but there is just clouds are starting to kind of patch in a little more as the afternoon's gone on, but it's still relatively quite warm out there, in the high teens at least, which should be very interesting. So, under safety car, that gives us a chance to have a small breather of what has been a relatively energetic first 20 minutes. Plenty going on.
Yeah.
But Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, that 2.4 second advantage that they had, completely gone now, and that means that they'll have to deal with a rather feisty Ratters Racing on the restart. And we saw how quick that they really were, at least in the beginning, before their incident at Brands Hatch. So they can certainly hack it with the guys at the front, the more established front runners in the mix, and that's nice to see. We've had some new front running teams go towards the fore, at least make more progress. Ratters is one of them. The EDF Vape Club car is a second one. Greenheath have been up there anyway, so Axiometrics can get up there or thereabouts, of course, on top of that, and then you've got the usual suspects of PLR, Uvio, Olympian, etc. It's nice to see new teams making that progress and making that jump to being a more higher placed car.
Absolutely. And the one thing I've noticed here, Scott, if you look at how slow the safety car is taking the field round, first of all, he's backing the field right up and bunching them back up again, which is going to be great racing on the restart, but it's trying to get them time to allow the rescue crew there. You could just see trying to drag the car out of the gravel trap. I'm thinking that perhaps Sir Clark was going to try and get a one-lap safety car out of this, get the car recovered and get them racing as quick as they possibly can. As you could see, the telehandler getting to work on the car, our Orange Army getting to work, getting the car out of the gravel trap. But I tell you what, if you are looking at the racing going on today and you think to yourself, I fancy a bit of that, don't forget, get yourself onto the Fun Cup Endurance Championship website. I'm sure they've got lots of cars for sale, and every team up and down this paddock will be wanting to have a chat with you if you fancy to hire it with your friends. Don't forget, if you fancy a first go out in the car and you think, you know what, I could potentially win a race in one of these, well, grab yourself a chance to win £10,000 by winning a race first time out in Fun Cup. That's the prize funds that goes to a complete novice to win their first race in one of these cars.
And of course, another chance to try one of these cars out will be at Silverstone in November, because of course we have the Brscc Driven by Racing event, exhibition event. Of course, where you'll be able to see Fun Cup amongst practically the whole portfolio of Brscc championships and series. Of course, you'll also get a chance not just to test drive cars, but even go for passenger rides. And on top of that, there's opportunities to learn about getting involved in the sport as a volunteer, because motorsport needs volunteers, and there are some incredible roles that you can use to gain a step up or use some of your expertise to get involved in motorsport if you've always wanted to do so. There's marshalling, which anyone can start. It's a great way to do so. I'll interrupt myself for a second. No, in fact, I'll carry on. I'll come back to that in a second. But just stating on the screen that you can see Summers Racing have got themselves out of the gravel, which is great, but I'll finish my point. So not just marshalling, but also you can learn about scrutineering, rescue and recovery. There's also in race control. You can also learn about, even if you haven't taken your ARDS test yet, you can take your ARDS test courtesy of the Motorsport School, the club partners of Brscc. You can even take a test with them, and who knows, you could even take your test and find your first race car in the same day, which could be incredible. Also, there's lots of different exhibitors and industry exhibitors and partners and sponsors that are involved with Brscc that will be involved. It is a true showcase of everything that Brscc does. It's on the 16th and 17th of November, taking place at Silverstone as it did last year. If you want to get yourself involved, if you want to just come and see it for yourself, tickets are absolutely free. No sort of hidden catches or quotes. You simply just go and apply for your tickets. You can come and attend for free and get involved, not just with Brscc, but in general with motorsport, and kickstart it by having a look and see what the Brscc has to offer, not just on track, but off track and all the different elements alongside it as well.
And on top of that, Scott, me and you will be here, so there'll be at least be a pair of smiling faces there to greet you.
Now you said that, they're going to put them off now, so they're not going to want to go now. So.
We have got a field of Fun Cup cars ready to go, sir. So lights are off on the safety car. The field has lit up, and it's UVO Hoffmans that is going to take the restart here from Ratters Racing, Morpheus Racing in third, fourth place EDF Motorsport with Vape Club, GMR Eco car in fifth, the Axiometrics car in sixth, Race Logic seventh, Wave 9 eighth, Rare Vinyl ninth, and PLR Racing rounding out the top 10. But this is going to be a fast and feisty restart, I reckon. Scott, here we go.
Certainly so. Uvio gets the jump on him, but it looks like Ratters Racing has tried to go with him on the restart. Have they gone with them? They're right on their rear wing down the pit straight as Racing gets back under the green flag here in Fun Cup Endurance, and not just gone their tail, they're going for it down the inside into Redgate Corner. Here comes Ratters Racing going for the lead. Are they ever front runners now, going at it on the restart here? Also being shuffled out wide there is Morpheus Racing. They're trying to defend from EDF Motorsport. Steve Cole's trying to sneak up the inside of Neil Burrows, and he's there, he's got it, he's up the inside. They're still side by side through the Crater Curves, and Burrows again was reluctant to give that up, but he wants to hold on to that place, and they'll get down towards the Crater Curves, still side by side. In the pit lanes, one of our Aussie teams, that's a shame, Team 62, which is TFH Racing Harvey's Towing, Scott Andriska in the wheel, at the wheel, and that's him in the pit lane, obviously with an issue, sadly.
We have PLR car number 146, that came into the pit lane for a nose change during the break. In the racing proceedings, we've got a black and white flag for car number 159, so we've got lots of cars already having issues with the track limits. Keep it on the black stuff, guys, otherwise the clerk of the course will be handing out the penalties like handing out sweets. That's a Wave 9 car getting into a bit of a race there. They've dropped down to 8th place now, Scott. I can just show the cars that were really on the pace early on if they can try and hold it as best as they can. So is this further work still carrying on with the Australian car there? They're having a look at the engine. The engine is running. You can see there by the auxiliary belt turning over, but they've got some sort of issue with the car. The spanners are coming out. They're trying to engineer something. We've got one of the mechanics diving into the back, but here's your pack for the lead. We've got the UVO Hoffmans car being hotly pursued by Ratters Racing as they go into Redgate, get out of the exit, slightly over the rumble strip. We'll ignore the fact that they touched the green stuff. You're not supposed to do that. But as we go down the Craner Curves now, UVO has got Morse code on the back of the bumper bar, and Ratters Racing, and the rear windows flapping away as well. This is great racing for an endurance race.
That was such an impressive impression of Morse code. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I don't know if I should say in the right way. I'm not sure or not. Anyway, back as they continue on. There's some damage on the left sill as well of car 62 as well. The left hand side of the car, they're just on the sill beneath the door. A couple of chunks taken out of that of the bodywork there. So someone's had a go at it and not quite succeeded, but they've carried on and back into the race. So Scott and Driscoll will carry on, and again when he comes in for a proper pit stop, of course he will hand over to Brandon Madden in the end. So leaders then out of Coppice Corner. Possible change for fourth on now, because Morpheus Racing, not only has Neil Burrows dropped back behind EDF, but also he's now lost out to Axiometrics and possibly even GMR Eco. That will be John Perrott going past as they turn in. And another stop-go penalty for car 97. So that's a second pit stop-go penalty I think they've had. I'm hoping that's either just a reminder. If not, that will be their second one. So they've already had any far down the order anyway. They're outside the top 20 because you can't see them on terms of yeah, they are there in 23rd now. So what was looking at possibly a promising race starting quite high up on the random grid draw is now looking like it's all starting to fall apart after just half an hour.
All slightly starting to fall apart there, but a big shout out to the Vape Club car. They've got the fastest lap of this race. They're still in third place. An impressive first stint there from the 246 car. That's the car being driven by Simon Coles, and Vlad Vasilev is going to jump into that car and do a stand-up job, I'm sure, in the second stint. The car on screen there, the V-Box car. We've got the Wave 9 car round at the old hairpin and beached in the gravel. Is that going to be the second safety car of the day?
Well, it's Tom Pattleroy. It was the wheel of it. He's gone around at the old hairpin, as you say. He's desperately on the edge of the runoff kind of AstroTurf on the exit, which means that he possibly, if he's careful reversing it, he might be able to get out because the rear wheels are closer to the tarmac than the front wheels. So he could get away with it. But if he does go too hard and beach himself, that will almost certainly be safety car number 2. But we'll wait and see how it ends up playing out. Uwe continues to lead. That car's still not moving.
And unfortunately, that is in such a precarious position on the exit of the old hairpin. You can't just leave it down there. It's such a fast corner as we see other cars trying to come round. Now we've got more trouble.
That's 41 that's had an incident. That's the second time they've had an incident. That one looks like it's got damage as well. That's 41. I think it has damage, or it's just struggling to get away.
Where it's just sunk into the gravel trap there. So a few cars falling foul of the track limits there and the gravel traps here. There goes the Orange Army again. Go on, boys. Get that car out of the gravel. Absolute heroes if they can do that. Fair play to them.
I must say, even by their standards, that's pretty brave given where the car is. But yeah, they might just leave it for a second.
Here come the leaders now. Come on, guys, slow up. Let's let the Orange Army get on with the job.
Yeah, they're standing back, right, if you said, just in case. They should be covering that with double wave yellows, and well, they really have stood back a little bit there. So I think it's getting close to the point where they probably will need a very short one-lap safety car to get this car moved, I would anticipate, but we'll wait and see what Julian Floyd, the clerk of the course, decides what he wants to do. So we'll wait and see what he's got up his sleeve to potentially neutralise this race a second time in the first half hour.
But if you're in the UVO car, surely you're in the box seat with fuel strategy, because if you have 2 safety car stints, that means you can save as much fuel as you can early on. I'm sure Jamie Peters-Ennis will be able to lend his expert knowledge to this strategy-wise.
I think also key thing to watch out also is the progress that the 11th place team, GID have made.
Go on, marshalling team.
They have managed to, they pushed him out and got him free, but just well, I think they're telling him to actually put the power on, but unfortunately I think what it's done is actually beached him even further, I'm afraid. So,
and that, my friends, is the new WRC spec Fun Cup car.
It's still work in progress, I think.
Still a work in progress. Definitely a gravel spec car now. Looking at that, and we got more cars off. That's car number 200. Is that down at the final chicane again?
It is. It's Red River Sports gone around. Just the safety car comes out for the stranded Wave 9 car. So that car's gone around, lost a few positions. But that would have been Gareth Williams at the wheel, so he continues on. But we are going safety car once again, because I think, as you saw, the fact that the hard-working marshals did their best to try and help the car out, unless they were pushing it to, this might sound counterintuitive, maybe they were pushing it to a deeper part in the gravel so it was safer for them to extract rather than the place it was in the road. So maybe they explained, look, we're going to push you further into the gravel. Might not make sense, but we're going to put you in a safer place so we can properly recover you and get you back out again. I know it sounds counterintuitive when you say it like that, but it's a safer option for the marshals given how close that car was, as you rightfully said, in a precarious position, right on the exit of the old hairpin on that curb.
Marshal safety is absolutely paramount, Scott. Bang on there. And again, we'll say it so many times during this telecast, but you cannot say enough about our wonderful Orange Army. There's the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, looking resplendent on the pit straight with the lights flashing.
Indeed. Shout out to Run Your Fleet, of course, as always. Club partners. This is the 4th season for that Jaguar, and it's quite... There's no pun intended here. It's quite a well-seasoned car. Of course, we've had this for 4 seasons now. First time we ever got, if it was ever in use, just remembered, was here in 2021. That was when it was still under COVID conditions, but it was the first race event in 2021, right when the deal had started, and that was when the safety car, the Jaguar safety car, was first in use at a race event. It was here at Donington 3 years ago.
Fantastic. And there it is, resplendent, on screen, well used, but still looking so good in front of an endurance racing pack like the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So the field bunches up once again, and the UVO Hoffman's car can breathe a little and have a look around once again as the team get to removing the Wave 9 car from the gravel. And that's such a shame for the team. They were strong, they were part of that lead battle pack first up, but unfortunately they fell foul of the exit of the old hairpin, so we could just see the car being towed out now. I think even the tractor's having a bit of trouble getting some traction on the gravel. Oh, wouldn't that... Please tell me the tractor's not gone and got stuck as well.
I don't think so. I think
there we go.
It looks like it's coping with the gravel pretty well. It's obviously just I think what it is because the bottom of the car is dragging in through that particularly deep part of the gravel. It's maybe finding it a little bit tougher. And of course, these cars sit quite low on the ground anyway. There's not that much ground clearance on a Fun Cup car, so also that makes it a little bit tougher to pull through deep gravel like that. So I think we should have every confidence, as has been just been proven by the Snatch vehicle, because it is now onto some slightly more solid ground. And that'll be a prime chance now for Tom Pattleroy to go ahead and refire the 207 car and get it going again. I think he's just waiting for the rest of the pack to go through first before he tries to amble his way back onto the circuit over the grass.
I think that car's going to sound like a baby's rattle on its way back to pit road. There's going to be lots of gravel in the pit lane later on for people to remodel their homes.
I think the advice to rejoin the circuit is keep on the grass for a bit, let the gravel shake off first, then get back on circuit. I'm sure the rest of the field will certainly appreciate it. Right, so that car is now in a much more safer position, and hopefully that will get underway very shortly, which means we shouldn't be on the safety car too much. And as I say, must be listening, because away goes Tom Pattleroy, and I think he's actually taken the advice of keep it on the grass, let the gravel shake out, go over the mud, and get it back going again. So I don't think they'll go this time by. It's a bit too soon for that, I think. I could be wrong, but it could be going... If they do go this time by, it'll be quite a late safety car call, put my lights out. If not, they'll put them around for one more lap. UVO are hanging back just in case to anticipate, because all these drivers will have what's called a race.
I think what they would have to do, though, thinking about it, so although the car's been released out onto the circuit, the Snatch vehicle, which would be the telehandler, the green telehandler you saw, that then has to get back into position, and the marshals need to get back to their posts so we could go green flag racing again. So it could well be the reason for the extra lap. They haven't quite got back to their positions there, Scott. So it's one more lap for the UVO Hoffman's car to sit under safety car conditions, just preserving that fuel, just being a bit frugal, sipping it. And just...
You did not just make that noise.
I did. Just sipping. That's all the car does. It just sits there and sips at the fuel. Doesn't need to use a lot of it, and the team can get a look at the strategy and perhaps make it play out later in the race.
Exclusive sound effects from a Fun Cup car by Rob Lewis. Who'd have thought it? I was going to mention that all these drivers, all the cars are fitted with a race receiver system. How that simply works is it's a one-way communication system, radio communication system, between Julian Floyd, who's the Fun Cup race director, and the team. So essentially, he'll be on the radio to all the teams saying, right, you've got one more lap round the safety car, or even doing things such as calling up when there's a car that's obviously in the gravel somewhere to take care. He'll even use it to essentially to announce penalties. It doesn't just go to one car. If someone gets a penalty for some reason, or a warning for track limit, even a warning for track limits, it will go out to every single car on there. So if you commit track limits and push too much, you will get called out on it by Receiver, by Julian Floyd. But it's a warning essentially to tell them, if you do it again, then it will be penalised. So it's just careful to make sure that they can hold on to it. And penalties are quite few and far between when it comes to Fun Cup. You don't normally see too many. A lot of the teams are very obedient to the rules and don't have too many issues having to try and follow that. So it's not too bad with them. But ultimately, that receiver system is there to allow them to be able to allow Julian Floyd to easily communicate with all the teams so they can effectively make sure they get situations like this done quickly and as safely as possible. Lights are out now on the safety car, which means we are going back racing once again, and we're coming up to the cusp just before the first pit window opening. Of course, they open every 40 minutes, so the first pit window is coming in. Now, it's not always a mad scramble in pit lane, because there are teams that will pit in later or sooner than others, depending on their strategies. But either way, this should be quite interesting to see how UVO and co handle these last couple of minutes before they go in. Now, UVO is usually one of those teams where they'll wait right until literally the very last minute of the pit window. They will even go past the pit lane close board, because you're allowed to go past that once. They'll go as far as that in order to be able to make their pit stops and pit late as usual. As up the inside on the restart looks Ratters Racing once again. They did that on the first restart, trying the tactic again on the second restart, as Simon Rudd is preparing to get into the number one car when GRD comes in for their first stop, which will do so in about 3 minutes time.
And that's the first of the pit stops as they have another look down the Craner curves. Here we go, Scott. The UVO Hoffman's car in the lead with Ratters Racing hotly pursuing, trying to get some hard racing in. They want to extend a bit of a gap before that first round of pit stops starts to happen. That Vape Club car still in third place and holding on to the fastest lap of the race from the Axiometrics car in fourth. The Wave 9 car we saw have a few issues and off into the gravel. They're now 3 laps down after having a trip into the gravel. They were so far up there early on. They had a great starting position, but let's have a check on that number 1 car, the Olympian GRD car. They sit in 11th place, 5 seconds from the lead. Fantastic considering they started at the back. The Greenheath car has got itself into the top 10 as well, but down the straight into the final chicane, hard on the brakes. The UVO car turns in. There's a little bit of a gap opening up now from the Ratters Racing car. They've managed to break the deadlock. There's a little bit of banging wheels and side-by-side car number 220 and car 14. That was a little bit tasty, guys. Come on. Let's have a bit of sensibility there. That's fighting for 9th place between Team FFS and the Greenheath car. Whew. 1 racing lap after the safety car, Scott, and they're already banging their castanets together, and that is a change for the lead. So the Ratters Racing car down the inside at Redgate. They've taken the lead from the UVO Hoffman's car.
Smooth stuff as you like from Ratters Racing. David Ratcliffe taking the car into the lead. Could they be dark horses for victory today? Because they've got the pace to keep up with the likes of UVO and EDF and everyone else in the mix. If their next 2 stints can go pretty well, by half distance they could be in there for a potential dark horse.
I would bid on a dark horse, Scott, but I got it so wrong at Brands Hatch, the way the strategies unfolded. I was going for every man and his dog to win the race at Brands Hatch, and I still got it wrong. As we have a look now, the UVO car has not given up on getting that lead back from the Ratters Racing car. EDF Motorsport and Axiometrics and the Morpheus Racing car was like, oh, come on, guys, I want to have a play too. Onto the back straight now. You can hear the GT tyres squealing. We've got so many black and white track limit flags for car number 214, 109 and 252. And another car in the gravel, that's Morpheus.
It's another of the Morpheus cars, 109. That will be Steve Walton at the wheel. I'm not sure Chris Hart will appreciate that, because Chris Hart, one half of the former champions, which was Two Rent Dominoes used to be the team that the champions. Chris Hart back again. You might not be pleased by that sight to see Steve Walton in the gravel, but that car is there. And once again, the marshals trying to work hard. This lead battle is going to have to be put on hold here because they're all scrapping amongst each other, but there will be double waved yellows down there whilst the marshals work away. It's another precarious position, but you'd hope, of course, if they can, they get the 109 car going. Yeah, the marshals quickly walk backwards to give the distance whilst the leading pack goes through. And dare I say it, are we about to go safety car number 3 right as the pit window opens? I know that Julian Floyd, having learnt this from Andy McEwen and co, he never really likes to put safety cars out during when pit windows are in the mix, because it means it really congests things up and possibly tightens things up or spreads things out a little bit, depending on people getting possibly a free pit stop under yellow flag conditions. But even so, it's still in a precarious position. The pit window is just about opening now, so that it's going to be about a 10-minute window to do so. But does Julian, unless they can get that car quickly going, again, it's on the edge of the circuit, so they might be able to, but what decision does he take if he has to possibly call a safety car? How busy is that going to make that pit lane for that first set of stops?
It is going to make it an absolute free-for-all, especially with 27 teams fighting. There's Jamie down there. He's getting ready to give us some information, hopefully, but we've got the UVO car with a little bit of a gap now from Ratters Racing. They can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. They'll be hoping that once they come round once again, that the yellow flags would have been withdrawn and the car has been removed from the gravel. Let's have a look-see. They're through the S's now, back up the main straight here. The pit window is open. That's the call from race control. So let's see who is going to take advantage of that next time around.
They have to pass the pit window open board once before they can pit. So as long as they've done that, they're absolutely within the rules.
So as we go through Redgate, let's see if there is still a car in the gravel. The car is still there. So no overtaking going on into Redgate. Are they going to have to throw a safety car out to get that car recovered, Scott?
Well, there have been times before when the pit window has been allowed to go through and they've covered it with double wave yellows, and then when there's a safe enough point to do so to keep it as close to race as possible, then they throw the safety car to do so everyone can catch up, and it saves breaking people up too much. But it depends. It's all down to Julian Floyd what he wants to do. They're still racing to this point, so until they get safety car boards and flags, they carry on racing, they keep going. This is the fight going on for 6th between Rare Vinyl and GMR Eco. I think I did get mention from Jamie that it is the old MJ Tech car. It's simply just, it's under a different team now. So Rare Vinyl have bought that car, and it's a completely different team that's not related, of course, to MJ Tech whatsoever, which is a shame because at one point they're actually looking pretty strong in certain points. And just to talk about safety cars, it has been called. So, safety car number 3. I haven't got Andy McCure's magnificent spreadsheet to check, but I don't think... It seems quite extreme to have 3 safety cars in 40 minutes in the Fun Cup race. But interesting enough, this is now coming right with his first pit window. I'm certain that Julian Floyd has had to say, look, I've got no choice. I have to throw the safety car because that Morpheus car is still beached in the gravel. It's going to take a little more effort to get it out. This is going to mean, as you see here, the live snatch is taking place. This is going to make pit win, as you can see here, look, the timing screen on the left is lighting up blue on the left-hand side because everyone is diving into pit lane, you'd expect. JPZ is going to find it is busier than the M25 at rush hour this year because everyone's diving in, as you'd expect. This is just like you see an F1 and safety car. Typical safety car pit strategy here. Everyone dives in. Why not? It's a free pit stop.
It's going to be like an ant's nest in the pit lane. You won't be able to see any tarmac for cars, cars and people everywhere. As we have a look at the UVO Hoffman's team, literally the first 22, 23 cars, the whole grid has come in to do a pit stop. The UVO car is out. So the safety car has got a car to follow it. Well, that's good. I mean, that's good for the safety car guys. We don't want them to be out there all on their own, Scott. You know what I mean?
Well, the 2 cars that's following it, it's one of our Aussie teams. That's the white version of that car. That's the Brandon, Madeline, Scott and Brscc car, which had the problems earlier on. So that's carried on to try and get itself a lap back, I think. Also, the other car again that stayed out, I think unsurprisingly to get a lap back also, is the car that's had 2 drive-through penalties, the Fun Cup Tifosi car, which still has Andrew Isherwood at the wheel, so they'll be able to do that. You can just see at the bottom of the shot the 105 car just creeping its way along the bottom of the screen. So the magnificent recovery team and the snatch vehicle has managed to drag the 105 car out of its stuck gravel, its point in the gravel where it was stuck, I should say. So now that's gone through. This, of course, will shuffle up the order a little bit more. We won't see what the true order of the field is going to be after that safety car of that pit stop sequence until they kind of come back around and do a couple of laps under the safety car. But in terms of who's in that mix that hasn't pitted, right, Morpheus has moved up in that pit sequence. Up in second place has gone, I think that was Axiometrics, I think.
Car number 1, great work from the Olympian GRD team. They are up there as well.
Yeah, so it's Morpheus from Axiometrics, GMR, Eco, then Vape Club. Then you're absolutely right. Uvio have lost out a couple of spots, but the biggest win is you're absolutely right. Olympian, they've leaped up to fifth. That's about, what, 6 spots they gained in the pit stop.
I'd say so, yeah.
And they've now got Simon Rudd in the car as well. That's one of their 2 quicker drivers. That car's going to be motioning towards the front in no time. But
I'm liking the sound of this, Scott.
Look who they've got for company right behind them. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, the 2 main contenders in the championship, now nose to tail in the field, and they've also got not too far behind them as well. You've got Greenheath in there as well, and I think it looks like Ratters Racing, and I think Skull Club in there as well. You've got GCI in there too, and also this is like a who's who of the top teams all together in this one little bit of pack. Because of course, seeing all shuffle around looks pretty interesting. So in the pit lanes come Wave 9, they've been in anyway. So Fun Cup Tifosi have pitted, and the TFH cars down. He's downlapped anyway, so what they might do is wave it around and let him go to the back of the queue quickly. This now gives Morpheus Racing the lead, because they have to pick up, of course, the leader in order to do this. So we'll see if he can do so in a second.
Now, I was hoping they were potentially going to have a very quick safety car lap because of how well they were doing the snatch recovery there, but we have a fantastic array of cars here today, a vast majority of them looking rather well. No massive damage yet or anything to that effect, Scott. We've got 27 cars all present and accounted for. I mean, from the nice personable point of view, if you are in the Olympian GRT team or the UVO Hoffman's car, play nicely, ladies and gents. Let's get to the end.
I think this next stint of the race could potentially be one of the best of the race, because look at the sequence of cars we have in terms of front-running teams that are in there, where this could get pretty tasty in this sense, because you have to take Fun Cup Tifosi out of the equation. They've now pitted, so they're now going towards the back of where they were.
Oh, yes.
You ignore the TFH car, because that's going to be either waved around, and that'll be passed pretty quickly. But look at the sequence of teams in terms of these are fast teams that have been there since the front, either the front-running teams from the start of the weekend, of start of the race, or fast teams that we know are quick anyway. So if you look at this order of the top 10, ignore Fun Cup Tifosi. You've got Morpheus Racing who are in that net lead. Axiometrics a second. GMR Eco have looked pretty quick in that opening stint, a third. Vape Club by EDF Motorsports are fourth. They've looked pretty fast as well. That car now has, the Vape Club EDF has Vav Vasiliev at the wheel, and he's been getting pretty quick. It's now Olympian GRD who've leapfrogged ahead of Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport, then Greenheath, then Ratters Racing, then Skull Club, which now has Jack Constable at the wheel. He's a rapid car. He was rapid in TCR in many cases. And then you've got just behind them GCR Racing and then PLR Racing. That is 11 top teams, essentially. They're all fighting amongst each other. They are some of the fastest teams that we've got. And also in there, too, you've also got to watch out for Race Logic. They're 14th, and they won't stay there back there anywhere. So whilst all that's going on, we can take a quick breather, and I can catch my breath back for a second after running through all of that. Let's head down for the first time as the skies continue to really darken here at Donington Park. For the first time with roving reporter JP Zennis. Jamie, who have you got?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I'm down with David Denyer, who first stint since earlier on in the year, and you were getting stuck in, weren't you?
Yeah, I was getting stuck in. I mean, yeah, mainly trying to stay out of trouble. Obviously, there's been a couple of safety cars, so I guess I did that. Yeah, lost a bit of momentum on a few occasions and just lost a few places, but still within sight of the lead. Obviously, the safety cars help, but yeah. Anyway, it was good fun. It was good fun. Yeah.
And a lot more cars out this weekend as well. Is it making it harder to work your way through?
I don't think so. I mean, we haven't got to the point of lapping back markers, so it was the normal amount of cars around us. So yeah.
And it's trying to rain now.
Yeah, we're gonna make it very interesting. To see what it's like when I get in for the next stint.
And we heard from Julian. Obviously, you're back for Alton Park as well, as we understand. And then he said next year, just without non-clashing commitments, you'll do as many as you can.
That's right. Yeah, I mean it's great fun, so we do it as often as we can. Yeah, really good fun.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Dave. That's David Denyer from Race Logic. Right, let me see if I can have a word with one other driver. While we've just got this safety car period, I'm just going to make my way down to the Olympian garage, who are just further down the pit lane. So we'll just do that now. Let's have a word with Lewis Thompson from Team FFS, who was a very busy first stint for you, and you're having a very strong battle with sorry, it was just I understand a car's coming in as well. Yeah, sorry about that. You're having a very strong battle with Greenheath. It was getting a little bit physical. I understand you've had a quick chat with Gary.
Yeah, it's it was just carnage out there then, to be honest with you. I think you really got to get your elbows out and fight for every position. It's that close and competitive that it really makes the difference. But yeah, I got my elbows out a little bit, and yeah, I accidentally made a bit of contact with I think it's the 207, the Wave 9 car. Really sorry about that. I've already been down to apologise, and it's almost put them out of contention a little bit. So yeah, I feel terrible about that. But as racing drivers, when the door opens, you go for the move, and when it's so close and competitive, it's every position counts. So yeah, it was good fun though. I mean, this thing's absolutely wicked. We're battling in the top 8, top 9, which is good really, because obviously it's netting. We were a couple of laps down and sort of scraping around the back of the top 10, sort of out like top 11. So long race, isn't it? Fortunately, the car's a little bit bent already, so we'll try and nurse it home.
Is it not the tracking out?
Yeah.
By how much?
Well, I'd say like when you're going down the straight, it was sort of like 2 o'clock, so quite a bit.
Okay, well, hopefully keep going and build the momentum up.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Lewis Thompson from Team FFS as we continue the recovery out on circuit, but it's back to Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwis.
So that kind of solves that mystery then. The Wave 9 car was pushed.
I see. Interesting. So we'll see how that one plays out as the race goes on. We are now got to the point where we've been able to wave around the 62 TFH Racing Harvey's towing car to get himself to the back of the field. So we should get going back once again, but just the potential of this restart is just tantalising. It's like, this is one of the most exciting restarts I've thought. At this early stage of the race, there's still 3 and a bit hours to go. This could be a pretty hectic stint out there.
Yes, it's going to get fun.
I hope it lives up to its expectation, because again, all those top teams in the mix now, all close together. They're all willing to get their good drivers in there. They're in that point now where if it's a second driver, they've essentially got their good driver in there now. if they're into the second or third ones, they're getting this probably they're faster or just as fast drivers in the mix if they're towards the front. If we look at who's in what car at the moment under safety car right now, so Morpheus now currently has 195. That's now Ted Bradbury. He's quick anyway, we know that. Axiometrics 103. As Chris Weatherall, he's pretty rapid when in the right hands. The 157 GMR Eco car is Nicholas Ellis, so watch for it, Nick, see if he can keep in third place. Fourth place now, which is the Vape Club EDF car. That's now Vlad Vasiliev at the wheel of that car. Fifth is now Olympian GRD. That has Simon Rudd. That car will go quickly, as we know Simon is a very quick peddler. Sixth is now Uwe Hoffmans, and that's now got the man himself, Farkini. He's now at the wheel of car 225. And then now in seventh position is Greenheath. Greenheath now has Paul Turner at the wheel. Ratters Racing 155. It's David handing over to Peter. Then we have in ninth position Skull Club 221. That is now Jack Constable, that's handed over from Russell Joyce. And then rounding out the top 10, we can see is GCI Racing and Car 111. Always a quick team to watch out for when they start a little bit steadily, but get the word towards the front. Ian Wood has now handed over to Craig Butterworth, so that should be pretty fast. And also, don't count out PLR either, because Ben Pitch has handed over to the captain himself, Neil Plimmer, the most experienced driver pretty much in any Fun Cup. I think he's practically done every single Fun Cup race since it started back in 2002. Anything he doesn't know about Fun Cup racing ain't worth knowing. So he'll be back in 11th, trying to pick his way through. So some pretty good drivers in the mix then in this restart, as we see the 62 cars come back in quickly.
A bit of a driver swap going on there, it would appear.
Well, technically they can't do that because they're outside the pit window. So ultimately that's going to be probably just retightening the belts or something, or whatever they were doing there. But either way, that 62 car is back in, so that's an interesting one. But even so, that car back underway as safety car lights are now finally off. So that car will now go and rejoin the back of the grid there, a couple of laps down anyway, in the nicest possible way I can put it. That will now see how this restart kicks off. And I'm thinking, Rob, this is going to get, as I said before,
it's going to get a bit tasty.
It's going to get pretty magic, I think.
Morpheus Racing are going to retake, and they're bunching the field out. Look at this, Scott. Morpheus Racing are taking their sweet time as they go over the first crest of the hill. They're still weaving, still trying to get temperature into the tyres. The Axiometrics car is just sat there in second place going, oh, just get on with it, come on. In third place is the GMR Eco car, and the Morpheus Racing car decides, yeah, I'll go now. So here we go, over the start-finish line for the restart, with just under an hour done on this race, and it's the Morpheus Racing car takes its lead from Axiometrics, GMR Eco, EDF Motorsports with the Vape Club, and Olympian GRD car from last to fifth place as it stands. Let's see what they can do from here. The Uvio Hoffman's car is sitting sixth, Greenheath seventh, Ratters Racing eighth, Skull Club ninth, and GCI Racing round out the top 10.
So interestingly enough, it's not the fastest anyone's gone from back to front in terms of. I think that record is possibly held by Uvio, unsurprisingly. They think they've gone from the back to the front in a race in something like less than 10 minutes. I'm certain it's been pretty quick that way, but grid sizes, of course, sometimes have varied in the past. So then already, as you can see, Ted Bradbury not hanging around. He'll certainly have not as much mileage as he would have liked in the MX-5 race first time out, because he was out after a couple of laps after a bit of a tangle with somebody towards the front. But either way, it's certainly him making the most of it and using all that experience he gained in the MX-5s to really push on. And of course, ever since he's joined Fun Cup, he really has been a sensation and has really thoroughly been a great asset to the championship and to Morpheus Racing as they make their way down towards the S's on the first time on this restart. And you can see there that Simon Rudd is trying to get away from Farkini, but we know Farkini won't make this one very easy.
Side by side into the tyres there. I was gesticulating at the screen in front of Scott. I thought that was going to get a bit tastier than I thought, but that was the later cars of the top 10 just having a bit of a coming together there as we go down into the chicane. But a bit tame on this restart, Scott. It's almost as if they've been listening to us and perhaps trying to prove a point that we're not just going to start rubbing each other off and maybe have a bit of a civilised second stint in this race.
Either that or Julian Floyd told them, look, don't go silly on restarts, just take it steady and do your own race. But either way, there's certainly you're right. It's a slightly more measured restart to the race. It's not hasn't like as you'd say kicked off in the way that I thought it might well do.
Yeah.
The only thing is happening now is Simon Rudd has found a little bit more pace. He's kicked on now on this lap, and he's found a small gap now to Farkini behind. Well, it's a relatively sizable gap as Farkini comes in almost on slightly sideways, locking true.
Absolutely.
In true Uvio fashion. Right now, oh, that's interesting. No.
Oh, black and white, number 000,
See,
test message.
See, that 000 car always getting into trouble.
I
See,
know.
that's black and white. See, they shouldn't be messaging whilst they're racing.
Exactly.
000 car, absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, that's the Fun Cup version of last name versus last name, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely.
If you know what that means, then well done to you. Anyway, through the chicane they go on the restart just before the first hour of the race is about to come up. And there's PLR Racing diving up the inside of the other, I think to put a lap on the other TFH racing car, which I think that might be positioned actually. Either way, that was a slightly sideways moment into the S's. But Morpheus continues on, particularly with a scrap going on just behind them. Team Olympian GRD, you can tell Simon Ruddy's wound up the number 1 car now.
He's just getting into the flow, and there he is in the background like Jaws in the movie. You could see the shark fin in the background. Dun, dun, dun. There's the car on screen, the Olympian GRD car number 1, the Proliferal winners, and a beautifully resplendent livery on that car. I am a fan of a nice blue livery, and it's a very sharp looking car, and they are in 4th place, hotly pursuing the GMR Eco car in 3rd place. Having a look down the inside and taking 3rd place, potentially side by side again. Car number 157 is going to fight back. There's a little bit of, perhaps a bit of touchy going on, but they get the job done down the inside as they go onto the back straight. GMR Eco can get their head down now and go after Axiometrics. Or can they? We've got the GMR Eco car having another look behind them, latching onto their toe as they go through the chicane now. Oh, I think they're just about, and we got Karoth in the background. Who was that? That was I
think that's the 220 car. I think Team FFS that's come off the road. He's completely ripped off most of the front splitter. So you can drive these cars without the front splitter, but it just makes it increasingly more difficult and also increasingly harder on the tyres as well. Because even though these aerodynamics might look they might look perceptive to some people, rudimentary, they do actually have quite an effect, particularly the rear wing. And the front splitter has a lot more of an effect than you think it does. It's not just cosmetic. They do actually work, the front splitters and rear wing. They do actually help to push these cars down to the ground. They are quite a lot more aerodynamic than maybe their sort of Beetle-esque shape might suggest.
Yes, it was said at Brands Hatch that those front splitters were worth about a half a second at Brands, and I can only imagine what they are worth on a nice flowing circuit like Donington where the toe is king. So as we see on screen, that is the Morpheus racing car keeping its nose clean, and the Axiometrics car sitting pretty in 2nd place. But in 3rd place is the Olympian GRD car. The Proliferal winners, they are hunting down that Axiometrics car. They look hungry for this. So we look at more cars having a bit of a tussle. That's the 251 car on the screen, which is the Rivals Motorsport car with Rutuc Patki and Matt Larby. So that'll be Patki at the wheel of that. He's down to take the 2nd stint, and he's fighting away with the Red River Sport car with Johnny Molam at the wheel there. So that's an experienced hand at the wheel of that car.
Certainly is. Johnny Molam, of course, such a leader in that team, and of course he talked about the fact that, pre-race, the fact that Johnny Molam does use this championship to help his customers develop into endurance racing. Of course, he's sharing that car with his good mate Barnaby Grimes, who he's done a lot of in particularly, I think, brick car circles in terms of particularly Ferrari, I think, in many cases. So he's no stranger to working with him. But interesting enough, this is where it gets quite intriguing for him, of course, getting the mix. And again, it's nice to see him test his skills in a Fun Cup car against some of the more established teams out there. And he's becoming a bit more established because he's becoming a lot more a regular racer. But interesting to see how that plays out. Now, speaking of playing out, this is exactly could be playing out how Simon Rudd and Olympian wish this to go, because looking down the outside to try and make the move. Oh, that was Ted Bradbury trying to elbow Axiometrics aside, and Axiometrics briefly got into the lead. The Morpheus took it back again courtesy of Ted Bradbury. Now he's left the door open for the number 1 car, Simon Rudd. Up the inside into Coppice. Not quite, but Rudd will try and come back in for a second go here if he can. Down the back straight towards the S's once more. The GMR Eco car, which is 157, that is Nicholas Ellis at the wheel, keeping in touching distance with the top three, not too far away, maybe just sitting back and watching these three go at it as Ted Bradbury again goes into the first part of the chicane, completely steering the opposite way because he knows how to handle these cars and hook it round a corner.
It's almost like he's turning the car in and just letting the back end sort itself out, but the Axiometrics car really covering from the Olympian car. Oof, sorry, Scott, I didn't mean to cut in for you there. And inadvertently, the Axiometrics car dives down the inside and takes the lead.
It's all go at the front, particularly. Simon Rudd was pretty impatient to get in front of them, and he's trying to get back up the inside of Ted Bradbury, which he has. Now side by side through the crane of curves, and looks at Simon Rudd, has squeezed through and gets the move done. So up to second place go the championship leaders and the four-time defending race winners. As far as we're aware, we don't think the 5-peat's been done before, 5 in a row in Fun Cup. Okay. So this could potentially be a history-making day for them, and of course it will take them one step closer to extending their lead. Now, one thing I was going to point out before this going on, though I might get interrupted in a second because we'll have to be, is up the inside goes Olympian, and as cool as you like, Simon Rudd goes through, but we know it's not as simple as that because now here comes Ted Bradbury, he's back up the inside of not the Axiometrics, he's back up the inside of Coppice Corner, and he's back into the lead, so it's all changed around again. So literally all three cars have taken the turn in the lead in one lap, and look also behind them.
And the GMR Eco cars thought, oh, I want to come play too, so here I am.
And he is. Nick Ellis is in the mix as well, so we've got a four-way fight. I told you this would be a good second stint. It's proving out just to be. Not exactly all the cars I expect to be in it, but they're in there nonetheless. Nick Ellis diving up the inside to have a look. He stays there on the first part, and how they didn't lean on each other or touch, I've no idea. That was great race trial from both of them, both Chris Weatherall and Nick Ellis in the mix as well. That's fantastic stuff. Now, one thing I was going to point out, although I will point it out eventually because it's still in the battle going on for the lead here, I'll try and point it out now. Uwe Hoffer's Motorsport are back in 7th place, and they're not making progress up the order like you expect them to.
No.
That's interesting. Either they've gone for a heavier fuel load, or something's not all quite right, or they're just getting caught up in that fight. Either way, not quite as high as we expect them to be. We expect this car to be at the front, these two in fact, and up towards the old hairpin they go, and definitively, possibly now, it's a move for Simon Rudd into the lead here at Donington Park, but we know Ted Bradbury's going to go, nah, you ain't having that easy, I'll stick on the tail and see if I can get you back. And what's also now interesting, these two have broken away, they've paired off now, these four cars. It's now Olympian and Morpheus trying to pull away, and now it's Axiometrics and Eco in their own fight. Back up the inside goes Ted Bradbury, as we expected. This is going to go on possibly for the next, 16 minutes at least until the next pit stop?
Get it done, bring it on. The car squirming under load going through the corners. Ted Bradbury has not got a problem with getting the car sorted out under brakes, chucking the car in and just letting itself even itself out. These are front wheel drive, I think. No, these are rear wheel drive cars. So there is a lot of movements on the back of these cars, but Ted Bradbury has got no problem with chucking the car in, letting it squirm around, and he can sort the car out. You can see them moving around so much on those GT tyres, but what that's done as well, the pair-offs have now turned into a foursome again, so away they go over the start-finish line. Olympian on the outside, Morpheus down the inside. Morpheus takes the lead. Axiometrics down the inside of GMR Eco. They get in single file again. They're going to swap over. This is like ballet dancing, and now we're going down the crane of curves. Olympian down the inside of Morpheus. Here we go again.
Yep, lots of side-by-side action. Hope you're putting plenty of entertainment on. And again, that's what I mentioned, don't count out the fact it's a 4-hour race. There's plenty that goes on within it like this. Back up the inside for third place, case in point, goes Nick Ellis for third place, up the inside of Chris Weatherall. These four are going to continue on. And they're several seconds up the road from the next group, which is Skull Club, Uvio, Greenheath, EDF, and the FLS Morpheus Motorsport car 41. Those guys are battling all the way over 6th down to possibly 10th, because GCI Racing's not too far away either. But they're 3/10 behind the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car also. So that's going to be pretty interesting.
Skull Club car have quietly worked themselves up the order. We haven't really mentioned them in a racecrafty, race-fighting term. They've just very, very gently worked their way up the order there, Scott, in the first hour and 5 minutes. And with someone like Jack Constable in the team, that's and Russell Joyce as well. You can't discount Russell Joyce. He did an outstanding job to bring that car home after the first stint, and Jack Constable is now aboard that car. TCR UK pilot, of course, of seasons old, but Morpheus absolutely glued to the back bumper, and that was a one long 8-wheeled Fun Cup car there. And the Morpheus racing car with Ted Bradbury at the wheel. There's a little bit of a creep onto the track limits there. The Olympian team will be keeping an eye on that, as I'm sure the Clarks will as well. and going through the old hairpin, but I'm pretty sure some of these Fun Cup cars won't have set the record that C1 boss Robin Welsh did in a Club Sport Trophy race earlier in the year. 16 track limits penalties separately. He got the mother load of track limits, he really did. 16, that's phenomenal.
Hi Robin, by the way, if you haven't been watching.
I had to work that in there.
He won't thank you for that, but I expect you don't care. So.
Oh, he will not. He will not, bless him.
I'm sure I'll get you back next weekend at Silverstone. Anyway, that's for next weekend. This is this weekend at Fun Cup. And as we head into the Coppice Corner now, with, as you say, just about an hour and 7 minutes done in this race. Still the advantage for Olympian at this point in time, with Morpheus in second place. And then GMR Eco third, Axiometrics fourth. And Uwe Hoffa's Motorsport, I said we're in that sort of battle pack and not really making any progress. They are now back up to fifth position. In fact, actually, if the director's listening, I'd quite like to have a look, if this calms down eventually, at this six-way scrap for fifth down to 10th. Because looking at the timings, there's 1.2 seconds between them. That's going to be quite a spectacle. I think they're just coming up towards the chicane now in the background. So there goes here goes the top four. Again, here they go.
There
right,
we go.
He's listening to me. Here we go. Thanks for that. Right, here's the Super 6 battling over this. It's more than that. Look at this.
More than that. That's half the field.
So let's try and work this out. So we've got, well, it's changed around again, but Uwe is in the mix. Something's happened at chicane. I'll get my breath back. So it's FNS Morpheus Motorsport that were 10th at one point. How they got to 5th, I've no idea. But it's Skull Club Racing, EDF Motorsports in 246, the Vape Club car. You've got GCI Racing, Greenheath, PLR, Uwe Hoffman's, Red River Sport, and Ratters Racing. They're all in this group together. This is literally about fifth place down to about 13th.
So the PLR Racing was putting so much load on that front right tyre. The bodywork was rubbing against the tyre, but Fun Cup Racing really producing the goods as the UVO car is side by side, and that's the Red River Sport car with Johnny Molam at the wheel as they go back up the hill towards McLean. So still side by side, massive battle group. But that's Skull Club, the FNSM Motorsports and the Skull Club car appear to have pulled away from this new battle pack here. But proper pack racing at its best, and it just goes to show the toe is working here at Donington Park.
Yeah, but what's key though is that Uwe Hoffa's Motorsport can't get themselves out of the toe fast enough to be able to try and break away. They're really mired in the mid-pack here, down in, what's that now, currently 11th place, which is not Uwe-like, particularly for someone like Farkini. He's really stuck in the train here and finding it difficult to move up through the order. This is not Uwe-like at all.
No, they are serial race winners of the past, serial championship winners of the past, and the old switcheroo as they come down the start-finish straight here. Is that damage on the front of that Skull Club car? I was just looking at the focus of the camera. It looked like the front right hand of that is the splitter swinging about, isn't it? So that's not entirely connected to that car. That's going to be affecting the handling of that car as well. That is going to feel horrible for Jack Constable, but he's still going to look to the outside and maybe get the switch back as we go down through the old hairpin.
Out through Starkey's up towards Schwantz curve, named after the legendary Australian superbike racer or bike racer Kevin Schwantz. So certainly in the trains they go through. Skull Club 221 sporting a nice impressive new livery in that car. They've taken out some of the white on that and they've just gone with black and red, which is quite smart to see.
Does look rather menacing.
And that's the nice thing as well. Obviously, watch this battle carefully. The teams that put that have the cars together, the liveries they put on these cars, some of them take some really great care to put some brilliant looking liveries. It is a genuinely colourful grid on this car. A lot of teams do like either red or black or blue or white, granted, but it's the colour combinations and the designs that do it. So lots of effort put in by all the teams, and well done to them, of course. Some take the more simpler approach, some others like to be more extravagant. Simple, in case in point, there's Uvio just with the JPS-inspired livery, but even so, it's still a smart, classic-looking livery. The mix, of course, is Signature RV, which have a Golf livery in their car as well, and other more familiar liveries amongst the grid as well on top of that. So nice to see there's some, not just familiar old-school liveries, but some ingenuity in the mix as well.
Yes, and I love the Fun Cup livery that's play on a certain former cigarette well, there we go. That's the car on screen there. So we look at the leaders come through. So the Olympian GRD Racing Morpheus battle has just shown the tobacco-sponsored looking car in the background. I'm going to say, well, it's Marlboro, isn't it? But other cigarette companies are available, I'm sure. But that's another one of the liveries that I absolutely adore in this field. But this is the lead battle pack now, and Morpheus Racing, Ted Bradbury has got the hammer down, and the Olympian GRD car cannot get away from it. But these two have managed to break the toe of the GMR Eco car and the Axiometrics car. So it's 2 by 2 once again for the top 4 of this race, and then we have the huge battle pack from 5th place down to, that's broken away, so it's down to 10th, not quite as huge as I thought. And then we've got 10th place down to 15th place with another battle pack there. But the Morpheus Racing car hotly pursuing the Olympian GRD car for the lead of this race. We're coming up to the next round of pit stops. Scott, how long left we got?
About 9 minutes until the pit window opens, because the pit window is open essentially every half an hour. Every half an hour, and then it's pretty much, there's a 10-minute window, so it's technically every 40 minutes they open, and then with 30 minutes into that pit window it then opens for another 10 minutes, so then that's your 40-minute stint essentially in that sense. Through the old hairpin they go. Still Olympian GRD chased hard by Morpheus Racing, still Simon Rudd versus Ted Bradbury, experience versus youth, and so far it's very evenly matched between the two of them. And looking at the rest of it, yeah, these two have really started to spread eagle the rest of the field now. They've gapped the 3rd place battle between Nick Ellis in the GMR Eco car and the Axiometrics car 103. And then further back you've then got that massive battle pack that's still going on between FNS Murphy's Motorsport, Skull Club, EDF Motorsport, Green Heath, GCI, Red River Sport. They're all in the mix there. In fact, here they are. Director's clearly listening. Thank you. So here is that battle for 4th. Again, that first 5th. The first 4 have calmed down somewhat, so they are sort of allowing us to have a look at some more of the battles further down in the top 10.
Jack Constable still really striving with that car in that battle pack with the front splitter. You could see it on the screen there. The splitter's coming apart, but the Vape Club car behind is certainly wanting to get a part of this. The 246 car has had a fantastic race so far, but the Skull Club car really not looking happy on the front end. That's had a few battles. We've got a car off in the background that's just gone over the gravel trap. And is that the... So that is 251 car, which is the rivals car. So that's Patke that's had an issue in that car, unfortunately. Had a bit of an excursion off over into the gravel. Luckily it didn't get stuck. And we go back to this battle pack down the Craner curves now. So the Vape Club car still being hotly pursued by the Skull Club car number 221. Still with half the splitter hanging off. It's clearly not affecting the performance of the Jack Constable piloted car at the moment. Back up the hill, head towards Schwantz Curve. And that's the Axiometrics car at a 3rd place, so that's come to grief now. That's got to be some sort of mechanical drama that's pulled off just off of the Craner curves there. So whether the car has come into a bit of strife, I'm not sure if we're able to get replays on the coverage there, but it would be interesting to see what went on there. Is it me, Scott, or does that car look a bit precarious and leaning on the right hand side? Have we got some sort of axle issue maybe, or a bearing gone, or dare I say even a wheel issue on the right hand side? It does look like it's leaning that way.
Yeah, possibly. The camera's just trying its best to lean in, see if we can have a look at it.
It could just be the perception.
It could just be how it's sat with the actual natural kind of natural elevation change of where it's sat in that sense. But it's interesting to see how that's happened. It doesn't look as though it's potentially had any contact with anyone. Oh, and that was that Skull Club car with a... It was either locking up or had some kind of issue. But
that's a puncture. Could that be a puncture?
But something's happened. I saw something happen with the Skull Club car.
I could see the smoke
all over the shop, and it was trying to hold itself on the road.
So if we have a look at the car now, there was smoke appearing. So if the camera holds, look at the smoke pouring out from the front left-hand side of the car. I think that splitter is either rubbing on the tyre. Oh, he's really in trouble there.
Yeah, that's either the tyres going down. I wasn't about to say, whoa, behind them. That's Ratter's Racing and Uvio as well.
That is oil down from that Jack Constable car. It cannot be anything else. It's clearly putting something down on the circuit, because you've got cars off left, right and centre going into the old hairpin. There's fluid down, unfortunately.
And one of them was Uvio. You can see that Uvio was involved in that too, and they've managed to skate through. They've managed to get unscathed.
But you could see fluid on the track there. You can see the slick line being put down onto the track, and Uvio now got smoked.
I said, was Uvio trailing something there as well as they came back onto the circuit? Because look, there was something off the back, unless it was just some of the dirt that was coming off and just come off the bottom of the car.
But the Skull Club car was dropping some sort of fluid. It could have been coolant, could have been a radiator.
So I think what I thought I saw is something that went sort of like, not exploded, but kind of something that went like poof, like that.
That's got to be a water hose.
A water hose or a radiator of some kind, because and of whatever's happening, it looks like then waters was possibly dropping potentially onto those front tyres and causing a problem and do straight off. And we thought it was a puncture. Or it didn't look as though there was any particular damage to that car.
Yeah.
And off the road at turn 1, is that the Vape Club car? Vape Club, I think, are off the road as well. So if there is fluid down there, it starts at Redgate and goes all the way down to the Crane of Curves by the looks of it. Again, we don't know for certain exactly, but we'll have to wait and see. That was, I think, that car was just shaking off the gravel after it went through off the road. But that's car 41, so that's the FNS Morphis Motorsport car that was in that fight.
And that's the Skull Club car, pit lane into the garage, so the team are getting to work on it. They've clearly had an issue. So we'll see. I think Jamie Peters-Ennis is suddenly going to get very, very busy down there as he tries to find out what happened. But that had all the hallmarks of something in the coolant system letting go and dumping a whole load of coolant down. And that's such a shame for Skull Club. Obviously, and a safety car out on circuit, so they've obviously got a bit of cleaning up to do.
And it almost slightly unsurprisingly to do that, so because it gives a chance to clear up anything they need to do. If they've happened to find any fluid down there, they can quickly get it down there, they can neutralise the race. And this, of course, is coming right before the beginning of another pit window, so it means there's going to be more mad scrambles in the pits.
Yeah.
It does mean more free pit stops for people in that second stint, but even so, this is going to be pretty interesting.
Absolutely going to be very, very interesting as we see the field will be bunching up once again. The new pit lane, the new pit stops, apologies, will come into play during this safety car. And we're just having through our headphones now. Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis has got an interview down in the pit lane. Jamie, who have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm down at Skull Club now. I'm just going to grab Russell Joyce. If I can just get him to come out the garage for me. Russ, what's happened, mate?
Sorry, mate?
What's the problem?
We've got a burst radiator. Don't know how it's happened. Usually around here it's stone and debris on the track that flicks up. It's just unlucky. We found out a little bit late. We haven't blown the engine, which is good, but we're just trying to see now, just assess what we've got to do to try and get it out. As you know, in this championship, no one wants a DNF, so we're going to try and see if we can get it back out again. We're going to see the parts truck, see if we can get a radiator put back on it and have a go. But right, we've had such bad luck. You know, I think this weekend was looking so good. I got knocked off on turn 2, dead last. We then, after the first pit stop, we're up to 9th, and then we've made it up to 5th. So we're making progress, but racing's getting in the way. But you know, it's got to be clean if you're going to win, haven't you? So.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Russell Joyce from Skull Club. Right, let me just run up to the Axiometrics garage, who are just up here. Let me find Greg Evans as the fire extinguisher goes off. Greg, we've seen John pull off at the Craners. Has he said anything on the radio?
John, it's Chris.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry. Have you said anything?
Well, we was in a good position, obviously. He was fighting with 157, one of our other cars, and we just said to them, work together and see if, because they was losing a bit on Ted, and I'm not sure who's in the one car. You know, and got changed, come back out, and I think it's either the drive shaft or gearbox. So, yeah, race gone now.
So they're going to bring it back. It'll be relatively quick fix.
We'll do a bit of testing.
You just want some luck, don't you?
Yeah, if we didn't have bad luck, we wouldn't have any, but there you go. So, yeah, it's just been unfortunate this year. So, I knew it was when we drew P13 on the grid, so there's something. So, yeah. So, listen, we'll get it back. It's one of them things. We just put whatever it needs, if we can fix it, and we'll go out and we'll go around, try and mix it with the rest of them. So, unfortunate, but we was on for a good day today.
All right, still a long way to go, mate.
It is. Cheers.
All right, thanks, Greg. That's Greg Evans from Axiometrics. Yeah, so we've got burst radiator for Skull Club, and we believe it could be a gearbox or a drive shaft issue for Axiometrics. Back to Scott and Rob.
Gutting.
Yeah, it is. That's a real shame, and you never want to see a team go out like that, particularly with gearbox. And to be fair, it's not often it happens either. These cars are pretty reliable in themselves, so mechanical failures like that are genuine, very few far between. It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
So that'll be something interesting to watch out for in any case. But it does mean, unfortunately, that two cars that would have been in contention at least for a good top 5, top 10 finish have now essentially fallen by the wayside. Axiometrics are effectively essentially out. Yeah. Technically so a Skull Club, but they might still try and fix it if they can. I guess the one comfort that we can take in some cases, the fluid that's gone down isn't anything like oil that we'd have to go and get the quick dry out for, because it's water. As you can tell me different. It's water or coolant, so therefore it's a little bit trickier.
Coolant is if it's like your standard road car coolant, It can sit on the surface of the truck and will probably still need a bit of speedy dry down, but it will evaporate a lot better than oil would. But it would still pose quite a bit of issues. As we see the UVO car getting worked on there, they've gone for a nose change on that. So with the using the proper tools there with the hammer as well. So lots of work being done to the nose cone of the UVO Hoffman's car. So the team making sure they get a new nose cone on that car. And I think at that point, they're just screwing in. Oh, there we go. The speedy dry is going down.
Okay. But that pit stop for UVO, yes, it's on the safety car. That's still relatively significant. They've had to come in. They're down in 19th now. In fact, not lower. So that essentially, I hate to say it, well, if they can get this car, well, they have to get this car out quickly. I'm looking outside my pit box right now to see if they have this gone out yet or not. But I'm not sure if they've gone past us already, if they're before us, our commentary position in the box here. But we'll have to wait and see. If they can get that, if they've got that car out before these guys have come back around again, that's at least a comfort for them that they've got the rest of the race. They've got 2.5 hours to get themselves back through. I think what they've also probably tried to do as well, and now I'm not sure, because right, UVO have got going again before the safety cars come through. That's a bonus, although they are being told to go quite slowly. Goodness me, that was a brave marshal. And going through the Crane curves. Right, now pit window's now open, so that wouldn't have counted as a pit stop for them, so they're going to have to come back in again to hand it over to Fabulous Randaccio again, because that was Farchini at the wheel. And I think the reason why the safety car is going that slow is to allow, I think, enough time for the marshals to get whatever quick drive they need to down to kind of dry out that coolant.
And scrub it into the coolant to make sure they soak up as much of it as possible.
Yeah, definitely so. So, before it goes a little bit crazy in pit lane very shortly, which I certainly probably will do this time by when they come back around again.
Yeah.
The running order at the moment, then, as it stands, then. So, Olympian Giardi currently lead the way from Morpheus Motorsport in second place. There's our top two just going through the shot now. Cars 1 and 195. GMR Eco currently in third place at the moment from Red River Sport in fourth. Then EDF Motorsports in fifth. Green Heat in sixth. GCI Racing seventh. FNS Morpheus Motorsport in eighth. PLR Racing ninth. And actually our Australians are up there, not doing too bad up there. In 10th position, that's the 99 car. That's the other one. That's the black Harvey's towing TFH racing car, which currently has Joshua Thomas at the wheel. He'll hand back over to Diesel Thomas once he comes in for his second pit stop. In terms of any other key teams that are maybe a bit further down the order than we anticipated, based on some of the fortunes that they've had or just how the pit stops have worked out. We've got Race Logic down in 13th place, Signature RV only down in 14th place, looking at their lineup of drivers, which is car 49. I mean, Marcus Clutton's been at the wheel of that car in that second stint and probably hasn't made the progress that I thought he would, given how quick Marcus is and how well established he is in cars like these. John Whitehouse is now at the wheel of that car, so he's now jumping in for stint number 3 to see what he can do in the Gulf liveried Signature RV machine. And the other teams that are further down, Rat is racing, and they were the other cars that went trailing through the gravel after the fluid initially went down, so they're currently down in 17th place. 19th, of course, now for Uwe Hoffmann, who did get out and are still on the lead lap, which is a blessing for them. They've now got the next 2.5 hours to try and carve their way back through it. I've no doubt they will, given it's still pretty close. We've still got 19 cars on the lead lap, so if they're all bunched together, it should work out pretty fine for them. At least try to get up there, at least try and get a top 5 or a podium, because that's a key thing. We're now at that point in the championship where you can't afford to have things like that happen, particularly when you're in a championship fight. I mean, if you looked at where they were in the points, it was pretty close in terms of where they were. If you look at the standings coming into the weekend, as I very quickly get them up on my screen, the championship standings coming into the weekend, it was 12 points separating them. This is going to be a massive boost for Olympian Giardi if they stay trouble-free, touch wood, given the fact their main rivals for the championship are now practically at the bottom of the top 20. So that's going to be a huge points gain for them going forwards.
Huge points gain, and the one thing that you cannot account for in any championship battle is what happened there with the Skull Club car dropping off fluid and having cars go off. You know, Lady Luck has got to come into this, Scott. Remember that. So if you have 4 or 5 cars go off the road, you saw the UVO Hoffman's car go off the road, and they've had to adopt and get a new nose cone on the car. So that then comes into it as well. And with I'm not sure. Do they adopt drop scores on this series?
I believe they do. Yes, I need to look.
So you go, and here we go. Most of the grid heads to the pits.
Unsurprisingly, so Jamie's he's got a lot more friends now for a few more seconds at this point in time, because practically everyone that's in fact, at least the top 13, 14, I'll keep counting, shall I? 15, 16, 17 cars. The TFH 262 car is trying to gain laps back. That hasn't come in straight away. That kind of makes sense. The teammates in 99 have. So essentially the first, at least the top 10 have all come in for their pit stops, and furthermore, so the vast majority have. The only ones that haven't are Morpheus 109, especially it's the teams that are trying to gain time back by not pitting immediately because they can get a lap back or something on top of that.
Yeah.
So which makes sense to do so, at least particularly under the safety car. So that's benefiting them. PLR Racing get out first. That's been a quick rapid pit stop. That was Red River Sport, who just beat. That's quite a switch around. So PLR Racing have been a big benefactor of that. A very quick turnaround for the pit stop. They've leapfrogged ahead of, well, practically everyone. Red River and Morpheus and also Olympian GRD. The 214C data car getting an extra little push to get along into the pit lane as it goes underway. This very much feels like I'm going to mention. It feels like the NASCAR pit stops under caution.
Oh, yes.
Everyone jumps in, but you've no idea what order they're going to jump out again, and it could be very jumbled up, and you can make big leaps depending on what you do. Uber have only just come out and made their pit stop. They're ahead of Ratters Racing and also the 220 FFS car as well.
Who I noticed have decided not to go for a new nose cone.
Yeah, they're soldiering on with the currently damaged one at the moment. There's the 97 car that's had a couple of drive-through penalties already. That's essentially the JPR hire car. It's entered under the name this weekend Fun Cup Tifosi. And that has Andrew Isherwood, Adam Fawcett and Steve Payne. This is now Andrew Isherwood getting back in. This will be his 2 stints done for this race, because he's then handing over to Steve Payne for the second one. And then Adam Fawcett is double stinting at the end of the race, which is interesting. So they must feel that Adam Fawcett is the fast 3. Oh. There's an engine in there somewhere.
They're trying to hit the starter, but these cars have got sequential gearboxes and they can be so difficult to get going into first gear,
particularly when the engine's hot, because that initially threw me back to and racing fans might know where I'm going with this. Nice 99 BTCC when Matt Neal made his pit stop.
Yes, when he stalled it.
He stalled it, and he was so cautious because he said in the interview that the engine was like red hot, and usually when you try to restart them, the cars are no good. Race cars are no good when you try to restart the race engine hot, because otherwise you could stall it and not get it going again. Thankfully, his fired into life, but it's tricky with the race car engine when it's burning hot, when it's been racing for a while and it stalls. You try and restart it, it's not that simple.
No, not so much. So we're going to get the full order then as we go through the timing lines since the pit stop. So your new race order with all the pit lane activity that has taken place. PLR Racing are currently out front in the lead. Red River Sports in second place, car number 200. Morpheus Racing in third, with Olympian GRD in fourth place. They have survived the pit stop, so we are in stint number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The TFH towing car, you can see on screen there, is in 5th place and expected to drop down way outside the top 10 or even the top 20, and that will promote the EDF Vape Club car to 5th, with GCI Racing 6th, Race Logic 7th, Greenheath 8th, Signature RV in 9th, and then in 10th place will surely fall the Seed Data car, and the Uvio Hoffman's car will come into 11th once everything is sorted. But you can hear from the microphones it is still quite windy out there. The clouds have lifted from our commentary box screen. There's a lot of sunshine out, but that weather that we were expecting hasn't arrived.
I was going to say, where's the rain that we were promised on the weather forecast? That hasn't turned up yet.
Like nothing has happened, and I've just checked.
I saw a forecast midweek said about 2 o'clock it was going to be thundery and lots of thunderstorms and grey and overcast and hot and miserable. It's beautiful September's Saturday afternoon here at Donington Park.
And before I came into the commentary box, I checked the forecast and it said exactly the same thing. Around 2-3 o'clock, the whole world was going to fall down, and yeah, it just hasn't.
And for a moment earlier on, it did actually start to get a little bit grey when we went through one of the interviews for Jamie. So pit window has now officially closed, but it was a bit grey, so I thought that was the point where we're going to get some of the rain. We were sat here expecting rain to happen, which is quite interesting. But interesting. What I've also just noticed as well going through the shot, and you might have noticed it on the stream as well, car 41, which is the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car, they've had to put some rudimentary number 41s on it with some tape, with a white front section. You'll see it if we get a close-up of it, if it goes through somewhere, if the director's possibly listening. Car 41, I want to take a look at this handiwork on the front end of the car, because they've put a new front section on it, but they've had to put numbers on it, and they've put just in tape 41, a big 41 on the bonnet as well, on the front section anyway, and I want to see that when it comes through. There it is, just the white car coming through the shot, middle of the shot right now. Donington Park staff as well, also quite heroic in being able to clear away some of the excess
speedy drives. They're making sure that it's seeping in and clearing up some of the stuff now. Now, if you're in that position, I'm sorry, but the child in me, you've got a whacking great leaf blower there. I'd at least try and use it to propel yourself forward a bit quicker. Is that just the childishness in me?
Yeah. Well, whilst you're ruminating out on that one, well, at memory, I'm going to head back to Jamie, who's got another interview for us. Who have we got?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I'm down with Johnny Molan from Red River Sport. And Johnny, that was a hectic stint from you, P20 up to P6, and Gareth's first stint was equally as busy, and great to have 27 cars out there.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It just shows you how hard Christian Rose in particular is working to get such good grids. I think that dangling that carrot of 10,000 for a rookie win is clearly working, although I can tell you, any rookies that come into this championship and win first time out, fair play to them, because this is incredibly competitive, and to come through as I did, it was just so difficult. I had to take everybody one at a time, because when you're in the slipstream, somebody behind you can tow up to you as you're trying to overtake someone else. Apologies to the V-Box car, because I don't know what happened there. I was overtaking down into the chicane. I was clear on his inside, I thought, and then he hit my left rear. I don't know if he had to turn in or whatever, but I didn't move the steering wheel, but I didn't like, that was the only bit of real contact I had. The Uvio car gave me a bit of a rub, but that's okay. Rubbing's racing, as they say. But no, I managed to get through, and then in the pit stop, we'd fueled in the first one, didn't fuel in the second, so we're running second overall now. So to be up in the front end of this field is impressive.
And we've also got the uncertainty with the weather. The wind keeps picking up, then dying down. How much is that affecting the balance on the car?
The wind, it doesn't really affect you, especially when you're in a slipstream with like 6 or 7 other cars. I don't know Donington that well, but I've been here for a while. I mean, about 25, 30 years, so I suppose actually I do Donington. And the wind's coming from a different direction to normal. We've got a bit of a tailwind coming down the back straight. I don't want to jinx it, but the clouds look quite high, so I don't know if we will get rain. If we do, it'll be a real sprinkle, I think. But Gareth and Bon are doing a great job, wet or dry, so we'll be okay.
And as we go green flag, plan for the rest of the race is just staying out of trouble and just hanging on.
Yeah, keep out of trouble. Obviously, pick every. I just treat every car in the race as a race. Get past him, then move on to the next one. Just work my way through. Gareth and Bon will do the same. Gareth obviously is really a rookie still. This is learning. You know, he started on the second row. We drew 4th in the grid. So for him to do another start and learn from that, he puts a lot of pressure on himself. But actually, this is what it's all about. Learning, you know, and he's learning massively and doing better and better every time out.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Johnny. That's Johnny Molan from Red River Sport. As we go green flag, it's back to Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much. Always good to hear from Red River Sport. In fact, actually, just as we said that, the Red River Sport got a problem. That car's got some kind of rear issue on that car. That was squirming around. Is that right rear that's gone or something? Or it's either that or couldn't get it stopped. Just as we cut back, the Red River Sport car was side by side with Morpheus. It lost out to second place. But something wasn't right on the rear of that car for a second. Either he was squirming around to get it stopped, or something's not right with that 200 car.
Well, we had the same issue with that car under brakes in the first stint before Johnny Molan got into the car. So whether it's just the way that Johnny's got the car set up, it's a little bit more sensitive under brakes on the back. But you could see it there. The rear is squirming. They're locking the rear brakes. And the car number 200. So Johnny Molan really is working to get the brake moderated on that car and can get it going well. But
it'd be Bonamy Grimes that won that, because he's just spoken to Johnny Molan in the pit lane.
Yeah. So what I was saying, Johnny Molan could clearly work with that issue,
right. Got it.
Being the professional racing driver, and now we've got effectively his students in the car that he's looking after, perhaps not coping with the issue as much.
Forgive, that was brain fade. I thought for a second you were talking as if Johnny was still in the car. When we just
he's a skilled driver, but he's not that skilled.
That's some Driver San Francisco stuff, that is.
Yes.
And those of you who know that game will know exactly what I mean. Anyway, back to the leaders. It's now PLR versus Morpheus, and Morpheus have now taken the lead now. So Neil Barrow's back at the wheel of the 195
and
car.
Vape Club have taken Olympian.
They have, interesting, and that interesting enough in who's stint 3 now. So that's Riley Phillips in his first stint in the car now. It's not fully up to speed yet, but sometimes it takes him a couple of laps to do to get those tyres properly back up to temperature. That could be intriguing. Now this is a tasty battle here. You've got a few of them here. Barnaby Grimes is not comfortable with how that car's handling at the moment, particularly in that 200 car. It is squirming around like anything.
There's clearly a brake issue there, or some sort. There's a balance issue somewhere.
Definitely.
Let's have a look at the car under braking again. So it's okay on the top of the hill. We're going to turn in and go down the straight. The telltale sign is going to be at the chicane.
Yeah, it's down the chicane here where we saw it the worst. We saw it a lap ago. You saw the car moving around a lot. So let's just see. I wonder if Signature RP just standing back thinking, what's going to happen here under brakes? Bonamy will hit the brakes. Let's see how this car performs.
Still squirming a bit.
Like
and there's a car down the inside as well.
And that was spooked him even further. There goes seed data. And it's also it's on corner exit as well. He's not happy either. Something's not right. And he's coming to the pit lane. So maybe it's more than just brakes. Maybe it is something else. But he only started doing that from what I saw more prominently just after Morpheus passed. But I don't know if there was any contact or not. They were very close. But there was that point just coming up the hill. So into the pit lane comes Red River Sport then.
Let's see.
Is it right rear puncture? I think it's a right rear puncture because I saw the right rear was down. It was almost flapping.
Yeah,
I think it's a right rear puncture.
A puncture or a suspension issue of sorts. They're getting the back end sorted out now. The team are going to work.
Either it's a puncture or it's suspension failure caused by a puncture.
Yeah.
Or the other way around.
Right, tyre coming up. Yeah, that is a puncture.
And I think that there's been a tiny little bit of a touch on rear wheels.
And it's damaged the wheel. If you look at the rim there, that's cracked the rim.
I think as they were close, I'm not clerk of the course, but from what I saw of that, it looked as though in some cases, a bit of an unnatural movement of that car when it was happening. I think there's been a touch between Morpheus and Red River, and it's damaged the right rear wheel and caused a puncture.
The good news is it's only flat in the bottom section of the wheel. So,
yeah.
That's the good news there, but they're getting that tyre changed.
And actually, now we know that. Fair play to Barnaby Grimes for handling 2 laps with that on the right rear. Fair play to him.
That is an absolute effort, and I think Johnny Molan will be looking on quite pleased that they've brought the car back in one piece relatively. So Red River Sport rejoins the race, albeit that's going to have some time back now, as just in time we have a look at our leaders, which is PLR Racing as they come into Redgate, Morpheus Racing hotly pursuing them, and the Vape Club car in 3rd place. Fantastic effort from the EDF Motorsport Run Vape Club car, fantastic from those guys, and we really look forward to see if they can get it on the podium for this race. An Olympian GRD, fastest lap, 4th place. They're there or thereabouts.
And unsurprisingly, out of the first 4 cars in the field, who do you think is fastest out of that top 4?
Ooh.
I was going to ask you without looking.
Without looking.
Just look straight at the timing stream.
Well, I just thought I'd have a little gander at the timing stream, but that EDF Motorsports car's flying. They've done a 1:24.8.
You're right.
The last time out. Team Olympian.
Why did I not spot that? Because I was looking more at Team Olympian, was rather than EDF. So, yeah, fair play to Simon Coles, who is absolutely saying that if
he's definitely had his Weetabix this morning,
and some. He's put some hot stuff on those Weetabix, that's for sure, because that thing is motoring along. So yeah, the 2 fastest men at the moment are literally the cars in 3rd and 4th, because 1st and 2nd holding each other up that much. It's giving the 2 cars behind the chance to start to reel them back in.
Absolutely. And the car on screen there, car number 1. This is all part of the plan, Scott.
It is.
That's what that's what we don't realise up here. We are just mere mortals up in the commentary box when it comes to Team Olympian.
It's all part of the Chris DeVell master plan. He's the one that's the master tactician. And in a nice way, I hope people won't mind me saying this, I think he bows to the fact that both Simon and Riley are the superior drivers, but he likes to play to that, and hence why he decided to go out first to give those fast drivers the time to be able to push forward. And to be fair, he had a decent first stint. He managed to pick himself up there, get himself mid-pack. It was a decent first stint from Chris. One of the better stints I've seen him do in recent times. So good effort from Chris to keep on developing his skill as a driver. But Riley Phillips, from what we've seen from no end, this man is arguably the fastest man on the grid. When you get him in the groove and he's really up there, he absolutely flies, and there is no one quicker in a Fun Cup car anywhere, which is pretty incredible. Whilst that was happening at Redgate Corner, there was a change to a lead, because Morpheus is now back in front of PLR after diving.
And look at Vape Club, they are really, really hot for this now. So Simon Cole in the Vape Club car, and he is the fastest out there at the moment. The 2 leaders are doing 1:25.2, 1:25.0. Last time around, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 1:24.7, and that is your lead pack going down into the chicane. Vape Club are going to see PLR Racing try and make a move down the inside of Morpheus.
Ooh.
There's a little little bit of uneasiness from the PLR car under braking.
That was hesitation starting from Ben Pitch. He thought he could make the move, then didn't and backed out of it. It's compromised his run off the corner, and now he's got EDF right alongside him as they come down the pit straight for second place.
Now, is it me, Scott? It's got a bit dark on the screen there.
Yeah.
The skies are clear in front of us, but is there a front moving in behind us that we can't see?
Possibly. If I look out to the commentary box to my left, it's looking more grey out there, but it's not dark as so. It's just more grey, more cloud cover.
Have we got weather on the way? We've still got over 2 hours to go in this endurance race as we see the Vape Club car fighting with PLR Racing, and Morpheus Racing are looking in the mirrors going, fantastic, you two get your castanets together, I'm going to head off into the lead. And the Olympian car in the background is like Jaws, it's just looking for its prey.
Yeah, that is quite essentially Morpheus Racing Neil Brode looking in the mirror and going, bye boys, bye bye, I'm going to go and charge up the field for a few seconds, still side by side for second and third. Up the inside again goes Simon Coles. This again is one of the best performances I've seen from Vape Club or ADF. They've been getting up there and becoming a regular, top 5, top 10 run and getting quicker and quicker. This is genuinely the best I've seen them ever in Fun Cup, which is great to see. Simon Coles and Vlad Vasiliev have found something. They've found a good groove with this 246 car, and it's working beautifully.
And EDF Motorsport, if you're listening to us, that is a fantastic job, team. Keep up the good work, because it's good to see that car. They have been great servants to the championship for a few years now, and it's great to see them get themselves a bit further up the grid. The car on screen there, car number 1 though, they're feisty, they're the wily old foxes, what can I say. Now, the last strategy was devised on holiday. Where do you think the strategy was devised for this one? Down the pub maybe?
I dare suspect, unless they're going to try and do it more and more extreme, so we're going to devise it in some way even more extreme in places that you wouldn't quite expect them to devise.
A bungee jump strategy, is that what you're saying?
What, whilst doing it?
Yes.
That'd be intriguing.
It would.
It'd certainly wake you up. Anyway, down towards the old hairpin. Still 2 hours. I'm Jamie not complaining when I say this. We've still got 2 hours and 18 minutes to go. We're going to be mad by the end of this. Wait, we are already. Anyway, enough silly talk. Back to the race. So we've got PLR Racing in 3rd position, continuing to chase on. This is now, of course, Ben Pitch. It's been quite an interesting combination, Ben Pitch and Neil Plimmer. They've always been in contention for race victories, particularly in recent times, but they haven't actually taken a race victory for a while now. It's quite intriguing.
No, they haven't. And what about Morpheus Racing? Because albeit they've managed to get a 2-second gap from the Vape Club car, that Vape Club car last time around, I mean, we look at the lap times, they're still amongst the battle pack, but the Vape Club car did have the ultimate pace over both PLR Racing and Morpheus Racing. Olympian are still sort of lurking there 3 seconds to the good from the main leaders as well, and Greenheath have got themselves up to 5th place, but they are 9 seconds back from the leader, and we got a car off. Who's that?
That's Team FFS, I think, that's off the road and tracking its way through the gravel.
And that splitter's definitely removed from the car now.
Well, what splitter? There isn't any left. So
the remnants are definitely gone now.
I'd like a new front section, please. This one's had it. So into the, and also so the rear parts are starting to fall off as well by the look of it, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
But as we move on towards the second half of this 3rd stint, towards the halfway point in this 8th round of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, again, there's some teams that you'd expect to be at the front and some that you wouldn't have expected necessarily immediately, but are starting to prove their points here. I should also point out as well, I want to try and keep up and see if I can find the progress of Uvio, because of course they were back in 19th after their pit stop. They're now up to 15th, so they've made up 4 spots in this stint so far. So Fabulous Randaccio is getting the hammer down. And in terms of the cars around him, his last lap was a 1 minute 25.2, but the cars around him are only lapping either on his pace or slightly slower. For context, the car ahead of him is the 62 TFH Racing, one of the two Aussie teams. There is Uvio, in fact. Their last lap was a 125.270. Team Ratters Racing did a 126.475, and then Rivals and Signature did high 125s as well. So pace-wise, the car that's going with them, ironically, they're actually the Aussies are running at the same pace as Uvio. Again, either they're nursing something or something's not right, but I have to say, I've said it before, this race isn't very Uvio-like. This is not Uvio-type pace that I'd expect to see from them.
Well, the first part was very Uvio-like. They were right up at the front as we see
Ratters.
More squeezing going on. Team Ratters Racing really in the wars.
And that's the 105 Morpheus car right behind, the 109 Morpheus car right behind them, and they're being pushed along by Uvio. So again, that was another case of them just trying to find the apex, couldn't quite get it turned in properly, getting all out of shape and offline, and that just compromised them on the corner exit and lost not 1 but 2 places. So they've really lost more than that, in fact, lost about 3 or 4. 2 spots lost to both Harvey's towing TFH, the Aussies, and also to Uvio as a result of that. So Uvio now... No, they didn't actually. It was both actually of the TFH racing cars. They both found themselves on track together, which is interesting. So the 2 Aussie teams are now nose to tail for 12th and 13th place.
Yeah, certainly that £10,000 prize is not to be this time around. Is that a car slowing? Is that the Fun Cup car slowing?
That's the Fun Cup Tifosi car, probably just getting out of the way of the back markers because it's far down the order, outside the top 20 in 22nd position. It's 2 laps down. It's probably just some smart driving to keep it out of the way. That was Fabrice Randaccio showing the edge of the road to 109, which currently has at the moment Steve Walton at the wheel. So showing in the way. But yeah, I don't think it's worth maybe having a chat with Farkini or Zoe, because this doesn't seem like a typical Uvio performance. Either they've either got to be nursing something, or just the pace is a bit more ferocious, that they're settling in a bit more, or just we know they've had their off at the old chicane, at the old hairpin, which hampered them a bit, had to change the front section. So yes, there is that. But in terms of general pace, either they're nursing something, or just today's not their day, because something's not regular with that Uvio car. So they're running at similar sort of pace. I know these cars are evenly matched as well, but we typically see Uvio charging through, making up places, going towards the front. This is not the Uvio performance that I would expect them to have, at least at this point of the race. Yes, there's still, just over half the race to go, and things could obviously change in pit stop strategies when they're still on the lead lap, but they need some luck and maybe a couple more safety cars to work out, as that was the 62 TFH racing car. They got very sideways at the compression at the second part of the Craner curves and just about kept it on the road. But yeah, maybe Jamie should have a quick investigation of Uvio, to have a chat with them and see basically is everything okay, because this doesn't seem like a typical Uvio performance that we've seen in the past.
Sounds like they might need a bit of an arm round them, and just to ask if everything is okay. But I love this little battle pack of cars with the signature RV, very much the meat in the sandwich. And a big shout out to Card 251, the rivals there that you could see, the second car on that screen, the 2 Caterham drivers of Patke and Larby, Larby being the man taking the stint there, Matt Larby that is, and they have got themselves into the top 10, so a fantastic effort. But at the moment they are fighting with the rare vinyl car also, trying to get themselves turned in, and that's one of the Australian cars just having a little squeeze on the signature RV car as well.
And there's the teammate Australian car being pushed along now with a very similar livery car of Uvio. Of course, it's very similar paint schemes between them. Down the pit straight they go. It's 2x2 hurrah, like Noah's Ark into Redgate. This is Rare Vinyl and the rivals together battling over 9th and 10th. You enjoyed that.
I did.
And then we've got Signature RV battling away with, that's the other Australian car, 62, and then you've got that's the first of them, and then the 99 car is battling with Uvio, and then behind them it's 105 and Ratters Racing. So 8 cars battling over positions. That's 9th down to 16th between them, and lots of scraps going on. Who said Fun Cup racing was dull? Me? No. Never. Because ultimately, I did mention it before, it'd be like an accordion effect, where things would spread out and there'd be little battles here and there, but this has been quite a pace between all these different teams, and there's a lot of cars staying up. There's still 18 cars on the lead lap. That's more than half the field, which is actually pretty phenomenal at this stage in the race.
Astonishing for an endurance race. We are nearly halfway through now, and we've got cars fighting like this, and this is the back end of the top 10, and these cars are fighting for every single inch of the track. Nearly 4 wide going down the straight over a bit of rubble as well. The TFH car 3 abreast into the chicane. This is going to go really bad if they're not careful.
That's the Aussies side by side, and 62 wins the whole shot into the S's. 99 backs out of it. That 99's got currently Diesel Thomas at the wheel, and he's now battling with Fabulous. Also, the other drivers are in the mix here. You've got John Whitehouse in the 49 signature car. The Ratters Racing car has John Ratcliffe at the wheel. The 105 9 car has Steve Walton back at the wheel of that too. And also should mention as well the Rivals car, which has now got Matt Larby currently at the wheel of it too. And then just ahead of them, whoops, that's the 158 car. That's Summers Racing back off again. They're the ones that got stuck at the S's in the gravel that brought out the first safety car.
And if that's going up the hill towards McLean, thank the Lord that got going again, because that was on the racing line at that point.
So thankfully that car's got back going again under its own steam.
A very strange area to go off though, to have the spin.
And just in front of that massive battle pack that's coming through now, battling for 9th place backwards. I should also mention as well, the 257 Rare Vinyl car now currently has Brian Heary back at the wheel of it. 62, which is the white TFH racing Aussie car. That car now has currently Scott and Brscc at the wheel. And then the other battle pack is in there too, with some other fighting going on down the order. One team that I've always noticed, and they do this quite regularly in Fun Cup, that are very steadily and very quietly moved up the order, is GCI Racing, because they started on the random grid draw quite far back. They were 26th on the grid on the random grid draw. Through a couple of those pit stops, in fact, now they've moved up another spot, in fact, actually. That's interesting.
We've got some information here from Jamie Peters-Ennis. So
and it's as I suspected, and Jamie did list this on our team sheets, and they suspected it might happen. So Chris DeVell and Simon Rudd have swapped round their stints. So, in actual fact, this apparently now is. So this is Christopher and Riley Phillips. That means that stints 3 and 4. Right. So this is now Chris DeVell in the car for stint 3. So the strategy is now he's put Riley in, put Riley, Simon and Riley in for the final 3 stints. So the 2 faster drivers are going to be in for the second half of the race, because they know they want to try and get themselves up the order in 4th. They're only 2 seconds off the lead, but they don't want to just take this lead. They want to guarantee it, and they want to dominate.
And they've got the fastest lap of this race. Talking about the battle pack, look at this. We have got the leaders of the race, Morpheus, and down the inside into the chicane, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, signed, sealed, delivered, posted, done. Fantastic move down into the chicane from the Vape Club car as part of this battle pack, and here we go. It's 3 for the lead, and down the inside now PLR Racing. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bit of this. 3 abreast for the lead into Redgate nearly. Down the inside, Vape Club get the position back. Morpheus Racing into second. Are they going to get the switch back now? Down the Craner curves, side by side. PLR Racing still in the background having a look at this. The Olympian GRD car fancies a bit of it as well. And in the background there, I'm pretty sure they are not on the lead lap. Is the Red River Sport car? No, they are a lap down in 19th place, but they fancy a bit of this as well.
That's Barnaby Grimes, of course. He pitted after that damage to the right rear wheel, so he's now on the tail of them, but he's showing he's just as quick. So driver-wise, in terms of the order in right now, this is Simon Coles versus Neil Burrows versus Ben Pitch versus Chris DeVell. And if it is Chris DeVell in that car first in, fair play to him for the pace to keep with them. This is really good stuff from Chris.
And the other thing that we haven't mentioned so far today, Chris DeVell, of course, is a master. And we've got lots of cars eligible for Masters points in this and as part of the Masters Championship.
Well, Olympian also lead the Masters points conveniently, as well as the overall table, of course, the fact they've got Chris who's eligible for it. So they're in line for both titles at this point, which is quite interesting. Down the hill they go. Here's this other squabble that's going on for 9th backwards. Still Rev Vile holding on, but this is the 62 car, the TFH Racing, one of our 2 Aussie teams getting in the mix. They've got the rivals just behind them with Matt Larby at the wheel, and now trying to carve their way through again. Looks to be Fabulous Randacha. He's now got the second of the TFH Racing cars, and he's going back up the inside. These Aussies give as good as they get, don't they?
Absolutely. This is fantastic racing. Lots of slipstreaming. Left, right, left. Let's try the chicane now. Let's try and get through it in one piece. Hard on the brakes. Turn in. Nice and tucked in and through. Oh, Scott, 9 in a battle pack. Fighting for position doesn't get any better than that, does it?
And we've still got 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. If it's like for the rest of it, bring it on. This is brilliant. And again, I hope if anyone's watching that's been a bit of a naysayer of Fun Cup or not quite sure about it, I hope you're watching this and realising this is how good it gets even halfway through the race with this many cars on the lead lap. This is brilliant close wheel-to-wheel racing as Uvio very rudely shoves one of the Australian cars out. Welcome to Fun Cup. Ush, out the side it goes.
Yeah.
At Redgate.
Certainly a bit of Anglo-Australian rivalry there as well. It's akin to the Ashes at points around the Donington Park circuit. I think at that point, and the Aussies get it all wrong.
Oh, and that's damage to the front splitter, and he was way too hot into the right-hander. He's literally gone rally crossing all over the gravel. He's managed to track his way through, though. I'm sure he's driven and had to tough it out through rougher terrain in Australia, I'm certain.
Oh, there we go. So we have some breaking news, Scott, from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane. So with Uvio, he's gone down and spoken to the team. They have a front right damper issue, they believe. That will really affect handling around this circuit, especially under load Craner curves.
There we go then. So my suspicions were correct. So ultimately there is some kind of a not quite right. And actually, if you look at it very carefully, I thought for a second, if you look at the UV car, I thought it was ever so slightly, I mean, it's just the angle of the splitter.
Now,
it's
if we have a look under braking,
angling.
let's have a look under braking and see what kind of attitude the car takes. The problem is you can't really see what corrections the driver is doing inside the car, but if that is if it's a horrible feeling damper, that car will not be feeling great to drive. So the driver will be driving through the problem. as we see this battle pack kind of disperse. Get ready, go into Redgate. The wind has picked up, and it has got a bit dull around the circuit. There are pockets of blue sky, which we could see from our commentary position, but there is some cloud around, Scott. We've still got 2 laps. We've still got 2 hours left, let alone 2 laps. I'm wondering what else this has for us this weekend. Will the weather come?
Yeah, I did think it was getting slightly unusually darker already at this point in time in the afternoon, at 20 to 4 in the afternoon. Then again, we are in September, so it's, I suppose, getting a point of the year where it's getting a little bit darker. But even so, this is now Matt Larby putting the pressure on to Brian Heary as they come up the hill. And now here comes Fabulous, who thinks, I've had my fun in the mid-pack here. I'd like to go around the outside. Thank you very much. And he goes now into what is now 10th place. So Rare Vine have lost literally 2 spots as many corners thanks to that. So around the outside, there you go. And that's another position gained. And now also another position trying to make up also here is the 62 car. That is Scott Andriska, who's trying to pick his way through. But snaking left and right. I did think for a second, it looks like it sits pretty flat now. I did think for a second that the UVA car was almost sitting down a little bit on its left-hand side, but I think it's just at the angle of how the splitter is when they fitted it. So it's, in any case, but a close-up shot of the back end of the car to have a look and see if there's anything that looks a bit untoward. The initial answer suggests not on the outset, but of course UVA know what problem they've got, so they're just trying to nurse it. And up the inside goes Fabulous to take another position, and that now puts him into 9th place with about 4 minutes to go until we reach half distance and the opening of the 3rd pit window.
There's certainly no holds barred here racing as well. The rivals round the outside with the Australians and with the... I was just trying to work out what's going on there with these battle packs. They're either down the inside, left, right, outside, inside, behind, in front. It's unreal as we see more cars here towards the back. Is that one of the Morpheus racing cars there in the centre? Oh no, that's Greenheath, my apologies there. And that's the car currently in 5th place. The C Data car right ahead of it and GCI Racing. So the battle you can see in front of us, that is a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th place overall. As we see 214 hard on the brakes, turns in, and the C Data car is another team at Brands Hatch, showed so much promise and was one of the lead occupiers early in the Brands Hatch race. So they'll be looking to get a good position. We've got more track limits penalties going out, as we could see on screen there. We could see the black and white flags in the background. Nothing's coming up on our timing screens, but there's more track limits warnings going out. I'll just check my timing screen and see what we have. Bear with me. TSL timing being a little bit slower than usual today. But with 2 minutes left of the first 2 hours of this 4-hour Fun Cup endurance. As we see Greenheath still hotly pursuing the Seed Data car. So if we just do a roundup of the top 10, we've got the EDF Motorsport Club Vape car leading the race from Morpheus Racing car number 195. They are desperate for a result in this race. They won on the road at Brands Hatch. They got demoted after a trip to the stewards. An Olympian GRD. Can they make it the 5 first, Scott Woodworth? Can they make it the 5?
I think it's possible, given the fact that they are going to put Simon and Riley in for the final 3 stints combined. I think it certainly is possible. So Riley will get 2 stints, and of course Simon will get his second. So effectively, Chris Devell's stint will be done. His job will be done for the day once he finishes this stint in the next minute and a half plus change, whenever they decide to pit. GRD, of course, do have that fastest lap of the race as well. That should earn them, if they keep it, an extra point. So if they do win, it'll be 71 points, the maximum you can score. And it's still pretty close between that top 4 in the mix. In fact, there it is. Back and forth here. Simon Coles still trying to hold back the tide here as Neil Burrows continues to put the pressure on in car 195. And Chris Devell keeping in that mix in 3rd position, along with Ben Pitch in 4th. And the Red River Sport car obviously showcasing what could have been had they been able to pick up a good, to not have the dramas they had earlier on, but still trying to work his way as best as possible to get themselves towards the front.
So on screen now, 1, 2, 3, 4, and in the lap down. And fair play to the Red River Sport car is kept with this lead pack. And to be honest, if you're in that Red River Sport car now, we've got the pit window open as well, so the pit stops will start to take place. But the fact that Johnny Molan got the car into a great position, you had another driver change. All of a sudden, you then have the issues that came with Bonamy Grimes with the wheel. And they've changed the wheel, they've got the car back out. And at that point, you just finish off your stint. Tell you what, I'll hold on to the lead pack. We'll just keep ticking those laps over, getting the good lap times in. And there we go. But on screen at the moment, the Vape Club car, and it's down to EDF Motorsports now to get the job done in the pit lane. That will be the next job for the car there. We are seeing a lot of cars using that green runoff, and I'm wondering if there's a few cars falling foul of the track limits. Again, nothing on my screen from race control. No, still nothing from race control in terms of black and white flags, apart from the test message that was put out about 20 minutes ago. But certainly looking out of our commentary box window, the marshals have been busy on the start-finish straight putting out messages for track limits, so there is something going on in the background.
Yeah, definitely, but hopefully it's nothing too untoward, hopefully.
Yeah, nothing for us to miss out on, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, past half distance then in round 8 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and EDF Motorsport now continue to lead as we go into the third pit window with a 0.3 of a second margin at the moment in this leading group of 4 between Morpheus Motorsport in second place, PLR Racing in third, and these guys right here, which is PLR Racing in Olympian in fourth place, and they are now, as Christopher, I think that was Christopher jumping out, I think it was, yep, so he's now out of the car, and this means that Riley Phillips, I'm going to call him Rapid Riley Phillips because he is incredibly rapid at the wheel of a Fun Cup car anytime he gets into it. He now jumps in to take over that car from fourth place. Seat Data currently hold fifth ahead of Greenheath in sixth position. GCI Racing currently seventh ahead of Race Logic having a quiet race in eighth. GCI and Race Logic haven't been too spectacular. I don't mean that disrespectfully at all. They've just had a very quiet and simple race, kept their noses clean, kept out of trouble as you'd expect them to do. And they're up there in seventh and eighth positions. Also, Uvia back on the recovery again. I say they're only 23 seconds off the lead. So even with a damper issue, they're not that far back. And another safety car in a pit window could genuinely give them a massive help, as we see Signature leave again with a screecher tyres. But Uvio are not that far away from the lead. So it's definitely possible for them to stay in contention.
Absolutely possible. They're not letting their suspension issues dampen their race, that's for sure. No pun intended. Actually, no, I lie. It's very much intended. Car number 220 into the pits with no splitter on the front. They're electing not to change the front nose cone of that car.
Just notice 221's back out as well. That's the Skull Club car will have the burst radiator.
Fantastic effort by the Skull Club car.
And I think they've been out for a while, I'm guessing, because they've just come into the pit lane and they've now got ahead and just refuel. I think they've gone back out. So that car back underway once again. Obviously, several laps down, so they're way out, but they're 10 laps down off the lead. Speaking of the lead, this is the scrap here between the two of them. EDF on the right, Morpheus on the left. This is going to be now Simon Coles again, battling away with Neil Burrows. Burrows throws it back up the inside into the old hairpin and holds on to the place for the time being as they turn their way over the curve and up the hill through Starkey's, back through Schwantz curve again. Team FFS leave once again, still with a damaged front splitter. They're obviously thinking that not having a front splitter isn't causing them too much drama, so they're just simply holding on and enjoying themselves more than taking it too seriously. So leaders make their way back towards Coppice once again. And I wonder which of these kind of three cars are going to blink next, because of course it'll be down to pit stops. They're going to take an Uvio-esque strategy of pit right at the end of the window once they've gone past the pit lane closed board. They could do that. What they've got to think about now, though, is again another attempt of a move from EDF Motorsport. There's a 99 Aussie squad of...
That's the Thomases.
Yep, that's Diesel and Joshua Thomas, and that will now be Joshua getting back in, and Diesel will have relinquished the driver's seat, and they're also changing the nose section. That will have been after the excursion they had X'd in the old hairpin, so they're going to change that and take their time, not take their time, but do it quickly enough to try and give them some more confidence on internally in terms of downforce that they've got. whilst
All
EDF
fighting
and
for the
Morphos,
lead.
whilst Morphos and EDF Motorsport cannot leave each other alone.
No, they're just doing the old switcheroo. Tell you what, I'll go the outside, you go the inside this time. We'll go side by side down the crane and curves again. Of course we will. And Morpheus was like, yes, and I will send it up the inside because I can. And the EDF Motorsports run Vape Club car is just taking it all in its stride. But PLR Racing sat there ready to pounce in third place. And the Greenheath car, 9 seconds to the good. And that car, number 2, oh, that's the Fun Cup car, and that is parked on the apex. Oh, we've had a pair of cars come into strife there. So that is the 158 car.
And that's Summers again. That's the third incident they've been involved in.
But I am really concerned as to the position of car number 97. That is right on the exit. And that is McLean's?
That's exit McLean's, yeah. Now,
is that got a steering issue?
I think so. I was thinking that as well because that car's tried to move, but the steering with his hard left, the leaders are still battling away, kind of oblivious to this. It's back up the inside for the lead. Goes Neil Burrows to put the Morpheus car back into P1. Ooh, and right there, Rev River Sport is just getting involved in with PLR Racing. Yeah, there they are, a couple of laps down. They're not really fussed by that at all. They're just getting involved and having fun. Now, what's interesting is if this does become another safety car. But actually, if it does become another safety, no, they've got it going. So they've got going, and it's probably just trying to get it refired, which, as we talked about, sometimes race engines, when they're hot, can be quite difficult to restart. So they've got it going again. So no need for any kind of a safety car or any kind, as the pit lane becomes more of a hive of activity. 109 is in, Greenheath is in as well. Also, so is the Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith car as well. No, in fact, that car just has Jamie Price, Paul Ellis and Paul Teller. No Wendy Ellis Smith this weekend. She might be preparing for the finale of Supersport Endurance next weekend. When, of course, her and Paul will be in the, if they are racing, they'll be in the Mini Coopers, try and keep themselves in the top 3 in their respective class.
Greenheath team happy to get the change done. And I'll tell you what, if I was part of the Greenheath squad, I would be extraordinarily happy with their position at the moment. They sit 5th at the moment. Of course, we've got to wait for the pit stops to change over before we know the real running order that you see on the screen, but our current leaders are on screen, and that is the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports out front, Morpheus Racing in 2nd place and PLR Racing in 3rd, and the Red River Sport car is still sticking with them. Fantastic.
And Greenheath, another one of those teams where they don't always aren't the flashiest out on track. They always put on the biggest show, and again, I don't say that negatively or disrespectively, but they are they're very simple in how they go about their race. They don't do anything too extravagant, which is interesting. This is another interesting battle. This is now a battle for position now between 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and then we've got Sir Riley Phillips not wasting any time in 11th. Red River Swart pits, even though they're a couple of laps down, so they're in for their 3rd stop of the race, and they are taking fuel.
And who is due to go back in that car? So it's Gareth Williams, by the look of it. He's going to take control of that car. Johnny Molam is going to be last man standing for the Red River Sport team.
That's a lot of fuel going into that car. I think it looks like if it was 2 full turns, that's a lot of fuel going in. So Red River either banking on another safety car to help them get a lap back or so, or just trying to get to the end of the race and take advantage if they can. Still, this battle pack here is in the mix, and this is what's nice is that yes, typically PLR and Morpheus, as we expect them now, are up towards the front. In a nice way, it's good to see that the EDF car is now becoming a genuine bona fide contender for race victory now, because they're doing a fine job up there in the lead. It's really good. This is getting a bit tasty here. You see the Summers Racing car that's had all sorts of trouble today, just trying to stay out of the way and do its own race on the outside line. And several cars come barrelling past it up at McLean's, including the defending champions and points leaders. Now with Riley Phillips as its incumbent, and chasing after Race Logic. So the new current champions battling against the older champions. And not in terms of age, in terms of like simply just years gone by. They've been champions in the past.
I was going to say, you're commenting on ages there.
I wouldn't dare the thought. I believe that's Julian Thomas. Yeah, Julian Thomas, who is a real stalwart of not just Fun Cup, but also there's a lot of historic racing these days. One of the cars he does have that I do think I'm quite fond of in his collection, I'm certain he has. He does have a bona fide ex-Andy Rouse caliber Ford Sierra RS500, which I've always found to be quite a nice machine. As somebody in the background there was quite sideways. That was one of the back markers.
Bit of Tokyo drifting going on there into the old hairpin. Steady on there, chaps. Steady on there.
It was Tokyo something.
And how long before this leading trio head towards the pit lane then? We're going towards the end of the pit lane window.
I was about to say guilty party, but not that guilty. What is 157? It was the GMR Eco car, and that now has at the wheel of it 157. That now has John Perrott, so he's back in for his second and last stint.
So set up for that car. So if John Perrott is at the wheel of that, that means Gracie Mitchell would have just handed over duties, and she's due to get into the car on the last stint, so she is bringing the car home.
So pit window is now closed, so now you can remember you can pass the pit window closed board once, but you can only pass it once. You have to come in on the next time around, otherwise you will incur a penalty.
So EDF Motorsports want this lap to be the cleanest they possibly can for the Vape Club car. They don't want any messing around. They want to be able to come into the pit lane, nice sharp pit stop, get back out in the lead. The lead now is 20 seconds from our old favourites, the UVO Hoffman's car.
I will say this could be quite an interesting three-way battle in the pits between these cars when they come in.
It needs to be a very sharp pit stop, because if you look at the timings certainly on screen, the Olympian GRD car is only 25 seconds to the good, so they have got to be in, driver change, fuel done and out in 25 seconds.
Absolutely. And through all of this, even though grass they haven't pitted yet, UVO have now risen up to 4th now, so they're still loosely in contention of things, but of course they're still going to make their 4th pit stop. That's the key thing I should suffix that with. So there is our Australian Team 62. This will be Brscc handing over to Brandon Madden. And that stop continuing as it should. Now then, here come the top 3, and just as clockwork, 1, 2, 3, all in together. This should be interesting. So I'm sure Jamie is eagle-eyed and ready to watch this trio of pit stops. So in they all come together then. So the top 3 in the race, EDF Motorsport, Morpheus Racing and PLR, all in together. They are the last pit callers in this 4th stint, and straight in there, look. Out one side, in another, get Neil Plymouth strapped in, and the captain will be on his way very shortly. And that looks like a really nice slick pit stop. That's good stuff from PLR.
Fantastic work from PLR Racing.
And they have got ahead of EDF. Yes, they've just about beaten them. So really slick pit work from PLR Racing.
Oh,
the director in the ear is thinking they're not sure his door's closed. We think possibly. Let's have a look. I think it is now. So he was having a bit of trouble trying to close it in his urgency to get away. But it looks like that the door is now closed, but at least it seems like it. EDF have gone through and come out second. Where are Morpheus? Because Morpheus must be way far back. Either their pit stop was that quick, which I don't quite believe, because that was still quite a rapid pit stop for PLR Racing, or they've had a shocker of a pit stop and they've lost several seconds and they're way behind.
Can't see them anywhere on the screen, which is quite worrying. So have they...
there they are.
There they are.
They're way behind. I'm not sure what happened there with that pit stop.
They must have taken on fuel.
Yes, I just realised that as you started talking, they might well have taken fuel. I think you're absolutely right.
But does that mean that they have potentially fueled towards the latter end of the race? So they've got a big middle stint coming up. And who would they have in their car now with Morpheus?
That would be, I think that's Ted's second stint now, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Ted Bradbury. Oh no, Neil Burrows, so he's double stinting according to this. He's doing 3 and 4. So it could well be that Neil got out of the car, jug of fuel, glug, 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 and away he goes again.
So they're adopting a similar strategy to a couple of other teams where they're just double stinting a couple of drivers, because Ted Bradbury's going to go in for a double stint at the end.
Yeah.
He's got to save some energy for his MX-5 races tomorrow.
Well, you know. But we do have it from Jamie Peters in his car, 146 and 246, no fuel.
So there we go. Neil Burrows thinking that there's giving someone the hurry up, and then there's I think he wants him to get on with it, either just push him along, because he's literally had the front end of that 195 car shoved under the gearbox of Greenheath, then darts out and takes the place. That'll be him up into 4th place. And through all of this, guess who's risen to the top out of all of this?
Olympian GRD.
Absolutely. 7.5 seconds now once all the stops are shaken out. So the current championship leaders, defending champions, and 4-time winners on the bounce are going for the 5 in a row. I don't think we've got a definitive answer. Maybe Jamie's listening can possibly try and find it out if he can. Maybe from Paul or Christian Rose. I don't think we've had, at least not for a long, long time, at least, I don't think we've had, at the long time at least, if not ever, a Fun Cup team win 5 races in a row. Of course, it's difficult enough to win 1 or 2 back-to-back unless you're a very quick team. But to do it 5 times, that's quite an achievement to show what kind of team you are.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
5.
and one that I'm sure would come up with, well, you never know, the Fun Cup administration team would potentially be looking to get a prize fund for the amount of winners in a row. I'm pretty sure that 5 victories is quite a tasty one. Maybe that's worth a few drinks in the bar afterwards.
I imagine so. And whilst we ponder that, let's head back down to Jamie in the pit lane. He's got another interview for us. Who have you got, Jamie?
Thanks, Scott. I've got Simon Coles from Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. That was a mega stint, mate. You were hanging on, and it's busy out there, isn't it?
It is, mate. I cannot tell you how much I enjoyed that. And the Morpheus were really fair. We were sort of giving each other hand signals and so on as we were going round. There's some places we're a lot quicker, there's some places they're a lot quicker. Whenever I got a touch of a gap, I was just trying to work on the places they were clearly quicker if I was dropping any time. But really enjoyed that. I'd have stayed out for 2 stints if I could.
And the thing is as well is you almost don't want to battle. You want to work with them to try and get a gap and then pounce when you need to.
Yeah, but if you can tow and then not necessarily defend, it didn't always work like that, but sometimes it did. Then actually you can help each other. You saw 2 lead changes a lap, and actually we can use each other's sort of pace. I think that's the first time I've had that. So yeah, fair play. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Got Vlad's out there now. I mean, have you been able to say anything to him over the radio on track conditions?
No, not at all. I hope he's got a big smile, and I hope he's had a Red Bull like I've got before he gets in. So EDF have prepped such a good car. This is one of the best cars, I think, Fun Cup cars I think I've driven. So now you see us at the front, just fingers crossed. We're still after that podium. I've said it before. I don't want to jinx it, but you know, from here, maybe a chance.
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, mate. Let's pop up to Uvio because I understand Uvio have gone into the garage. We must stress, obviously, other energy drinks are available. So let's quickly run up to the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport garage. They're certainly making me work down here in the pit lane today here at Donington Park. So we'll just quickly see where Uvio are. There's a lot of banging and going on down in the pit garage. We're just down here now. They are working on that right front corner that we heard that may be a damper issue on the 225 car. So they're just working on it now. Scott and Craig are on it straight away. They've got the upright off the car and they're just working on it. Let me see if I can have a word with Farkini now. You said to me earlier it was a damper issue. Is it getting worse?
No, it broke. So it actually collapsed on my outlap. So yeah, at least we know what it is now. I don't know why they always give me the dangerous car to drive. They go, I don't know what's wrong with it. Go out and drive it, and then it breaks. But anyway, look, it is what it is.
So now it's just going to be a case of just picking up the points.
Yeah, we'll go out and have fun. See how long it takes. We might go to the pub instead.
Well, hopefully not. I want you to finish the race.
Well, I don't know. It might be a nicer afternoon in the pub.
All right, well, I'll let you cook in there because it's pretty warm. Right, thank you, Farkini, as I shut the door. Let me have a word with Ben Pitch as well, because he had a mega stint in his 146 PLR car. I've just got Ben here for a quick chat. We'll just come out of the garage. As they've already, if you look, they've replaced the damper and upright already on the 225 car. Ben, I think we can say that was hectic.
Yeah, it was hectic. The first stint was hectic, second stint was hectic as well. I don't know whether we played a bad move there or we played that well, but I wasn't getting involved in any of the scrap that was happening ahead, so I was happy just to kind of follow those guys. And then they Olympian pitted for Riley, and in hindsight we should have pitted Neil and then used Riley to pull us up the road. But anyway, it was fun watching while I was sat behind them, and it was busy. What got us in that position though was a mega stop. Because we jumped from, I don't know, 6th, 7th to the lead, just on pace of pit stop alone.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the start you took a corner of the splitter off. We were trying to work out how you did it.
I don't know. I didn't have any contact at the front. I had a couple of knocks from the rear. I suspect it was the horrendous curbs up at the last chicane. But the car felt fine, and it had the pace, but the team decided to come in under the safety car and change it so that we're in good shape for situations like this. It was a bit nerve-wracking because I was questioning the decision on the radio, but you know, it's a long race, Fun Cup, so a lot can happen in 4 hours.
Absolutely, and obviously we're all looking at the sky because we understand 20 minutes down the road it's absolutely pouring down.
Oh, great, that's exactly what we want. Perfect.
Absolutely, and we've got to say, Ian's wife, get well soon, because we understand you're recuperating at home, and that's why Ian's not here, but we see he's on the tablet, still barking the orders, isn't he?
Yeah, good. Hope Kat gets well soon. You can't keep Ian away, so he's here virtually, if not in person.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Ben. Cheers. Back to Scott and Rob.
Well, first of all, shocking news on the UVO car, absolutely shocking news, but if Farkini wants to get the first round in, I'm all for it, Scott. What do you think?
You did not just make that pun.
Might have done.
But one thing I was going to say on that one is when we're laughing at the fact he wants to go to the pub. That is an example of just how unseriously OVO take the Fun Cup Championship. Case in point, here a couple of years ago, I've told this story before. So they were battling away with PLR Racing, I think for position or for the victory, or some kind of position that they were going for. And ultimately there was a collision that saw the two of them come together, and it happened right at the exit of the final chicane. Now, if you're a driver usually, you'd be disappointed, you'd be gutted, you'd be upset, you'd be angry. What was Farkini doing on the pit wall? Watching it and laughing his head off, because he couldn't believe it had happened. And that's how unseriously they take it. But there's such great characters in the paddock, both Fabulous and Farkini. And they do simply go to weekends where they don't even bother testing. They just turn up, they know the car's good, they know how quick they can be in it, they just drive, and think, right, what's the circuit? Donington? Fine. Go and put some good laps, they can be up there towards the front. And they've still been getting second and third places. They haven't won a race all season, in fact, actually, if I'm correct. If we look at their point standings. No, they haven't. They've had 4 second places on the bounce compared to Olympians' 4 wins on the bounce. And even then, if they don't make it and make it back out and don't really score too much in terms of points, they'll still gain back essentially 64 points because they do gain back a drop score. So ultimately, they'll still be taking back the equivalent of points for 4th, which is not too bad anyway. They have to drop that kind of worse score. So it's not all doom and gloom for UVO, but it has made their task a little bit harder going towards the last doubleheader at Oulton Park next month.
Especially as the team on the screen now, Olympian GRD, are out front in the lead by well over 20 seconds now. And they are, I'm going to say this very, 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 very softly, they're in the box seat. They're in the box seat now to get a good result in this race. I'm not going to say they're going to win it. I don't want to jinx them. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. But they are in a very, very good position. But this depends on a number of things. It could well mean that they've got a lighter car. They've got a different fuel strategy. They haven't taken on fuel. It's all going to boil down to where the car is on that final stint. Races aren't won in the first part of the race or even the middle part of the race. They're won on the last lap. But as it stands, Olympian are 21.2 seconds up the road from EDF Motorsports and PLR Racing. That is your top 3 as it stands. And Morpheus are down in 4th place, 29 seconds behind, but they've taken on a bit of fuel. Greenheath are right up their chuff by another second further back. They are in 5th place. And in terms of the Masters category, Olympian lead that too by leading the race overall because Christopher is on board that car for stint. Well, he was on board for stint number 3, but Riley Phillips now on board that car. Simon Rudd is going to take stint number 5, and there is the EDF Motorsport car there as well, and that's the Axia car, the Axia Metrics car. Great to see those guys back out. They've obviously changed their drive shaft or gearbox or whatever needed to be changed. They are quite far behind, but you are seeing the PLR Racing car with some lights illuminated, ready to go. Now I'm intrigued to see where it's raining about half an hour away. It's certainly not outside our commentary box. I have a feeling there's some dark clouds looming behind us, Scott, that we just can't see, which is good because I'm getting a little bit worried. I don't like thunder at the best of times, but we'll persevere.
Do you need me to hold your hand?
Yes.
No. Anyway, back to the front. It's all good fun here in the commentary box. Just about an hour and a half to go then, and we're coming towards the end. We're now firmly into stint number 4. Of course, the pit window will open again with an hour and 20 minutes to go. And Olympian, of course, still have this sizable 23-second lead here, which is gargantuan, I think, by any standards. And I think this is really...
they are pulling a gap now.
Yeah, and of course, remember, this is Riley Phillips at the wheel now. So he's doing the hard work now to really pull that gap out.
There's Rocket Riley coming out now.
Yeah.
As you said.
Rapid Riley.
Rapid
Riley Phillips is on his way and trying to keep extending that gap. This is probably the key thing to watch out for. This is the battle for second and third. And Axiometrics, now they've got that car fixed, because that car had an issue, didn't it, with it every foot pull up in the crater curves. Oh, that's
Another
Olympian!
car.
That's Team Olympian in the gravel at Redgate
What
Corner.
has happened there?
The race leaders and championship leaders are off the road. That's an uncharacteristic mistake for Riley Phillips. Of course, the question is, did he jump or was he pushed? But he was 27 seconds out in front.
And he is buried. It's not as if they've just trickled onto the side. He is absolutely buried in the gravel trap, so far offline there. Has he outbraked himself that much, or has there been a fault with the car? And I think, Scott, we better go and hide now, because we have properly put the commentators' kibosh on Team Olympian. So, wow. An hour and a half left of this race, and Team Olympian leading this race by a clear 27 seconds it got to with EDF Motorsport. Yellow flags. Have we got a safety car out on track? It certainly looks like it. They are buried in the gravel down at Redgate. And yeah, safety car out on circuit.
So it seems as that, well, safety car is out. This is the key thing. If they can get him out quick enough, he won't drop a lap. But this is going to be really tricky, because the leaders are already coming up towards Exton Coppice. The safety car's coming out now. I hate to say it, but I don't think they're going to get this car out in time. Unless the car... we'll have to wait and see. I'm almost speechless. So we'll have to wait and see if they should get out. There's the safety car.
That car is absolutely buried. That is a bucket and spade job.
Oh, so what do we say about the 5P? Not today, I'm afraid. It's not going to happen, because the leaders are about to go through any second now.
And here they come.
They've already just crossed the line, so they are trying to drag this car out. And unfortunately, all the hard work done by Chris Tavel, Simon Rudd, and now Riley Phillips' not opening stint, absolutely gone, I'm afraid to say.
It's a shame, really.
There goes Morpheus, there goes Greenheath, there goes Signature, will go through in second there. They go. And of course, the biggest boost this will give now is to Uvio, because Uvio now are ahead of them by a lap. No, they're not. Yeah. Sorry, they're not, because they've had an issue, haven't they?
Yeah, they're in the pits. So they're in the pits, and they're behind by 3 laps. So what it does, if there's a third championship that contender there somewhere, I'm sure if we look at the point standings, we'll be able to see just who will benefit from this. But EDF Motorsports, PLR Racing, and Morpheus Racing have just got into the box seat as it stands. Greenheath are 4th, Signature RV are 5th, GCI Racing, I'll get me words out eventually, in 6th place, Seed Data, Race Logic and Ratters Racing in 9th place. And then we've got our Australian friends who have come over, car number 62, the TFH towing car, they're going to be in 11th place. But Olympian GRD, and what happened? I think Jamie Peters-Ennis is going to be finding out for us. So hopefully Jamie's going to be able to pop down into the pit lanes at least to go and see the team and find out what happened. I know they do have onboard radios on these cars. But the bit that I find really strange, Scott, is purely the fact that that car was buried in so hard. So did it have brake failure of some sort? Did it have some sort of issue for it to go in that far into Redgate?
I refuse to believe until he says so that it's a driver error, because Riley Phillips doesn't make those kind of driver errors.
No.
If he's had issues before, it's either because there's been a miscalculation on strategy, or they've had an engine failure, or something's happened.
Yeah.
There's part of me that doesn't want to believe that that's actually a Riley Phillips driver error. If it is, I'll be incredibly shocked. I'm certain so will he, because that's very uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah.
But I like to think it's more just either something's happened mechanically with the car, or something that was, I don't want to say it's a legacy of what happened with the further went down before, but I don't think it was. But even so, that's really, that's a very strange off in terms of how that happened.
Yeah, and you've got, the thing is as well, at Redgate, you've got the little bit of escape road you could see there as well, so that almost gives you a tiny bit of a cushion if you do get it wrong. And again, I just can't get over the fact of how far that car has gone in, so we'll see. We'll see what happens here in the recovery. There is a lot of debris in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. And again, Scott, I will just look outside. The cloud cover has come. The cloud cover is here. And dare I say, the weather is on its way. We've got an hour and a half left of this race. We are currently under safety car because the championship leader is in the gravel at Redgate. Will we see even more twists in the tail this time around? I don't think Andy's got anything in his spreadsheet for this, do you?
I don't think so. He's more fully focused on matters over at Thruxton at the moment, but I'm sure he might be quite intrigued to see if even his eyes might be bulging out of his skull when he sees that EDF Motorsport are leading and that Olympian are back down, currently showing as being in 18th, and Uvio even further down the order. So the two main championship contenders, essentially, again, this will both be, I think, again, this will be drop scores for each of them if I have a look at the points, because the worst result for Olympian, yeah, they will gain back points for 4th place too. So essentially, both teams at this point are going to gain back points for 4th place. Effectively, they are pretty much in their drop score total. Going to gain back points anyway. I think in terms of the actual overall placing where they're going to be, they'll probably will outscore Uvia by a handful of points. But this really does take another twist, and it actually makes things a lot more interesting going into the final two races.
This has just blown the championship wide open. It really has.
And of course, there's no MJ Tech. The next team behind them is EDF Motorsports. Now, if they get a victory and get 70 points, that incredibly might actually catapult them straight into contention. It could potentially.
But then look at the background on that image there. That sky looks distinctly grey.
Yeah, in fact, looking underneath me, there are darker clouds than I've seen all day. In fact, there's a particularly dark one that's hanging just outside our commentary box position. So I would suggest that you're right. There could be some inclement rain. Is this going to spice this race up even further? And it's been turned up to what? Several hundred million Scoville units already anyway. So could be getting even hotter if the rain comes down.
Yeah, I think at the... Oh, they are reporting rain from Starkey's Bridge.
Now then.
Here we go.
This just got a little bit more interesting because if the rain is down. Remember, these cars run an all-weather GT tyre, but Rob Lewis is sat next to me looking like a kid at Christmas thinking this could be pretty tasty.
This is going to be so good, and with the championship leader out, other teams are going to be sniffing blood. And if you are the man in car 246, the Vape Club car, if you are Vlad Vasilev, you know, the nerves must be going absolutely crazy right now. Or does he just have the race face on? He knows the fact that himself and Simon Coles have put that car into such a good position, and the team have done an astounding job in the pit stops, that just, it's okay, let's be calm, nice deep breath, and let's see where we can take this. And PLR Racing as well, they now lead the Masters category for this race. Astounding work by Team PLR Racing. Look at the state of that cloud. That is not looking nice, ladies and gentlemen. I think, Scott, the weather's coming.
Roberts is getting so excited sat next to me in that side. He literally looks like a kid at Christmas waiting for this rain to come through. I'm not quite sure the team's shading enthusiasm on that side, unless there are some rainmeisters out there, which we don't know about just yet. But let's wait and see. Whilst we consider exactly when the rain's going to hit, not if, let's head back down to Jamie for another interview in pit lane.
Thanks, Scott. I'm quickly down with Simon Rudd before he jumps out of the car. So that's not ideal. I understand the rear's locked on him and threw him off.
Yeah, that's what he reported on the radio, like, until he gets back and we actually speak to him. But we don't know. Obviously, we've had some brake problems this weekend, so I don't know. Until he comes back and we have to assess it, then yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I suppose now you've just got to think about where you end up in the results and the points going into Alton.
Yeah, look, we're still racing. I think we're only a lap down. We can still push ourselves up there. You know, Chris has been rapid today as well, so we'll keep going. We're still, an hour and a half left or something like that. You know, we would do a bad round. Uvio would do a bad round, and it's happened here. But that's racing. We all know that, and yeah, we'll see what we can do. He'll make it interesting last stint.
All right, thanks a lot. I'll let Simon Rudd go off and get ready because he's due out next in the car. While we've got this safety car period, let me see who else I can speak to. We've got Steve Ruston from Signature RV. He's just jumped out the car and enjoying a bottle of water. It's a bit of a crazy race out there, but nice to see so many cars.
Absolutely, yeah. It doesn't matter where you are, you're racing someone out there on the track, and it's been great.
And from your point of view, it's been a fairly good day so far?
Yes, yeah, we sort of changed the strategy really early on, and hopefully that's going to pay off now. I'm just not sure about these clouds, but we'll be fine.
Well, we understand that the weather's coming in from sort of Old Hairpin way. What are you like in the wet? I know you've driven these in the wet. We don't change tyres, as you know. We know this place gets very, very slippery as well with the avgas. I don't know if that's a myth or whether it's truth. But yeah, it could get quite entertaining out there.
It could, yes. I haven't really got to worry though, because I'm done. Marcus still has another stint, and what he's now, and John has one, so it's not my problem.
Well, at least you're honest. Thanks a lot. That's Steve Ruston from Signature RV. As I understand, we're very close to going green flag, so I'll hand back to Scott Woodward and Rob Lewis.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Interesting to hear from a couple of our teams down there, and interesting also to hear that the rear's locked on Riley Phillips there to put him off the road. So it seems as though maybe it was more of a mechanical issue or something brake related, which forced him that car to go off the road, which is interesting enough. But I'm sure that Riley will tell the full story when he gets back to the pits. It's still under safety car, and I have to say I agree with Rob's assessment that it is getting incredibly dark out there. You can see on the right hand side the clouds are probably the darkest I've seen all day. I thought the clouds just in front of me were quite dark. It's even darker, and I think Rob's even if you had a quick look outside to assess the conditions.
Might have done.
And
I've just gone out the back of the media building here at Donington Park, which is, if you look on the screen, the media building actually sits on top of the pit garages. So I've looked around the back of the pits, and it is black round, facing away from the circuit, sort of coming towards the airport. So on your screen in front of you on the right hand side, the screen doesn't really do it justice because it's a menacing sky out there. I do believe we are about to get rather moist here at Donington.
Yeah, and some, I think, by the sounds of it. So let's wait and see. Let's see when we get the first inklings that we're going to get this shower. I think it might be more on a shower, but in terms of the rain we're going to get, we suspect it's going to hit pretty hard, which means the teams are going to have to be prepared for this one. But if there's any team that's got quite a lot of nerves at the moment, I'm certain it's going to be the guys in the lead, EDF Motorsports, of course, because they've worked quite hard over the last few years to try and get themselves into a position where Simon Coles has said that this literally has underneath him the best Fun Cup car he's ever driven. So that's certainly proving a point. And I have to say, Vlad Vasiliev has made some really great progress ever since he came in. He's been another driver that's just steadily got better and better every single time he's gone out there. Every single time he's gone through each season, he's kept on getting stronger and stronger to the point where him and Simon Coles have made a very apt partnership. He will now want to try and reward that with potentially, provided he can keep it all together in the next hour and 20 minutes, touch wood, a first win for EDF Motorsports. At least I believe it's a first. Yeah, I think it is a first win for EDF Motorsports, because all the winning in recent times has been done by the likes of MJ Tech and Uvio and Olympian in that sense, but now of course EDF Motorsports could be add themselves to the list of different teams that could potentially win this race.
Yes, and obviously we don't want to put the kibosh on them as well, but it's a credit to a team that have been working hard over the past few years to get themselves up there, and it would be a really, really good result. Safety car still leading them round as the clean-up carries on, but we have lights out on the safety car now, so we're getting ready to go. And EDF Motorsports, by the look of it, have just chosen to go. They've not held the pack back. They've just decided, you know what, we're just going to go as is. So EDF Motorsports follow the safety car into a point. They're on the gas. We're going green this time around, and we are away and racing once again. Green flag as EDF Motorsports lead the pack through, with PLR Racing hot on the heels, and Morpheus Racing are there to play too. And Greenheath on the outside in the very luminescent car in these dark conditions here. As we get underway, PLR Racing down the inside into Redgate. Looks like they've got the line as they go down through Hollywood and then into the Craner Curves. So PLR Racing are looking to take the lead this time around. EDF Motorsports holding them off. Vlad Vasilev doing a great job of trying to hold them off. And Morpheus Racing a part of that too. Down the inside takes EDF Motorsport car right behind. I'll tell you what, EDF Motorsports must have thought they've dropped 20 quid and picked up sixpence, gone from first to third, and they've got a gaggle of cars behind them.
And one car that's charging Signature. They started the restart fifth. They're already past Greenheath into fourth place and challenging for third and second place. Round the outside of Vlad Vasiliev goes the 49 car. This is in the mix. So this is Steve Ruston at the wheel. So he started the car at the beginning of the race. He was looking pretty strong. Side by side for the lead again. It's now PLR losing out to Morpheus Racing. This is now the last stint, as we mentioned, for Neil Burrows, because in the last 2 race stints it will be Ted Bradbury. So more lead battles, and Vlad Vasiliev, after what was a lead for EDF Motorsport, has tumbled down to what's currently 4th place as we see the pit is about to get underway. As Greenheath look pretty optimistic for their pit stop as they sit in 4th place, but we need to go back to the leaders, which we do. PLR Racing flicks over the curb on the first part of the chicane and into the lead. So they started that first, or that lap on the restart second. They now lead. EDF Motorsport started that restart in the lead. They are now back down to... where are they back to now? 6th. So not a great restart for Vlad Vasiliev. I think he went a bit too soon. I think it's, in a nice way, I think you can tell that it was a bit inexperienced at safety car restarts from the beginning. So
unfortunately, it looks like it's bunched the pack up and worked against him there.
Yeah.
Everyone else was meant to get the toe off of the restart, as we see Signature RV making some great guns passes. They are hot on the heels of Morpheus Racing, and they're going to get the line down into the old hairpin. And where have Uvio Hoffman's come from? They're several laps down, but the racecraft's still there. They're down the inside of Morpheus in this lead battle gap. Here we go, guys. This is not endurance racing. This is a sprint race for 4 hours. Signature RV takes the lead. Oh no, doesn't quite take the lead, or have they? Where's PLR Racing? No, Signature RV have taken the lead.
Magnificent racecraft. He went through the middle. I'll quote John Hindhoff, like a video game. He went back through past Morpheus and past PLR that was standing still through the trainer curves, and he's into the lead. Now, what's interesting, it's kind of roles reversed here, because remember back at Brands Hatch, Signature RV were the odd one out. They were laps down, but they battled with the leaders in the end. Look who's up in second place, back several laps down, but battling with the leaders. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and who are leading? Signature RV. It's role reversal here compared to Brands Hatch as they come back down towards the S's once again. Now we've got Greenheath down the outside of PLR Racing, who are twitching around under braking over the curb, over the sleeping policeman and the exit of the sausage curb, or whatever you want to call them. Exit out of the chicane, they're all over each other. And now as they come back towards Redgate once again, there is the Race Logic car up into 8th again, impressively climbing up. And GCI Racing also, where have they come from? They just slowly but steadily started back in, what was it, 20th place? They're up to 4th.
Yeah, exactly. This latest safety car, Olympium, into the pit. So the car recovered from the pit lane. They've decided to make a pit stop early or get some fuel into the car. Is the pit lane window open? They're looking to do a driver's stop there by the look of it.
I think it has just opened. Yeah, I think it has.
So Olympian looking to try and make hay while the sun shines. There's more. The Signature RV car now being blocked by the Uvio car. Morpheus round the outside, going up towards Schront's curve now, left-handed. Signature RV car down the inside. Morpheus just gets the track position. Track position matters in this case. Morpheus Racing take the lead. Uvio Hoffman's really making a claim for this lead group. Is that payback for Brands Hatch, I wonder?
Who knows? What they have done is got one of their 4 laps back, so they're certainly back on there in the mix. They clatter over the curb at Coppice Corner, but as you said, that was actually really inconvenience there for Uvio. Of course, they're just trying to drive forwards, but they now have given Signature RV, it's an issue for them to try and hold off Morpheus Racing here. Now, I thought that the Uvio car clattered the curb on the inside. It looks like it has, because it's now damaged the front right splitter on that car, so that was rubbing against the ground. It continues to do so. But you can see here, nose to tail of the leaders first and second by 0.2 of a second. In the pit lane in the background comes Seed Data. But now it's Signature RV with Steve Ruston back up the inside and squeezes him out of the way. I did not appreciate that. Get out of the way. You are not in this lead fight, Uvio. Leave us alone.
And Uvio leading back to him. What are they doing there? Seed Data back into the pits for their driver change. So the driver's out. They're going for some fuel in their stop. Are they going for 1 jug or 2? Morpheus still having a go at Uvio. There's a little bit of afters going on here. Careful there, chaps. Uvio perhaps being a bit sensible and backing out of that battle this time around. Morpheus back down the inside of the Uvio car. And while all of this is going on, the Signature RV car at the moment, car number 49, which I believe is being driven by John Whitehouse in this stint, or at least he's getting ready to get into the car. Steve, it's either Steve Ruston or John Whitehouse.
Yeah, Steve Ruston, definitely.
So Steve Ruston is looking in his mirrors going, thanks, boys, you bang your castanets together, I'm out of here. And Morpheus Racing all of a sudden has a near 2-second gap to contend with. Uvio have managed to settle into 3rd place on the road, albeit as part of the official results. They are way back in the pack, I believe, past 20th place at least. And in third place, GCI Racing. Great for them. They've managed to get past PLR Racing. But Scott, all of this, not one drop of rain has started to fall yet, but it's getting pretty bleak out there.
Yet. That's the key word in that sentence. Yet. So Craig Butterworth is at the wheel of the 111 car. And again, this is typical GCI racing. They're not spectacular in the way they do it, but they very quietly and calmly and steadily and progressively move their way up the order and make the strategy work, which is excellent to see.
Right, some information from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane. Car number 49, that is a Signature RV. They have changed their driving order. Steve Ruston has done his driving for the day. Marcus Clutton is in the car. So Marcus Clutton driving that Signature RV car, driving the wheels off it, may I add. He's getting ready to get his job done. Lots of cars running wide towards the old hairpin. Are we seeing a little bit of grease go down on the ground? Are we seeing any rainfall there yet? I know our director's been keeping an eye out and getting some information from the cat. Look at the state of that sky. That looks absolutely horrendous. This is going to be fantastic as we go into the last hour and 15 minutes of this race.
Fantastic for some, definitely horrendous for others, I think, in that sense. But
get your brolly out.
Yeah, and you can see the sort of like, you see the cloud, and you can see the little streams of rain just alongside it. So that is moving in. So this will be pretty interesting. And I wonder, I think Signature RV, like others, have switched their strategy around because they've realised they're in contention for a victory. They need their fastest guy in there. They need Marcus Clutton in that car. So he would now be charging along.
Can you see? So that yellow flag, we've got yellow flags down on the start-finish line. What's thunder overhead as well, so we've got a thunderstorm overhead. We've got a car parked off just before Redgate on the left-hand side. That prevents any overtaking opportunities going into Redgate, but we do have thunder and lightning here as well. It's not just AC/DC. So it's not just the AC/DC that have got the thunderstruck going on at the moment. We have got thunder and lightning here at Donington Park for this round 8 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And Signature RV still leading the way by 1.5 seconds from Morpheus Racing. GCI Racing are in third place and PLR Racing in fourth. And Uvio Hoffmans are still battling away, laps down after having a damper change on that car.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they have definitely fixed that, the damper problem. It has now got itself back up to full health by the looks of it, apart from a small bit of damage to that front splitter. The car's been pushed away. Is that 267? So that's... No, 257. That's the rare vinyl car that was up there. That's a shame. That was battling in the...
They were top 10.
They weren't amongst the top 10, but sadly, that's the XMJ Tech car, which is now in the hands of Rare Vinyl, and that would have been Rob Croydon with the issue, so I'm afraid that car's been pushed away. Lost most of its front splitter, but I guess that's elementary when that car's unfortunately out of the race.
Yeah.
We are coming towards the end of the fourth pit window, so we're coming up towards the end of that very, very soon.
And Marcus Clutton making some heavy work of that Signature RV car. No. Greenheath in the pits.
Sorry, fifth pit. This is down the beginning of the fifth pit window, forgive me. Almost got it a bit wrong. So, Greenheath then. They were all smiles getting ready for their stop. I think they've got some tactics up their sleeve, and I wonder if they're also waiting for the rain to come down. And they've put at least one churn of fuel in. I don't know if they're going to put a second in. We'll have to wait and see. Marcus Clutton, meanwhile, continues to lead in the Signature RV machine. This has been one of those Fun Cup races where, because of so much going on, it is perfectly added as buckets for the one element in a race I love to see, which is pure unpredictability. As Greenheath makes it out of the pit lane after making their fifth and penultimate stop. Red River Sport also to go.
Yeah.
And look down up at the camera might show it being a bit darker than it actually is in some cases, but up at Coppice Corner, it is practically near like darkness. In fact, you can see PLR Racing have found the headlight switch. There are also headlights on these cars, but they're very small headlights. But they're starting to put them on because they've recognised it is getting a bit darker out there.
Yes, nothing out on the race control board. Normally they will ask drivers to put on their rain lights. Don't worry, guys, you'll get to switch them on soon enough, I think, judging by the state of the clouds that are now coming over us and the thunder and lightning that's joined it as well. Look at the state of that background. That is a horrid sky in the background at the moment as PLR Racing and GCI Racing get a little bit fruity together, and that's PLR up to third onto the podium now. Scott, this race is really opening up.
It certainly is, and it's one of those anticipations. It's like, we know the rain is going to come, but when does it land? When does it arrive? We've heard reports of it being around Star Kings and around the pit lane section, but it hasn't actually properly hit yet. We'll know when it does because we'll see it.
More thunder and lightning outside. You can just see flashes.
This is going to get very, very interesting very quickly. I think when this starts to run, you can hear. I'm not sure you can hear it on the cameras, but on our commentary box, we can hear the thunder. We can hear it rumbling.
Yeah, so and it's not just the pit limiters of the cars coming past. So
no, that is definitely elemental, shall we say? That's definitely the elements outside, and this really is taking me back to the. Like I talked about earlier on, the Fun Cup, the C1 race from a couple of years ago, but it was that wet out there.
I was going to say, I am getting a bit of deja vu there, Scott.
It is.
And that was about September time as well, if I'm right.
That was. You're absolutely right about this time of the year. So it's come right on clockwork, this kind of particular weather front. So this is the thing. There's a lot of tension around this circuit, not just about who potentially wins this race, but when does the rain hit and what kind of effect is it going to have, as we're hearing a little bit more thunder and rumbling outside.
Oh, the wind has really picked up as well. The flags on the start-finish straight are being absolutely pummeled. You can probably see in the background there we have the Brscc and the Fun Cup Endurance Championship flags on the pit straight. They are being absolutely lashed at the moment. It's now spitting with rain on the pit straight. There are splashes of rain coming up on our window. At the moment we are still green flag racing. There's members of staff out on the pit wall from our commentary box position that are certainly seeing the conditions start to change. I wouldn't get a brolly out in this, that's for sure, Scott, because I think you'd lose it. But look at that, flash, flash, flash. There's the lightning. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it, Scott?
There's another big bolt of lightning I just saw just that, and it's literally around the Donington Park circuit, not far in the background. So it's the thunder and lightning is here, but the main part of it, which is the actual rain that's going to come down, hasn't actually properly arrived yet, but you suspect when it does, just heard the background of the director, give it time. So I certainly will do at some point.
So it's on its way. Now the question is, when it does fall, will it fall hard enough that it stops this race? You've got to think about the safety aspect of it. Jamie Peters-Ennis is out on the pit wall now. He's just gesticulating to us, saying it's coming down, so it is raining on the pit straight as it is. He's very brave in the fact that he's got his shorts on still. He hasn't quite got his brolly on, but we'll see. We've got more pit lane action going on. We've got the GCI car that's just come past our window. That's the very brilliantly liveried 41 car. I can see what you mean with the tape going on there for the GCI racing car. Signature RV still lead this race. But
is it Mill? Shouldn't they have pitted?
Well, I think in all the weather watching stuff going on, call me Michael Fish, we may have just missed the pit close sign there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Jamie Peters-Ennis may know what's going on with the pit window.
Yeah, because ultimately all the top six have come in. The second to sixth have come in, but I anticipated that Signature RV would have had to do so as well, because unless they were that far ahead, they weren't that far ahead. So unless I'm completely missed something for whatever reason, let's have a look. In terms of pit stops, yeah, Signature already is showing as being 4 pit stops.
Yeah, Jamie's not looking too happy out on the pit wall there. There's a lot of action going on, and I think he is enthusiastically awaiting the weather to change. It is so dark here at Donington Park. The pictures do not do it justice. And I'll tell you what, whoever's out in the car at the moment, you're just waiting for it to hammer down.
Yeah, it's certainly going to get tough. More flashes of lightning around the circuit as well, so this is going to be interesting when this does make a deluge. I know we're talking about it a lot, but it's almost talking about it waiting for it to happen, so
yeah,
this is going to get very interesting very quickly. So an hour and 7 minutes go right now. Signature have pitted,
but was that part of the... So we've got an hour and 7 minutes to go, so we're on the 5th. So this is the 5th round of pit stops, if I'm right, Scott. And with Signature RV pitting. Whoa, that was a big rumble of thunder over the commentary box there. You may have heard that in the background.
Yeah. It's certainly here, and I can even see, like in the distance, that the actual rain falling in the background. I can see it, and it's roughly roundabout. That's more down the hill and not far away from the old hairpin.
Now, the other thing that's come out, we've got members of the various teams out on the pit lane gesticulating to the cars to get your lights on. Now, race control haven't put anything up on the boards yet, but team members are asking their cars. We could see them from our commentary box out on the pit lane. They're gesticulating to their drivers to get their lights on. So whether race control will ask through the race receivers shortly. There's your leader on screen.
And either the team have torn it off, or they've lost a chunk of a lot more of that front right splitter. And also just seeing that's actually Morpheus. Is that Morpheus GCR going past the position? I think it is.
It is.
So that's now them out of first and second. And I can just about think in the background of the camera mic, but I can start to hear little drops of rain as well. So that's starting to come through a little bit quicker.
So from this point of view, ladies and gentlemen, everyone that is watching, look at the road surface. As soon as it starts to get shiny now, you can hear the rain on the screen. The wipers are starting to go. As soon as you see the surface of the track start to go shiny, that's when you're going to start to lose grip. You're going to lose minimal amount of grips at the moment because the tyres are nice and hot. Everything is, working well for the drivers. They've got nice warm tyres. The track's nicely rubbered in. The rain is now falling. An hour and 5 minutes left of this race, and it's about to get rather damp here at Donington Park.
Certainly is. And in fact, I can even say, I think it's even, it's starting to rain a little bit more now. Lights are coming on all around. And we were right, that was a change for first and second position. So Signature RV is now down to third. Obviously, they've got now in the car, I imagine that's where they changed around. So that would have been John Whitehouse back into that car. We've got spots of rain now on the camera lens down at Redgate Corner. So that says to me that we are now pretty much getting into the eye of the storm, I think, in terms of the rain. Well, whilst we sit here, admittedly in a dry commentary box, we've got Morpheus there was very quickly, was squirming around on the old hairpin there. There must be where it's possibly raining a little bit heavier down there, and EDF also getting caught out as well. Whilst we sit here in the dry, poor Jamie Peters-Ennis, who I have to feel for, is doing a grand job, is out there in the wet as it starts to come down with an interview for us. So quickly, Jamie, who have you got?
Well, actually, Scott, I've gone into the PLR garage to speak to Neil Plymmer because I think we were worried about Shane's camera down here. Captain, that was another cracking stint, but it's about to get very entertaining out there.
Oh yes, it's on its way. I mean, my God, the lightning show up at Coppice is amazing. And that roll of thunder and that cloud cut up there is, when it comes, it's going to come heavy.
And it's been a good day so far, hasn't it? And as we hear the thunder going off now, and how fabulous, 27 cars on the grid.
Absolutely amazing for the championship. Yeah. Credit to Christian and Paul and Liz, done a fantastic job. It's where Fun Cup needs to be. It's just an amazing series, an amazing place to race.
And obviously now with UVO and Olympian having their dramas, it's blown the championship wide open going into Alton, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, we go to Alton next month, double header, and it's how it should be. Yeah. And hopefully it won't be over until the checkered flag drops on that last lap of the 3-hour race.
And what can you do from here for the rest of the race?
I don't know, let's just wait and see what happens. We need to see what happens when this rain comes down. I'm looking at the cars that are around us, but everybody that's out there is used to driving in the rain. I think everybody's done Spa. We've all been through the night at Spa in the rain. I don't know, we'll see. It's Fun Cup, isn't it?
And as you say, not bad for a plumber.
Not bad for a plumber.
All right, thanks, mate. That's Neil Plymmer from PLR Racing. As the rain now pours down here on the Paddock side of the pit lane, as I hand back to Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thanks on that one, Jamie. Just seeing on some of the pictures there, you saw that as Rob said, the road surface, I can't even speak, the road surface starting to get a little more
slippery. There we go, that's really
Coppice.
Heavy now. That is really, really heavy. You could see the rain bouncing off of the roadway, so the grip is going to disappear very quickly. Car number 97, that's been in the wars today, that's now off at the old hairpin.
Oh, now he might get away with that.
Oh, go on, get it out, get it out, get it out, get it out. Oh, what an effort. Play. Fantastic. Great effort, car number 97. That has got to get an award, surely. That's got to get a beer at least from the bar at the Fun Cup awning.
It's one of the more impressive pieces of car control we've seen all day, which is interesting to see. So, car 97, the Fun Cup Tifosi car moves on. And then we get another flash of lightning out there.
And here we go. You can hear on the screen, so if you listen very carefully, guys, I'll just keep quiet for a second. Oh, nothing happened then, but you can hear the rain beating down on the microphones that are sat with the cameras. Obviously you could see the screen is nicely misted up as well, and you can hear the thunder. It's absolutely atrocious here with the thunder and the lightning. The building's shaking in our commentary box, Scott. It's quite remarkable, but the rain is falling a bit heavier now, and as you can see down the Carrera Curves, that's the signature RV car on screen. They are 4th on the road as it stands. Morpheus Racing lead from EDF Motorsports. In fact, there's our leader.
Yeah, there's our leader, tracking his way through the wet conditions. In fact, and coming onto the back of Uvio here, so it looks like he's a lot more confident. You can even see how hard it's raining, that literally the rain is bouncing off the road surface here or the track surface here at Donington Park. And this is getting a bit reminiscent of the C1s a couple of years ago a little bit. The only difference is these cars are a little bit more aerodynamic and they've got a little bit more power, and they've probably got slightly better all-weather tyres on them. The GT tyre is is a pretty solid tyre when it comes to performing in all weathers, both wet and dry. So this will probably be a true test. And we can now see outside our commentary box window.
It is absolutely hammering it down.
There's no other word for it. It is absolutely tipping it down with rain now down the pits. But you can see the tails of spray behind the cars now.
And the only other thing we need to watch out for now, because it's such a heavy, intense burst of rain in such a short amount of time, you're going to have rivers coming across the circuit, you're going to have standing water. So that's the one thing that drivers and teams, I'm sure the teams are going to be getting on the radio to their drivers to telling them to watch out for sudden floods, standing water, because it is getting so wet now.
Definitely so. It's definitely getting a bit damp out there right now. We are coming towards the middle of the 5th pit window, and even just seeing outside now, if I didn't think the rain could get any heavier, it just did. You can see how quickly the track surface has changed, and more flashes of lightning out there.
And there are still cars with no lights on, so I'm pretty sure race control are going to be asking for rain lights to be switched on if they haven't already.
Now, here's an interesting point.
Okay.
We've just gone past 75% race distance.
We have, yeah.
If they have to red flag this, they may even choose to call it if the weather conditions don't improve.
Especially with all the standing water, yes.
Exactly. So we'll have to wait and see. But the rain really is coming down now. Morpheus continues to lead. Of course, if they red flag it, they'll have to put it back to the previous lap. So which means that Morpheus continues to lead. But
that is so bad. I didn't want it to rain that much, Scott.
Well, it certainly is becoming quite a test for the drivers out there at the moment. Morpheus is continuing on. They've got Uvio for company, so they're holding on nicely. And that's the fueled up racing car that's gone for a rotation at the final chicane.
We've got other cars, so that looks like it's the Vape Club car that is just coming into.
Yeah.
Well avoided there.
They've done okay. There's the yellow flags and lights down the back straight. There goes Olympian.
And the rain is that heavy now. We have already got rivers flowing down the pit lane. We've got another car round.
That's the Wave 9 car, I think, off the road. There's one of the Australians. It's also the team cars that's gone past also. The rain continuing to hammer down. Another flash of lightning. And in terms of now through all of this, actually, the 62 car, which is the TFH Australian team car, towing car, is up to 4th place through all of this.
And safety car.
Safety car has been deployed, unsurprisingly, to try and neutralise the race order a little bit better.
And the other thing we also need to think of at this moment as well, a lot of people maybe not have quite fathomed it. With the thunder and lightning, you have to think of marshal safety as well. You need to think of camera operator safety. That will all be taken into consideration when the clerks of the course and everyone are looking at these conditions. So a safety car has been deployed. Morpheus Racing are leading, but it could well be that if the weather gets any worse with this and we get more thunder and lightning, they might have to just stop the race, wait half an hour, wait for the water to disperse and for this front to go over, because it is absolutely pouring down. Look at it.
Yeah.
I think Noah would even struggle out in those conditions at the moment.
Well, they were 2x2 hurrah earlier on, weren't they? So
exactly.
That was certainly an occasion. So yeah, weather doesn't stop play, but it temporarily halts the race in many cases under safety car here at Donington Park.
And we've definitely got rowing weather in the pit lane as well. We've got the equivalent of the River Thames going on there. And a lot of standing water. And we've got, is that the Vape Club car that's pulled off very wide? It stopped on the outside. Is that something hanging off the Vape Club car? It hits.
So is that damage on that car?
Oh no.
So the EDF Motorsport car running second. Well, okay, there's no damage, but it
stopped.
So is that something mechanical?
And that's the fast track car.
That's the fast track car. That was car. That's car 99. It's not the 62 car. That's car 99. That's off the road in 17th place.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the conditions now have just...
Yes, so that car's the car 99. That car's now stopped.
Yeah.
As mentioned, that's EDF Motorsport. So one car off the road in the gravel. And through all this also, up into third place now, how this is all happening, the TFH62 car, which is the other Australian team car, are into third place.
Into third place, and a red flag has been deployed.
Now then, however, usually they have to go
back a lap.
Now that's interesting. If they have to do that, I wonder if they'll still declare them as third. Because I was about to say, if they declare them as third, that's £1,000 in their pocket. Because of course they were one of the first time teams, I believe, anyway.
Yeah, in theory, yes, but we have to remain positive in this. This could be half an hour of making sure that the standing water leaves, and then we get a brilliant last half an hour of this race.
Yeah.
But we certainly don't begrudge Jamie Peters-Ennis and the team at Alpha Live and the production team down there at. You'll notice a lot of the cameras they're using at the moment are the what we call the locked-off cameras, because quite rightly the camera operators will be looking for a bit of cover in this. Really bad conditions at the moment. I was wanting a bit of rain, Scott. I didn't want a deluge.
Beggars can't be choosers.
No, certainly not in this case. I think,
Mr. Lewis.
I think certainly you're better off with a canoe out there at the moment than anything else. But with red flag conditions, it's also parc fermé conditions as well. And for poor EDF Motorsports, where do they sit now? With fourth place on our timing screens, but the car has broken down and stopped on the outside of the old hairpin, so they're really struggling. Maybe something has got into the electrics, as can be the case on some of these race cars. The water can just get somewhere that it shouldn't be.
There's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. So, but that will be quite. And the unfortunate thing is because they weren't running at the time of the red flag,
they can't be classified.
Well, I think there is a rule in Fun Cup, which there's which in particular some of the endurance races that we have, Fun Cup and also Super Sport, where as long as you start the race, you can still be classified as a finisher.
Yeah.
However, I'm not obviously an expert of the rules, so it would have to be a case of see whether or not, because EDF Motorsports were not moving at the time of the red flag, whether or not that means that they would actually be not shown as not being still in the result. But we'll wait and see. Rather than us to discuss it, it's based up for us to do so. Rob's just taking a quick snapshot of the conditions. And
just
also
of the conditions outside the commentary box. They are really, really bad as we sit here and we see all of the cars filing through in the pit lane with rivers running down. But that low cloud and the thunder and lightning that's with it, I think the thunder and lightning will be a part of a consideration for this as well, for the safety aspect for our marshals and our rescue teams. Obviously, the last thing you want is for anything to happen with anything being hit by lightning. So, quite rightly, the Brscc team have decided to put a halt to the proceedings at the moment. But with 56 minutes left on the clock, we've still got time to get this back going again, should the rain decide to blow through and hold off. As we see a recovery operation going on there for the.
That was the 99 car. That was the second of the two Australian teams, the TFH racing cars.
Yeah.
That went off the road. What is quite interesting is that with the 62 car, that came in for some damage, if I remember correctly. That had some issues when it came in. So the fact they've climbed up that far, all the way back up to third place, is mightily impressive.
Really, really impressive.
Really impressive drive from them so far. Other teams that have climbed up the order as best as they can. If you look at the rest of the order where it is, at the time of the red flag. So Morpheus Racing were leading by 17 seconds at this point from PLR in second place. The TFH Racing team were in there were now shown as being third at the time of the red flag. EDF Motorsports are showing on the screen as fourth, but they were not running because they had stopped at the old hairpin. Fifth is Signature RV, sixth is Ratters Racing, seventh is GCI Racing, eighth is Greenheath, ninth is Seed Data, and Race Logic rounds out the top 10. The rivals, which is the Rutush Patki and Matt Larby 251 car, they're currently running in 11th place. The FNS Morpheus Motorsport car was 12th. And then it's GMR Eco and Olympian back up to 14th. So we have to wait out. Well, whilst we decide, the weather decides what to do with itself, and we decide what the order's going to be if we do get restarted, let's hand back down to Jamie, who I hope is keeping dry down in pit lane.
Short answer, Scott, is no. I'm not keeping dry down in the pit lane. I want to chat with the boss because, as it stands at the minute, Mr. Rose, you're about to part with at least £1,000.
1,000? Well, 1,000 will do, as long as it's not 10,000.
What a race.
You know, I've lost count of the amount of leaders in this race, but I mean, it's typical Fun Cup. It really is. And Donington always produces good races for us.
It's a great circuit, and for the 62 guys, they've quietly chipped away, haven't they? And then they've just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, they did. It was a bit of a shock, actually. And they've still got plenty of time. The clock has stopped. I think we've got 56 minutes to go. So as soon as the really bad weather clears off, then we'll restart it behind the safety car.
Okay, it sounds like someone needs to get hold of you. So I'll let you crack on. Right, let's see who else we can find. We've got Wendy Ellis-Smith from Fueled Up Racing, who's having a well-earned day off. Wendy, I bet you're glad you're not out there.
I'm so pleased.
Okay, she's just been told Chris Wesley to do the windscreen, because obviously the cars are still very hot in there.
Yeah, it's getting a bit steamy, I think, for all the drivers. You can see they're struggling just to get that sorted before they go out, and they can see even less than they can do at the moment.
Are you quietly glad you're not out there?
I'm so pleased.
Ah,
I don't mind today.
No.
I'm just in a happy place.
Yeah, but you're back out for Alton, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait.
All right, fantastic. We'll let you go and sort the windscreen out. That's Wendy Ellis-Smith, who we'll see out at Alton Park for Fueled Up Racing as the rain continues to hammer down. Marcus Clutton from Signature RV. You weren't taking that line down, were you, mate?
I'm not talking to you, mate.
You love talking to me.
No, it was it's a pretty good weather storm, that, wasn't it, really? It's absolutely flipped the race on its head, and you know, we're right in the mix. I'm sure the organisers will sort out the safety car situation and get the lead pack in the right order, and if we get the race underway, we'll see what we can do.
And pace has been good all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, pace has been strong from a lot of cars though. I think, you know, the guys have been doing well, and you know, the important thing I keep telling the boys is keep out of trouble and stay on the lead lap, and that's what we've done today, and we're right in the mix now, so let's see what we can do.
And obviously going into Alton Park, obviously with the top two in the championship having issues, it's sort of blown it wide open now, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's bonkers what's happened today, isn't it? I mean, it's typical Fun Cup for you, but you know, we're really focusing on trying to achieve third in the championship, which would be an amazing achievement for Steve and John. So we're working towards that. Anything else is just a bonus, but you know, realistically, I think if we can get third, we'd be very happy.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, mate. Thanks. That's Marcus Clutton. Right, I want to go and have a chat with Matt Larby if he's in the 251 garage, which is up here. So I'm just going to make my way up here now as the rain continues to hammer down here at Donington. As you see, a lot of the cars are suffering with misted up windscreens. We don't, because obviously with the engine behind them in the bulkhead, it still gets very, very hot inside the cars, even in weather like this. So yeah, there's been a few requests for windscreens to be cleared as the rain gets heavier and heavier. Let's keep going to the 251 team. I think I've actually gone past them. Right, let's find Roger. If we just we'll just get Roger back out here for me. We'll just get him back out here. Are you glad you're not out there?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you glad you're not out there?
Oh, I quite enjoy the wet actually, so I'm hoping it gets started again and I get to go in.
And what a great day you've had.
It's been fantastic, really good. I think a steep learning curve, but I think me and Matt have given it our all, and we've really enjoyed it. And you know, I think we'll see where we end up with the result, but I think we're doing well so far.
And do you think this could be an itch to come back and do some more?
I'd say so, definitely. The 25-hour race at Spa is something we've got our eye on, so quite keen to get involved.
All right, thanks a lot. That's oh, excuse me, that's Roger Pacty from the Rivals. Right, we've spoken to David already. Where's your dad? He's in the car, isn't he? Your dad's in the car, isn't he? Yeah, I know. Well, there's Peter over there. Let me have a chat with Peter, because we haven't spoken to Peter today. Is this revenge for for being called old and senile?
Oh, the poor lad. He's great in these conditions. We're looking at his lap times. That's really good. And I guess that's his karting training really coming to the fore. So he was quick out there, confident. So actually, he'll still be loving it. So relaxed.
And we've got a feel for the marshals, haven't we?
Oh, haven't we just? Poor lads. Just absolutely horrendous, isn't it? But they do it in all weathers, don't they? It's fantastic. The support they give us is just awesome.
We spoke to David earlier. The boys and girls back at the workshop, they've been putting some hours in. And as we said, obviously get well to Luke, because we know he's not well, is he? He's watching at home. The car looks immaculate, and also a different colour stripe.
Yeah, we decided to go. Well, we've had so much of the body changed and replaced. We thought we'll go for a slightly different colour, because when we bought the car, it had those blue wheels and a blue stripe. The previous owners had some association with Ferrari, I think. I'm not quite sure. But we damaged some blue wheels. They got scrapped, and we thought actually we'd not got any association with the blue. The boys said, why don't we do this? Sounds great. So we did that. I have to say the Team Leo's boys have been sensational. They've been so busy with the historics, with Michael Birch and what have you, big problems with his Lotus, but they still did our car, got it stripped, fully sorted, fully rebuilt. I mean, fantastic effort. So big hugs to Luke. Sorry that he's not well this weekend. Let's hope he recovers soon.
And Alton Park next, obviously top two in the championship having issues. It's blown it wide apart now, hasn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately for us, I think with our DNF at Brands, it's rather blown our prospects overall, but never mind. We're still hoping for a good result here, and we are very confident about both races at Alton. We were doing pretty well last year at both the Alton 1 hour and the 3 hour. We're pretty good with that. So we're really excited about the end of the season. Car's obviously good, which is excellent, and we're really enjoying it. It's fantastic.
And you said earlier you're evaluating 25, aren't you? Obviously budget permitting, you'll be back for a full campaign.
Love to be back for a full campaign. Sadly, it's Jane's wallet that finances all of this.
Does she know?
She's a great girl, and she's so supportive. But it all depends on how my business goes over the next 6 months or so. I'm working on a couple of quite big things. If I can pull them off, we'll be out there like a shot. If I can't, it's a question mark, because it is a lot of money, and the two lads, much as they'd love to contribute, not realistic. So it's a big thing for Team Ratters to make that commitment, but we'll be back like a shot. We know this is the end of our second year. We've had a fantastic time. Only one DNF so far of the whole 2 seasons, which has been great, and that was so unlucky for John, who was doing so well at Brands, you know, so we felt very positive about that. So anyway, we've dealt with it. He's dealt with it. He's got a good head about the whole thing. David is, well, he's sensational. His times are brilliant. So we're really pleased. And I think David said the analysis he'd done was that this race was about the closest the three of us have been, which is great, because we can all be reasonably competitive and reasonably close. That makes for a good team. So we're really pleased with how things are going.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your coffee.
Thank you very much.
And we'll catch up later. Thank you. That's Peter Ratcliffe from Team Ratters. I'll just barge Chris out of the way so I can get through. Thank you. Right. The rain has actually stopped pretty much, but we're still having a bit of a lightning show. It's a lot heavier than what a lot lighter than what it was, I should say, but it felt like it stopped briefly. So let's see who else we've got down here in the pit lane. While all the drivers are sat, they're all under part firme conditions, so I can't unfortunately go and speak to them, but let me speak to somebody who has been very busy today. Come on, Mr. Noller. You're having a weekend off, aren't you?
Not quite.
But as in within the Fun Cup?
Yeah, we got for the Fun Cup, but looking at the weather and seeing where it's all going, so that was the downpour, wasn't it? But yeah, the guys, C data, they've been running well. They've had a few pit stops woes with traffic and stuff like that, but they've climbed their way back up to inside the top 10, so it's good to see that going on. The weather looks like you have no rain, but this is a gap toward another thunderstorm in about an hour and 15 minutes time. So if they get going now, they should be able to beat the next downpour. So fingers crossed we can see about the track getting green soon and get the race underway again.
And when are we likely to see you back out in one of these?
When someone can help me find the drive, I'd love to be out in it again. But yeah, money's always the way it is. But it's been great coaching the guys there last time out and going through some data and stuff like that this time as well. They really liked it. I've really enjoyed doing it. So hopefully one way or another I do get back out in them again. So, but yeah, MX-5s have been fun. Been a bit chaotic last race, but really, really close racing. So same with these guys. Well, the top 5 are all right next to each other for a while, weren't they? Watching this race go on. But yeah, so managing to be a spectator, kind of, also as well, alongside my other half behind us there.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Jack. That's Jack Noller, who deputised for Christian Rose at Anglesey and for Mike Devlin at Brands Hatch. As I wander further down the pit lane, we haven't spoken to Tom Pattleroy this weekend. Nice to have Tom back. Recently married his long-term partner Estelle, and of course her family have come over all the way from Spain to see Fun Cup for the first time. And Tom being in the Wave 9 car, as we have a huge lightning storm here. Tom, this isn't the way to treat the in-laws, is it?
Yeah, the rain stayed away just for me to come in, and then as soon as my dad went out, yeah, it's fun. There's thunder and lightning, and the heavens open. So yeah, it looked pretty tricky out there, but hopefully they'll get started fairly soon.
Yeah, I hope so. It was a pretty hectic first stint for you. You had a little bit of a contact with the 220 guys. I understand they've had a chat. They've come down and had a chat with you and apologised, and one of those things. But nice to be back out in the car.
Yeah, Fun Cup's always great fun. Super competitive. Yeah, great bunch of people, and yeah, glad to be back. And yeah, shame about the incident in the first stint, but these things happen. And yeah, hopefully next race we'll have a bit of a better race.
And are you back out for Alton as well?
Believe so, yes. Yeah, so that'll be good. Alton's one of my favourite tracks, so looking forward to it.
All right, and belated congrats to you and Estelle as well. That's Tom Pattleroy from Wave 9. Right, that's sort of a little mini tour down the pit lane. So what we'll do is we'll hand back to Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwiss, who will fill you in on what's going on.
So we've got to fill the people in on what's going on, Scott. It's rather moist.
I wanted to use a Top Gear term and go mildly moist, but I think it's more than mildly moist out there at the moment.
Yeah, Noah's currently building an arc just outside the old hairpin.
I do agree with Jamie, though. It looks as though, at least visibly, the rain is lighter than it was before. Obviously, I think we think also being told drivers are heading 2 cars as well. I couldn't have a look in the pit. It's a bit beyond our spot in the pit lane, but we are being told that drivers are heading to cars. What's also interesting, the 99 car that was in the gravel has been hoiked out and is now in the pit lane at the back end of the queue in the pit lane. So that's good to see, which is nice. So it looks as though we are going to get a restart. For how long? That's the big question. So we'll have to wait and see what Julian Floyd and the Galacticos decides to do. The race was stopped at 56 minutes and 39 seconds left to go. My suspicion is that if they are going to restart it, they will literally start the race. Well, effectively, the race will restart if they leave them out behind the safety car. It will literally restart it as soon as the green flag goes to the bottom of the pit lane, and that's it. And then they'll take them round for the safety car and do what they need to do. So, in terms of the order at the end of that one, now in terms of the order hasn't changed on our timing screen, so it still shows Morpheus Racing as the leaders.
Yep.
Second place, of course, to PLR Racing. Third to TFH Harvey's Towing, which put an amazing job to get them in third place. Now, also as well, you can see here that is the 257. That's the rare vinyl car that stopped. That had Rob Croydon at the wheel, but that car has now been wheeled back out, and that will take the restart. Of course, it being several laps down anyway, but it will still be out there to try and at least get some kind of a result.
Exactly, yeah.
And then fourth place is currently showing as EDF Motorsport. Of course, that car's not there anymore at the old hairpin. So my wondering is that if they have brought it back, either it's in the box being worked on, or it has been worked on, and it's now okay for them to rejoin in the race, and they're in the queue, which we can't see from our position. But at least, at the very least, the rain is more manageable than it was before. So it's much better wet conditions than it has been in previous time. It can't even speak. It's better weather conditions than it was when the red flag came out by far.
Yes, and that's the one thing to look at. That's a good side. But as I've mentioned before, you also need to look at not the thunder, the lightning. So the lightning, as we see some more flashes going on, the lightning will be of concern as well. The last thing you want is for there to be a strike out on circuit when we've got marshals, circuit staff out there at the moment. So we've just got, you've got to be a little bit careful with it and a little bit sensible. This will be a front that passes, hopefully. Albeit we're saying that we are forecast storms until about 8 o'clock tonight. So whether it decides to stick around for an hour or two or not, but certainly that track looking rather moist, and that changes the setups on the cars, that changes the mindset of the drivers, and potentially that changes a whole bunch of things on the race order. It's you don't stop a race lightly, that's for sure.
No, and this is pretty much exactly the same situation that we had. When we keep talking about it, but
2
a couple of
years
years
ago,
ago with C1s, exactly the situation. We stopped it roughly around about, I think there was still about an hour and a half to go in that race, where this is about an hour or so ago. And the race link was pretty similar. It was about 3 or 4 hours, that race. So it's interesting similarities at very similar times of the year, which is also something which is quite coincidental.
Yeah.
I guess while we're talking here, we've got a small chance to once again mention that if you've enjoyed everything about Fun Cup and you think, oh, it's quite interesting, you'll see another crack of lightning in the distance. If you've enjoyed Fun Cup and also anything that you've seen today, including the Mazda MX-5s and the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenge, which, all being well, should be out after this Fun Cup race for their second race of the day before they get ready for their final races of the season at Donington Park. It now means that if you want to find out more about that information, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk, and you can also get yourself down to the Driven by Racing event, which is at Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November. Tickets are absolutely free. Again, there's no hidden charge on that side of things, but you can see there, you can find out all sorts of things about what the Brscc does here in the UK motorsport. You can test drive a race car and meet the teams. You can also have a passenger ride if you want to on top of that as well. You can find out about what it takes to become a race coordinator or part of the Brscc event staff or part of the race officials training and volunteers. You can do marshals training, rescue unit demonstrations, learn about scrutineering. You can even, if you want to, take your ARDS test courtesy of our friends at the motorsport school. You can take it at the circuit and pass it there, so who knows, you could even get your racing licence and find your first race car all in one place at Driven by Racing at Silverstone. And of course there'll be plenty of industry exhibitors from motorsport equipment and other partners and sponsors who are also involved within motorsport too as well. It's also done in support with support from Motorsport UK. So they certainly have some support to try and encourage more people into the sport and more people to get involved within UK motorsport and also ideally within the British Racing Sports Car Club too as well. Here's a good case in point. We do actually have a scrutineer this weekend who first took interest in scrutineering at Driven by Racing, and since then, over 9 months since that event, she's now trained up and she's actually here as a scrutineer working this weekend, which I think it just shows just how effective the show has been to have somebody come in who has no prior experience of being a scrutineer to come and actually be working at a Brscc race event in that space of time, which is magnificent, and that came from her first getting intrigued by Driven by Racing. So this event really can help you find a pathway, some kind of pathway to motorsport. If you're a motorsport fan, somebody that wants to get involved, someone that wants to actually just be a part of motorsport but you're not sure how, come down to Brscc Driven by Racing on the 16th and 17th of November at Silverstone, and you'll be able to find out everything that the Brscc does. Not just cars on track, it's everything else that makes the race events and makes the club tick itself. Free tickets available. Head to the website brscc.co.uk and go and get your free tickets. And if you want to get yourself involved, you should be able to see everything that's being exhibited there. More and more news will come out of exactly who's exhibiting as the weeks go on before the event. There's still about 2 months to go until then, but be sure to come and join us because you'll see exactly how the Brscc really is driven by racing at the event.
And I'm thoroughly looking forward to that, Scott. I was there last year and was able to take in the sights and sounds of the Brscc Driven by Racing event. I'm actually planning on being there this year, as well as my capacity with the C1 Racing Club. I should hopefully be hosting a garage with the modified Ford series, so there'll be a few fast Fords there as well. It'll take your fancy and be taking some people out on circuit, and hopefully, Scott, we'll get you that ARDS test you need.
Definitely. I think that's one for the list, I think. Considering that the 17th of November is, you might have to figure it out, a particularly special occasion for me personally. That might well be the sort of gift to myself, shall we say, to do that. But
the icing on the cake.
We'll wait and see. We're still waiting to see exactly when we're going to get back underway, all being well, for this remainder of this 8th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Donington Park. Red flag, in case you just joined us and wondering why there's no cars on track. Red flag due to essentially extreme weather conditions. Essentially, it's been a deluge of rain and it essentially meant that the circuit was that saturated and that wet that we had to stop the race. It's still steady rain falling, but it's not to the extent where it's full-on storm levels of rain. It's basically falling pretty steadily. So whilst we take a quick break, let's just showcase to you all about what the Fun Cup is and what it entails. And if you've liked this championship and you even want to take part in it, here's a few of the assets from Fun Cup to give you a bit of insight, to get into some information as to what Fun Cup really is all about.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, just an insight there into some of the reasons why the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is a mighty fine championship to be a part of. What isn't still mighty fine is the weather. I think it has eased off slightly. In fact, dare I even say, Rob Lewis, it has ever so slightly got to the point where it's almost stopped raining.
Almost stopped raining. You could just see the course vehicles making their way out on circuit as we speak. They'll be assessing the conditions out on circuit, checking for standing water. But again, as I've reiterated before, the issue could well be the rain is manageable and the conditions are manageable, but the lightning could pose a risk that they don't want to put extra risk on the marshals and staff that are effectively exposed. So you could just see on the screen there the course car is making its way out onto the circuit. I'm sure that will include the clerk of the course, who will go out, assess the conditions and see whether we are to go racing soon. On the contrast, I believe down near the south coast where I live, Southampton, I came up through similar thunderstorm like this morning, but I do believe the racing at Thruxton is as dry as a bone at the moment.
Well, purely in terms of weather conditions, I think you'll find it's certainly been quite entertaining for what we've been keeping tabs on here in the comment box. You've had a small feed of what's going on as well. If you want to catch up on that, it's on the Brscc YouTube channel. Obviously, stay here with our good selves once we get cleared today, but of course all of that is on back on replay, and everything will be live of course tomorrow, as it will be tomorrow also too, so you'll be able to enjoy all of that. But from what we've seen glimpses of, it was a little bit damp and wetter this morning for qualifying. One or two of the races were a bit damper and wet, but it's dried out significantly. We're over there, contrast to here, it's, as you say, it's rather pleasant in that part of Hampshire from what we can see.
Yeah, quite surprised we've got aircraft landing at the airport. I suppose they're able to cut their way through the thunder and lightning at the moment, as we see on screen. That's definitely set off the pit lane speed traps. 737 going into East Midlands Airport.
Those planes have been flying lower than I've ever known them today. Yeah. I've seen.
Hang on, we've got cookies going down in the pit lane there. That's from. Is that Green Team 14? That Greenheath? Yeah, Greenheath. If you can just send that up towards the commentary box, would be great.
That would be much appreciated. Yes.
Yeah, like a good cookie. But the question goes, Scott, as per Driven Minds Forte, custard cream or Bourbons?
We're not having this argument because it isn't an argument. It is Bourbons all day. Don't at me.
Oh God! Get in the comments on the YouTube chat, folks. We're going custard creams or Bourbons. I'm a custard cream man myself. Scott unfortunately has the wrong answer. But we live and learn these days. But if you've just joined us, it's quite moist out there at the moment. And
yes, we are still waiting for the race to resume, or at least the next steps for what's happening next here at Donington Park. We have put the red flag out at 56 minutes and 39 seconds. A reminder of where we were when the red flag came out. So it was Morpheus Racing who... It was Morpheus Racing who were on top of the red flag, and they were in the lead at that point. Second place was PLR Racing, and then third, if it was to stay as it was, is one of our Australian teams, the TF Racing Harvey's Towing.
And even better now, we've got a Colin. Is that a Colin the Caterpillar going on? What's going on here then?
Right, either Colin or Cuthbert, depending on where you buy it.
Yes.
Other
Caterpillar. Oh, we got a second one. We've got a second.
Other animal-based cakes from other supermarkets are available, we should say.
Absolutely. Whether you're a Marks and Spencer's or an Aldi fan, we are not getting into that argument right now.
My guess is that Signature RV, because you've got some Enduro Motorsport guys down there in their overalls. Of course, Enduro Motorsport sadly no longer. Of course, they had to shut up shop, but they still have Marcus Clutton and co who get involved in Fun Cup. So my guess is that's down at Signature RV with some of those guys down there.
Either way, there's cake going on. So again, if you're partial to sending a few slices up into the commentary box, I'd be grateful.
Any food of any kind of variety is always welcome in the commentary box, but particularly the sweet variety.
Yeah, we get Tim Harvey syndrome.
Cakes and pies. No Dan Cowish though.
No.
There's Peter Scher on the left-hand side. He's a regular representative reporter for Fun Cup in particular, and also C1s as well. He does.
He is the sleuth.
So he's down there getting all the information. I'm sure which will fill his report when all is said and done. And as we prepare to hopefully get an answer on what's happening next, we still don't have a line from race control yet. All we have is the message from 1654, which simply says race suspended, and we've now gone past half an hour waiting under the red flag to see what happens. Let me see if I can quickly go back to the rest of that classifications. We got to the top 3. That was TFH Racing Harvey's Towing. That's one of our 2 Australian first-timer teams in 3rd place. And so if they were to stay where they were, and let's say the race carried on for the next hour or so, there's still one more pit window to go through, of course, because we were 16 minutes away when the red flag came out of the pit window being opened for the final time. And then the last driver's getting in to take the cars all the way to the flag. So 4th place has gone to, so far, is EDF Motorsports, after leading at that point, essentially before the pit stops and before the rain came in, and it all kind of fell apart a little bit in the last sort of 20 and 30 minutes of that, 10-20 minutes of that sort of part of the race until the red flag came out. Signature RV currently sitting in 5th position, but they were leading at one stage, of course, and they had a very late pit stop, which then put them down to 5th in that last pit window. Team Ratters Racing are up in there in 6th position. GCI Racing up there in 7th. Green Heat are in 8th place. Seed Data in 9th. And Race Logic round out the top 10. The Rivals, which is the 2 Caterham drivers, that's being Ritush Patki and Matt Larby, are currently sat in 11th place. The FNS Morpheus Motorsport car 41, which has got the kind of rudimentary 41 number decals on the front section that had to replace. That car is in 12th. The GMR Eco car that was up there fighting for the lead early on, that's sat in 13th at the result. And then Team Olympian GRD, well, those who follow Fun Cup, we might be wondering if they haven't seen it, why is Team Olympian down in 14th place? Quite simply, Riley Phillips was leading the way by quite a margin by some 27 seconds, and then heading into Redgate, the rears reportedly locked up on the number 1 car. It skated off into the gravel, got itself beached down there, and it now finds itself at the red flag, a lap down, and down in 14th position. So they will have essentially a lot of work to try and do. We've just seen there one of the recovery snatch vehicles is just heading its way, I'm guessing, back into position.
Now, potentially going back into position, but we do see a member of staff out there on the chicane. Are they possibly moving the tyre stacks back just in case we get some sliding vehicles?
That could be a good shout there, potentially, if that's the case. Yeah, the snatch vehicle is just it's parked in between the middle of the chicane, so it's between the 2 tyre stacks. So I wonder.
Having a little wander around now to see what's going on. Well, they're certainly walked up to and assessing the tyre stacks on the chicane there. So it could well be that we may not be going yet. And we also got to think of what curfew is going to be for the circuit, because we have got a Fiesta race to run also. So we've got to look at curfew. I mean, what time roughly did we go under red flag conditions there, Scott?
It was reported on race control. I think it was about 16:51. I think it was when it goes. Let me go back to the race control.
So
race
about
control says 16:54 was when we went under red flag conditions. So we've been under red flag
for about 40 minutes.
So over half an hour.
Over half an hour. So effectively, you take 30 minutes off of that, and you're down to 26 minutes and 39. There's still vehicles out on the circuit, so
yeah,
it could well be that we can either see a 15 or 20 minute sprint, or we potentially have it wrapped up at that with 75% race distance complete.
I will say one thing optimistically, and even on the camera and outside here on the window, it is looking brighter out there. Not obviously totally blue skies and sunshine, but it looks much better than it did several minutes ago, about half an hour to 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, certainly the cloud cover is a lot higher. The rain is still falling, but there is still, unfortunately, a bit of a rumble and a bumble.
Yeah, it's still steady, but it's lighter. It's a lot more manageable than what we had. The absolute deluge.
Absolute deluge, and so we see conditions still really. They're not as bad. There's certainly no standing water as we look out on the old hairpin now, unless there is a little bit of a puddle on the inside of the circuit. Lots of standing water. You've also got to think as well, you look at the curbing and everything on these circuits, they will be like ice, so if they do manage to get out on circuit, they won't be touching those curbs, that's for sure. And I think Mr. Palmer will be making sure that his grass isn't churned up as well. He's very keen on his grass, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, he is. For what I understand, allegedly, he is quite particular about his grass. So we'll see how he gets on there. Just quickly run through the rest of the order. We stopped at Olympian when we're going through the order in terms of what will happen to them, and that was at 14th place. 15th then we had Team FFS, who've been running most of the time with a damaged, essentially no front splitter on that car, which has been interesting to see. Red River Sport, who were also up there in the mix as well, they're back down 16th place after they, I believe, had some kind of a collision with Morpheus Motorsport. I think they literally banged wheels with Morpheus Motorsport, and that damaged the right rear wheel, which caused Barnaby Grimes to have to soldier on for 2 or 3 laps, incredibly, with a damaged right rear wheel, literally damaged right rear wheel rim. It's easy to say. And he and the team are having to try and fight back from 16th, but they are 2 laps down. The second of the Australian team cars, that's the Harvey's Towing TFH Racing number 99 car. That car was in the gravel at the time of the red flag when it came out. Unless I'm mistaken, I think the rain is getting a little bit harder again. It's then Fueled Up Racing, who had a spin at the chicane as the rain was starting to hit and to make the circuit a little wetter. That was then followed by High Peak Racing in 19th. Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, who were up there battling and then had the issue where they had a damper problem. They had to come in and fix that, and that put them right out of contention. They have been since then looking at pretty fast pace, but they're currently back down in 20th position. And then Wave 9, who had an off and a spin in the wet. The Fun Cup Tifosi car also had issues when it started to get wet. Team Summers have had a really eventful day in 23rd place, but like 3 or 4 offs today, which has been quite frustrating for them. But them's the breaks, as they say. And then it's Rare Vinyl, who had an issue with their car, which then brought them back in. That car stopped just beyond the pit exit, and they pushed that car back into the pit lane and fixed whatever the issue was. And then Skull Club Racing had the burst radiator, which then dropped a load of fluid down it was Redgate all the way through to the Crane of Curves. So that fluid came down, and they managed to fix that radiator and get the car back out, but it's way down the order, some 29 laps at the moment. And there were 2 cars that we do also have right down the order. Axiometrics have managed to get back out in car 103, but they are 31 laps down after their car ground to a halt with mechanical, we think, gearbox issues at the Crane of Curves when the car pulled off. And they managed to fix those and get it back out, but it's way down the order, nowhere in contention. And then the 109 Morpheus Motorsport car, which is the 3rd of their cars, has also had a bit of a nightmare, and they essentially had issues since after only completed 70 laps. So all 27 cars have had their own interesting elements to the race.
Absolutely, and championship standings now. We look back on the first half of this race, and I must say the championship has been, in effect, blown wide open, with Olympian throwing it off into the Redgate gravel with a rear brake issue, with the rear brakes locking up, and it's skittering off into Redgate corner. And then we had the Uvio Hoffman's car that had a damper bottom out and brake on it, which caused some issues as we just look back. So it does look like the ground staff are sorting out the tyre stacks at the final chicane, trying to get them moved out of the way, potentially ready for the wet weather.
Right, a bit of information from Jamie Peters-Ennis, and he tells me that the Vape Club car had a flooded coil pack, which is why it stopped at the old hairpin. So it was quite simply, literally the elements got to the coil pack and forced it to ground to a halt.
Oh, so unfortunate. So what happens now? Because we're under red flag conditions. They've obviously seen the car, had the car recovered and looked at the car. So do they then restart?
Well, we've had it before where cars have been recovered back to the pit lane, and then once the issue's been fixed, they're allowed to get back out again. I've seen that before. So I suspect that's probably the same thing. As I mentioned, in Fun Cup, typically, essentially you're not really out of the race. Essentially, there's a rule in there pretty much that if you start the race, you effectively end up as a classified finisher regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
So, effectively, I guess in many cases, EDF are still technically in the race. But ultimately, I guess the key thing is that they weren't running at the time of the red flag when the race stopped.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, something that the clerk of the course, Julian Floyd and co, will have to figure out either before we start the race, if they're trying to already, or try and get the race at least finished. And then once that's done, it then becomes a case of just figuring out how the race takes its restart.
Well, as you can see, there's still some rigorous work going on with the ground staff out on the circuit, so we're not quite ready to go just yet. Still thunder and lightning going on here as well. And the rain keeps falling, so I do wonder, you know me, Scott, I'm always the optimist, but could that be it for this round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship?
Well, I can easily understand how some people would interpret it in that way, but at the very least, we will have to sit tight and see what happens. It looks like I think we've got one of the course cars. I'm not sure if that's even the safety car, maybe, which has just gone out to have a look at the conditions, but you're right, they are working out. Just confirmed in my ear that it is one of the Donington Park course cars. Thank you very much to our producer. So that's one of the BMW MSV Donington Park safety course cars that have gone out to have a look. The RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car will still be sitting pretty at the end of the pit lane and waiting to go back on duty. So we will wait and see how and when we get to go out. I've also tasked one of my esteemed colleagues at Brscc to go and have a look and find out what the next steps are and when we might be able to go back racing, if we go back racing again, of course. It's still raining, but it's steady rain, but it's not what I call a deluge. It's just simply just rain, if that makes sense. It's not light rain, but it's not heavy rain either. It's simply just almost if you like call medium in the middle somewhere rain. Just rain.
But the problem is it's just adding to the deluge we had earlier. So the ground is already sodden. We've had a lot of rain here in the past few weeks. And I'll tell you one thing we can do is take a bit of a break. We've got some interviews that were taken earlier on in the paddock when it was a little bit drier. So let's go across and have a listen to some of those. Right, it's Gaz Shock's Mazda MX Cup Championship time, and Chris Bingham out in this beautiful car with the teddy bear on the front. First of all, explain what the teddy bear's about.
Well, it's from Brscc Racing, inspiration from that team and James Hunt. It looks pretty good, so yeah. Well, basically that's it, pretty simple. And then the colour scheme is from Damon Hill, Jack Villeneuve, Williams 90s car. So yeah, that's pretty much the inspiration behind the livery, and yeah. Good.
Stunning, loving the retro touches on it. Mazda MX-5 Racing, what brought you into this championship series?
Just coming out of karting, so something to get used to car racing basically. Seems pretty, not an easy jump up, but yeah, we'll see how we go. Should be good.
Donington Park this weekend, the weather looks changeable. What's your thoughts, wet or dry?
I think it looks pretty wet tomorrow, it looks pretty miserable and horrible, so we'll see how we go, but hopefully it'll be dry today, which will be nice, and then get the umbrellas out for tomorrow. Yeah.
And how's 2024 gone for you so far?
It's gone pretty good. Done some European karting, UK karting. It's gone pretty well. We're out at Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time, doing some more karting there, and then further on to Belgium. So yeah, that'll round up the karting season, and then the next round in this will be at France, I believe.
And you're just getting ready to go out this morning while the weather stays dry. What's your expectations for today?
No pressure, first round, just get used to the car again, get used to the track again, and see how we go, yeah.
Fantastic, and for a full campaign next year, maybe?
Maybe, we'll see how we get on, yeah.
Fantastic, thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
And as usual, it's always a pleasure to come down and see Mr. George Grant when we talk about the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. George, how's your weekend started off?
Well, it's a mixture of good and bad, really. I mean, we're quicker than we were last year, but then everybody else is quicker, right? So we've got new tyres. We've just been out qualified. I'm actually quite pleased with the qualifying, but it was a very, very slippery on new rubber, straight out of the box. You've got about three laps to bed in. So yeah, I think they need another cycle, these tyres. So that's pretty much what's happened this morning.
Now, you've got a lucky mascot with you this weekend that's tied in with Clapham North. So talk to us about the teddy bear.
Okay, well, as you know, Clapham North, those awfully nice people at Clapham North, very kindly sponsor the Super Cup. We also sponsor Abbey in the Porsche Carrera Cup, and we also sponsor the Downforce Radio, or rather the other guys I know quite well who sponsor the Downforce Radio guy. But coming back to the bear, we're 65 years old as a historic motorsport garage, and the bear is just a sort of symbol. It's actually a polar bear, north. So Clapham North, as in North Pole, polar bear. So, but we just need a name. That's what we're looking for. But yes, it's a mascot to celebrate 65 years of Clapham North.
I think North the Bear sounds quite good, don't you?
I'll take that. Ask your listeners to and your viewers to email or go to #ClaphamNorthMOT and give us a name.
We'll start a petition. What is it that keeps bringing you back to racing these Mazda MX-5s?
That's a very long philosophical question. I mean, the long and short of it is just it's really enjoyable, right? Motor racing's always been in my blood, right? And I'm lucky enough, I'm privileged enough to be able to race these cars. And also it's the camaraderie in the paddock, it's the relationships that you build. The Brscc are brilliant at organising and putting things together. Also, somebody like me, who's not the youngest guy in the paddock, I'm reasonably competitive, so therefore it gives me hope. I'm 30 years younger than most of these guys, and I'm not that much slower than them. So there's life in the old dog yet, as it were. So it's just great fun. It's not terribly expensive, although motor racing you're going to spend money, but it's great fun, and I would recommend it to anybody who's actually a budding racing driver who wants to have a go. Just get in one of these things. I mean, we had Colin Turkington racing with us, so British touring car guys, they come here to sort of whet their appetite and do a bit of practicing pre-season, so it has something for everybody.
Absolutely, I think we can all attest to the brilliant performance of these cars. I'll leave you to it this weekend. George, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to the Mazda SuperCup, and we've got Jack Harding here. Jack, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. It's nice to be back. I miss Cadwell. I've never been a fan of Cadwell anyway, but for budget reasons as well, we're just doing a few this year, so it's good to be back. I like Donington. I've had a lot of success around here in the past, and hoping to mix it in.
We've spoken to the likes of Aidan Hills, Will Blackwell Chambers and Amy Watts so far, and they comment about this circuit and what it gives to pack racing. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's all about slipstream and towing in qualifying, and then in the race the leader very rarely gets away unless there's a big incident and splits the pack up, but normally it's literally nose to tail, slipstreaming. It's frustrating, really. Like I said, there's a lot of people having to defend, and it's just you get to the front, and then before you know it, you shuffle back to third or fourth, and it's just for them. But it's good fun. You've sometimes just got to use your head, so that's why I like racing around here. It's quite fun.
Now, you said you're only doing a few events this year, but you're still coming back to the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. What is it about this championship?
Yeah, so obviously I started back in this when I was 2015 I did, and I think I raced 2015 up to 2019, then missed a year of COVID, and then came back in 2021. Finished second about 3 or 4 times, racing against the likes of Luke Herbert and Aidan Hills and things like that. But then I had a break and I went to Civic Cup for a while, and I enjoyed that, and I had some good success in that. And then, we just needed to find something that was a bit more within our budget. The Civics is kind of a bit of a next level, and we had a bit of bad luck last year, and we had a few incidents, so it was time to sell that. And then it was like, right, okay, what do we do? Do we just retire, or do we come back and do something else? So I was like, right, okay, Super Cup, I know that, and it's always been good racing. I've always enjoyed it, so yeah, I was starting to get back, really.
What's your thoughts going into today? You've just had qualifying. How did that go?
Yeah, qualifying went okay. I didn't have a tow, which is massive round here. I qualified 6th. I think I'll probably be 6th for both races, which, to be honest, isn't that bad really, as long as you're in that mix and you're in that top half. It'll be good racing. So no, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, my sponsors, I've got Autovox, I've got Vehicle Wraps Yorkshire, Gazebo Foods, and a lovely guy called Robert. He's paid for me to be here this weekend, so I'm really thankful to be here. We're just gonna have some fun, try and mix it in, and hopefully try and wipe some smiles off people's faces in front of me.
Have some fun though, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be trying to come through, try to get on that podium, see what we can do.
Fantastic. Good luck to you.
Cheers, mate.
And we've popped down to the Fiesta ST150 paddock and we've caught Jade Goodwin, fresh in from qualifying. Jade, you've been a supporter of the ST150 Championship since last year. What is it that brings you back to this championship?
The cars are really great, really small, compact, super loose on the back end, and a really good place to sort of learn the basics of racing and, you know, progress. Super spec class, so the racing's extremely close, rubbing paint, you know, it's proper racing, it's really good.
And you come from a karting background, so does that really tie in with the evolution of your driving skills as well?
It's completely different really, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, but the racecraft, I take a lot to each other, so I'll bring stuff I know from the karting over here and stuff I learn from the cars I take back, so it's quite a good relationship. Back end's super loose, and you know, in the car it's very smooth and tidy, so it's quite a bit different, but I enjoy both.
And despite the cars almost hitting 20 years old now, let's not say that too loudly, they are great racing cars still.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm only 25, so that doesn't feel great. But yeah, the great little car. I mean, just great little thing.
And you can't beat the blue oval.
No, you can't beat the blue oval. Yeah, the Fords are. I am a Ford girl at heart. I've owned 3 cars in my life. One's a Fiesta race car and the other 2 are Fiesta road cars. So I'm definitely in the right place.
So just tell us about your year on a whole. How have you found it going this year?
The year's been good so far, but bad so far. It's more of like definitely teething pains is the only way to describe it. A couple of crashes, a broken wrist, and you know, it's not been the best in that sort of way, but at least I'm learning a lot of resilience and how to sort of bounce back and push through the pain. And but yeah, I'm working really hard to try and get through this period, the teething pains, so then once I finally unlock what I really need, I can be there then.
And plans going into 2025, more of the same?
Yeah, I plan to be racing this again next year. Hopefully, same, you know, bit quicker next year maybe, get some good testing underway. So I don't really get the opportunity to test a lot with the budget and time and, you know, etc. etc. So if I could get quite a good test program over the winter season, just so I could come in a bit more prepared this time. Superb.
And just finally, your association with Driven Minds.
Oh, Driven Minds is great. I first sort of learnt about Driven Minds through Eliza on Instagram, and I thought, wow, in a sport where it's a man's sport and mental toughness is definitely a massive factor that you need being a racing driver, because it is one of the toughest sports. You'll have 99% absolutely awful time, like the time will be awful, but then the 1% where it's good, it's great, and it's just learning how to lose and how to, you know, so you can learn how to win. But I thought it was really insightful and interesting that they were challenging, you know, you need to be mentally tough, where, well, this is a space where you can be open and we all have struggles and you can still race and, you know, struggle mentally. It's really important, especially with like the Dan Kirby this weekend. That's a massive, huge point. And it's, you know, just pushing that forward, that mental strength, and how racing can actually be quite a good outlet for mental health. I mean, I know I do, so I love Driven Minds, yeah.
Fantastic, Jade. Well, good luck this weekend. You've had your qualifying, 2 races to come. The weather might play a part though.
It's thundering, yeah. So we'll see. I think if we can keep it on track and survive, we'll be okay.
Good luck this weekend, Jade.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
And I'm with Mr. Matt Parks of Parks Motorsport, who's probably one of the busiest men in the paddock this weekend. You're running Mazda MX-5s and you're running these BMW Compact Cup cars. What is it about that championship that just keeps on giving?
I think it's the simplicity, the cost, and frankly, I think they're one of the best little cars you can drive. Hone your craft in. They move about. They've got to move around a lot. They're just so fun to drive.
And it's a small, shorter wheelbase, not very quick in terms of engine power. So it's all about the momentum in these cars, right?
Absolutely. That's where you're going to hone your craft. Is knowing how to drive them more quickly, because everyone is on the same platform, suspension, engines, ECU, etc. You have to do it behind the wheel.
And the development that's gone on with these cars over the years, a bit like the Mazdas, they just get quicker and quicker and quicker each year too. So you've really got to sort of keep your eye in and tweak that setup.
Absolutely. I think this last 2 years, they've even gone quicker again. You know, how long have we been going with these now? Must be 12 years, something like that, and they're still going quicker. Fundamentally, the mechanics are the same, but it's just dialing in the individuals behind the wheel and tyres, etc., and just getting that set up just right for those drivers to enable them to go that fast.
Let's look ahead to this weekend. I'm going to say nearly 30 cars on the grid. That's mightily impressive.
It is, considering we really thought last year that we might have a bit of an issue with the championship this year with numbers just dropping off, but this year's been reborn a little, to be honest, because at the start of the year it was so exciting. It was back to what we'd expect it to be a couple of years ago.
And let's talk about the new generation now, which is actually just around the corner. Should we go around and have a look at the new 1 Series? So if you come with us now, we'll have a walk around the corner and have a look at the new BMW 1 Series SuperCup car that you've done quite a bit of work with. So tell us a bit about this new generation car.
It's typically you want a race car to look good, and I think it looks spectacular. It really does stand out. Looks like a proper little mini touring car, which I think's the appeal. It's a 1.6 litre turbocharged BMW 114, 116 or 118. It's quite simple in BMW terms. It's basically replicating a platform that we already know is a successful formula, basically, that Brscc have put together, and we're here today to shake it down, essentially, this particular car, and see what else we need to do with it.
So the plan for the rollout of these cars over the next few years?
I think it's going to be rolling out sooner than that.
Pretty quickly?
Yes.
Have you had quite a lot of interest from the current compact Cup flock?
Current compact Cup guys, plus we've had inquiries from other championships also.
And fantastic cars. And have these got the same racing and driving characteristics as the old compact cars?
Not yet. And the reason I say that is because we're still tuning ourselves into the car. At some point, that wheel handle very similar to a compact, with the being able to get the car to move around nice. We're just trying to dial it in.
Now, talking about testing this weekend, the weather certainly is forecast to be a bit variable. What's your thoughts?
I think it's going to be fun.
Especially when the wet stuff comes.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching the guys in the wet and also competing in the wet myself. So I'm looking forward to that.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, Matt Parks.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
And I'm with.
So, just some of the personalities in the paddock this weekend here at Donington Park. We've just had an update here for those who are following on the Fun Cup race, just to mention that we have received a word on that side of things that we believe, looking at some of the information on our systems here, yeah, as it shows on TSL now, we can confirm that the Fun Cup race has now been declared. As we are past 75% distance, the result has now been declared. So,
and the Australians missed out on the £1,000.
They did. Well, we'll give you give you the run through. I'm certain that Jamie will want to go and find our top threes. At least he's going to have a chat to them at least in the pit lane wherever they are. So, in terms of the result, this is how it stands after the race being declared at 110 laps. It's Morpheus Racing who are given the victory. It's their second win of the season. So Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows are victors in this declared the shortened declared race here at Donington Park. Second goes to EDF Motorsports. They're classified as being 14.16 seconds back at the end of that race. And third goes to PLR Racing. So one thing that's also interesting is that EDF are there, so that's fine. So EDF are second, I was getting confused. Then it's PLR Racing in third place. You get the final step on the podium. They are also the winners in the Masters category, so that's Neil and Ben Pitch. So
well done, PLR.
Even though they do miss out, credit's due. TH Racing 62 for their first effort to get fourth place is magnificent.
Fantastic
so well
effort there.
Them. Really good for them in that section. Fifth goes to Signature RV. Sixth goes to Ratters Racing Team 155. Seventh race, again, a quiet but consistent race for GCR Racing, gets them up to 7th place. Then it's Green Heath 8th, a little bit lower than maybe they'd like to have been. They were a bit higher earlier on in the race, but down in 8th is where they'll have to be resided. Then it's Seed Data in 9th place and the Race Logic in P10. with the rivals in P11, and then that's followed by the rivals 11th. Then it's FNS Morpheus Motorsport in 12th, GMR Eco finish up in 13th, and Team Olympian GRD. What could have been? It could have been the 5P. It could have been 5 in a row.
Could have been the 5P, but 14th, and they still finish ahead of UVO Hoffmans.
They
do.
Because I'm certain both will still use this as their drop score, because of course their worst result before this, each of them was 4th place. They should both get back 64 points each from the drop score. So I think even though it's 14th, that'll be that case. 15th backwards, we see Team FFS, who picks up P15 ahead of Red River Sport, who looked strong early on but had their own issues and even had that bit of contact with Morpheus Racing on the right rear, damaged the rim, had to come in, change the wheel, change the tyre. They came back out in 16th place. Disappointing for them, but still a hard effort from the point where they were towards the front. 17th goes to the 99 Harvey's Towing TFH Racing Cars, so the second of the Australian teams, back in 17th. They had their own issues. They also were off with the gravel at the time with the red flag, hence they dropped down the order. Fueled Up Racing was 18th, ahead of High Peak Racing in 19th, and another one, UVO Hoffmans Motorsport, who struggled with a broken damper, fixed it, and the car was back on pace when it was back out there, but the damage literally had been done. It was back down in 20th place. Then the rest of the order is Wave 9 in 21st, Fun Cup Tifosi in 22nd, Team Summers in 23rd. They had an eventful day with all sorts of spins and incidents in there, but they managed to pick up 23rd place. Rare Vinyl had their own issues too. They were pushed back into the garage towards the end of that part of the race. And then it's Skull Club Racing, who had that burst radiator. Axiometrics had gearbox issues, and Morpheus Motorsport also hit their own troubles and were classified as 27th and 40 laps down. So, victory for Morpheus Racing, and that means now we go to the Alton Park finale. It'll be I think it's a 1 hour sprint and a 3 hour endurance race. That should be pretty fascinating. And when Alton Park is the final round of the season, if you thought the racing we've had throughout the season has been great, Alton Park, the racing literally goes through the roof, and it breaks the... I'm struggling to find the right superlative. Literally, the racing will go through the roof, because ultimately there is a championship at stake, particularly it's that close. That's going to be quite a spectacle between Olympian and UVO for the title, 2 heavyweights of the championship. That's going to be quite a spectacle.
Quite a spectacle, and I cannot wait to see how that unfolds. But that's 2 Fun Cup races I've now had the pleasure to commentate on, Scott, and both of them have been absolutely action-packed. If you weren't a convert out there, ladies and gentlemen, you certainly will be now. Now, we are just waiting to hear back from Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's potentially going to be bringing us some podium interviews down in the paddock, and we are still waiting some word on if we have any Fiesta action later on today. We've still got a lot of course cars and a few things being checked out on the circuit. The deluge that happened has... okay, so we are just we've heard from the clerk of the course quite a bit today. I think it's time to throw down to Jamie, who's potentially got someone.
Yeah. So what we've got, forgive us, what we've got is we've got a VT. We've got as part of the promotion of Driven by Racing, which we've been talking about all day. We talked about the clerk of the course a lot, Julian Floyd, and the role he does. Let's hear from not only clerk of the course for British GT, but also Brscc chairman Peter Daly, who can tell us a bit more in this little Motorsport UK promo video filmed at Driven by Racing about the role of the clerk of the course, how important it is, and how people can get involved in it as well. So let's hear from that whilst we continue to wait for some news on the Fiestas.
My name's Peter Daly. I'm the chairman of the Brscc. I've been involved in motorsport, or passionate about watching motorsport since I was a youngster. About 12 years ago, I was persuaded to take up and train as a clerk of the course. And the reason why I did that was that my work-life balance. I couldn't take a lot of time to prepare a race car, and I wanted to remain in the sport. I now look after Brscc championships. I look after British GT. I do some GT World Challenge Asia, and I'm very proud to be the clerk of the course for the Formula One. So when someone says, what is a clerk of the course? I'm going to use the word being in charge, but if you don't feel like you're in charge, you feel like you're a captain of a team. And you've got to put together a team, and that happens on the build-up through the winter. And you're going to work with like-minded people, and your goal is to deliver a great race meeting where all of your competitors, who ultimately are customers, paying a lot of money to go racing in club sport, they're all satisfied that you're running to the rule book, a bit like a referee and the linesman and everything else that goes into a football match. The role involves organisation, management, a lot of camaraderie. Of course, you need to know the rules, and of course you get training from Motorsport UK, and that training is online. it does wonders for your CV as well, especially if you're in the early part of a professional career, because it's just another skill that you get outside of your workplace. The reason why we need to bring new people in is to keep the sport vibrant. There's a lot of new skills required. We do a lot of data analysis when we're looking at races. We do a lot of video analysis. And generally, we only have so much social time. For me, motorsport provides me with a passion. It provides me with social interaction with people, like-minded people. And of course, this time of year, we have lots of nice dinners where we could all meet, go to the pub and things like that. What we need to do to get people involved and train up is get people to go onto the Motorsport UK website, which is the central hub for British motorsport, but also look up some of the clubs. So Brscc, we take from the regions. We've got the North Western region, we've got the Central Midlands region, we've got the East Anglia region. We will identify the skills, we'll work with you, and then we'll allocate different roles for people. And the great thing about it is the camaraderie. I can't stress that enough. You look forward to Friday afternoons going to the racetrack. Sunday nights, you look forward to having a good pint before you get home.
So, that's don't need to hear any recurring from his thoughts of Thruxton, but we're back here at Donington Park for still waiting for a bit of news on what's going to happen with the potential start of the second vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenge. But hopefully that little video gave you an insight into the important role of the clerk of the course, because as Peter Daly rightfully said, it's very much like being the captain of a ship or the captain of a team, in terms of you have to work together with all the different elements, such as the observers, the stewards. You've got to work, of course, with the deputy clerk of the course. And some certain championships, like Fun Cup, for example, will have their own particular specific championship-specific clerks of the course. So we'll wait and see how the interest comes in for that one. Again, if you want to find out more about becoming a clerk of the course, then do be sure to get yourself down to Driven by Racing, which is taking place on the 16th and 17th of November at Silverstone. And again, you can learn not just about being a clerk of the course, but you can also learn about other things, such as, of course, naturally there'll be race car teams and manufacturers down there in order to give you an insight into some of the championships that run on the Brscc portfolio. But also on top of that as well, it's not just about the cars on track, and you can take test drives and passenger rides, but it's also about the roles off track, like being a clerk of the course, like being a steward, like being as well incredibly a marshal. I mean, we talk about the marshals a bit here this weekend, Rob. In fact, they've had literally sun and rain to deal with, and they have to deal with some of those extreme weather conditions at some points, particularly the extreme heat we had here several weeks ago for some of the racing we had here at Donington Park. And in the mix of that, you have absolute deluges here and all sorts of different weather conditions in between it. The marshals are quite a hardy bunch, and we try to give as much praise as we can, but even then, I don't think they still don't get even enough praise, given the fact that they're literally the key element of making sure that a race weekend happens, because they are all volunteers who make sure that cars are cleared away, cars are in right positions in the assembly area. It's a phrase that's said a lot, but it's never understated. If we didn't have marshals in motorsport,
we don't go racing.
There would be no racing, there would be no motorsport. Simple as that.
And you have such amazing characters up and down the pit lane amongst the marshalling fraternity. I know Ash Morton is down there this weekend. He's certainly one of them that we see in particular at Donington Park and at other race meetings at circuits this end of the country. And our Orange Army are a fantastic bunch of people. You've got the course officials and everyone making sure that we are able to go racing as safely as we can. And get yourself down to Driven by Racing if you are interested in doing a bit of marshalling. If you are interested in getting involved, get yourself down to Driven by Racing at Silverstone with the Brscc on the 16th and 17th of November. Learn a bit about it. Learn a bit about what happens and what the marshals get up to. And who knows, they were doing it last year. You might be able to cut up some vehicles and learn how to rescue some race drivers. But certainly the Orange Army playing their part today. They've had all 4 seasons chucked at them at once. It's great to see them still mucking in and getting the job done. And at times this year, where it's been a packed British motorsport schedule, there are several race meetings that have been quite bare to the bones in terms of marshals. We are very grateful for them, and we need to get more out there donning the orange.
We do indeed, and ultimately it's for all different ages of people that can take. But we even have junior marshals, of course, that take part. We are as young as I think 14, 15, 16 who do a grand job and manage to work. I think they become like cadet marshals, then move up forwards, and it's incredible. If you love motorsport and you just love the experience of being a marshal, that can be something that you can pretty much stay with you the whole life. And yes, it's a voluntary role, but genuinely they do it for the love of the sport, because they love the sport that they do and they want to be a part of it. And even those who, you can be a marshal from somewhere between club events like this all the way to the British Grand Prix and Le Mans and going as far afield as America and Australia. And I always seem to find that British marshals genuinely, I don't say this lightly, British marshals are the best in the world when it comes to how well they're trained. They get regular training every single year, refresher training to make sure they're up to date with all the processes, that they don't feel rusty, they don't feel kind of out of practice. And so also they're always encouraging to bring more and more people that just want to find a way into motorsport. Get yourself marshalling. There's in many ways there's no kind of closer way to get to the racing unless you're being in the seat when it's out track or around it, which is amazing to see. You can be part of a really amazing sport which everyone loves in that sense. We talked about juniors, and it's not just junior marshals that we talk about as well. Of course, junior drivers in the mix too as well. And they're racing this. They've been racing this weekend at Thruxton, but the Fiesta Junior Championship has been continuing to go from strength to strength. And even back in February, they ran their first ever scholarship, of course, which saw Daniela Sutton take the scholarship prize. She's been enjoying a fully funded season of racing in a Mark 7 Ford Fiesta. So looking ahead to the 2025 scholarship, which is taking place towards the end of October, if you have a young driver that's either been watching potentially some of the Fiesta Junior actions there at Thruxton, or they are a karter or an autograss racer or a short turf racer, or somebody who is of the junior age, around about 13 to 16 years old, who might be eligible to take part in this, just check this video out here of what you can expect at this year's Fiesta Junior Scholarship based on what happened last year, and see if it inspires you to take part at the end of October. Check this out and see what you think.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Donington Park, the first ever Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So there you have it. That is pretty much the Fiesta Junior Scholarship in a nutshell. It's 3 days of competition for young racers aged 13 to 16 years old. The prize at the end of it is a fully funded season in the 2025 Fiesta Junior Scholarship. It's a championship, I should say, and it's a prize package in total worth in excess of £65,000. And it really does help you go towards helping you get literally your first step onto the circuit racing ladder, whether you've been in karting or short ovals or autographs, or even you've never even raced before and you've done sim racing. And the key thing about it with the scholarship is it isn't the absolute fastest driver that wins the scholarship. You have to have the whole package. You have to be good, obviously, in the car, but also taking instruction and feedback and applying the feedback from the instructors. And there were some great all-star instructors that were set to have, including head instructor Josh Cook, and the likes, and of course, on top of that, of BTCC stars Paul O'Neill and also Aidan Moffat, who began his racing career back in 2012 in the Fiesta Junior Championship before he moved on to becoming one of the youngest ever BTCC drivers when he made his debut. Of course, he's now become a multiple race winner. And he's now racing for one of the top teams alongside Josh Cook in the Toyota Corollas and the British Touring Car Championship. So some great people all together, some great partners involved. It's a really great experience. Even if those who take part in it don't win the scholarship, they should use it as a great stepping stone. In fact, to give you an example of just how good the scholarship has been to bring through new drivers, regardless if they actually won it or not, this year's Fiesta Junior Grid has seen no less, including the winner, than 9 drivers move up through the scholarship into the championship itself. That just shows the incredible pathway it can lead, even again just using the opportunity to get the feedback from the coaches, get involved in it. And it's not just, again, the driving element that you're tested on as well, but it's also things like the fitness test that you'll do. There's also media tests, how you present yourself in front of the camera, and also how you can present yourself personally, and also just I guess your general demeanour and attitude around the whole scholarship and how you are as a person, not just how you are as a driver, the complete package as a junior driver, and how much potential also the judges also see in that driver, and how much they're able to develop over the course of going through the first few days. Then if you make it to the final 12, then you get, of course, to the knockdown to the final 6 shootout, and how much progress you can make and how much progress you can show applying all that feedback, applying all of the different elements of being a racing driver through the course of that scholarship. And again, outright speed won't win the scholarship alone. It's the complete package as a driver. So if you've got a young driver, if you're a young driver aged 13, 16 years old, or you're a parent that's watching that has somebody that wants to give the scholarship a go, first of all, we fully encourage it, and there are spots available to do. So I think there's limited spots on the Tuesday, but there are spots available on the Monday of the scholarship if you want to give that a go. Either way, but there are spots available. Just head to the website brscc.co.uk. When you get to the top of the website, there is a tab that simply says 2025 Junior Scholarship. Click that, it will take you towards the dedicated event page for the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. All the information is there and all the criteria to enter, and be sure to get yourself in the mix. Places will be limited the closer we get to the event at the end of October at Brighton Park, and be sure to take part, because certainly if you want to get yourself on the grid, and if you've watched Fiesta Juniors either this weekend or throughout the season or part of it, and you think, I'm a junior racer, I'd love to be on that grid, there's your opportunity. Go and take it, it's available, and hopefully we'll see you there at Brighton Park towards the end of October. And again, all information on that and everything else about BRSCC is, of course, on the website brscc.co.uk. There's also some other bigger end-of-season events that are coming up towards the end of the year. Of course, you've got, just before the scholarship, on the 19th and 20th of October, the 53rd running of the legendary Formula Ford Festival, which is named in honour this year after the 1984 winner, Dutchman Gerrit van Kouwen, who sadly is no longer with us. He passed away within the last sort of 12 to 18 months, very sadly. But this year, the Van Kouwen family wanted to honour him correctly, not just on his passing and his life, but also 40 years since he won the festival. Again, it's 2024 this year, of course. 40 years ago, it was Gerrit van Kouwen winning the festival at Brands Hatch. So this year we'll remember him, and the event being called the BRSCC Gerrit van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, and it's going to be another great celebration of all things Formula Ford. There's some great powerhouses in terms of entries for Formula Ford that are coming in already in the entry list. Still a few to come in terms of different drivers as well. You should expect some really good grids and entries on that side, and that weekend also ties in with being the season finale for all 3 of our Mazda MX-5 championships that you're seeing here this weekend. So the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, plus the final rounds of the Nankang Thai City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge, and the BRSCC Evolution Trophy Series on top of that as well. It promises to be, again, another magnificent spectacle. If you've got a K-engine Formula Ford of any age and you want to take part, head on to the BRSCC Race Hub. That's racehub.brscc.co.uk. Get yourself signed up, get yourself entered. If you want to at least come and take part and attend, I think tickets are available on sale on the Brands Hatch website, and more information can be found on the BRSCC website also. Also, the special event, whilst we still wait for some news on what's happening with the ST150 race very quickly, is that we have the Race of Remembrance coming up on the 8th to 10th of November, which is also coming up too. So the 8th to 10th of November, the Race of Remembrance is also taking place as well. It's the 10th. It's into its 10th running now, and it's an incredibly special event. For those who've never done it before, heard of it before, or been to it before, or taken part, it takes place over the Remembrance weekend, and runs through Saturday and Sunday on that sense. So, Race of Remembrance, of course, happening as well. It takes place on the Remembrance Sunday service. Apologies for the small pause there. And essentially, it's a really poignant weekend, of course, being a Remembrance weekend anyway. But it's basically a Remembrance weekend with a race around it. So it's all centred around the Remembrance weekend. You get some incredible teams that take place. It's a really incredible weekend, a great atmosphere. There's the SuperCup Saturday that takes place, where they give the ex-service leavers and veterans, and indeed also on top of that, even some of the marshals rides around the circuit, or the Biathlon of Foolishness, and then the 3-part 12-hour race that sees it all in support of Mission Motorsport and all the magnificent work that they do. You head to the Mission Motorsport website for more information on that. That's taking place the 8th and 10th of November, and there's also more great stuff happening throughout the end of the season. Right, I believe that the ST150s are in the assembly area waiting to go, so we should be getting underway very, very shortly. So despite the rain delays, I think it looks like we're all set for our final race of the day here at Thruxton. That's the second for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. So, as we wait for the ST150s to make their way around onto the grid, as I said, they're in the assembly area right now. Of course, what we are waiting for is to see how this second race plays out. Of course, the race earlier on saw a first ever victory in his racing career for Alex Sprange. The car's just going past me in the commentary box position, understandably, I think being led around by the safety car, given that it is quite treacherous conditions out there in terms of the weather, which is still raining, but it's not as bad as it certainly was. It's still quite saturated out on this Donington Park National Circuit. And based on the results from race number 1, that's how the grid is set for race number 2 here for this afternoon. So as a reminder of how also the race 1 result, but also how the start for race number 2, this is the grid. So Alex Sprange, who won the first race earlier on and was quite delighted with his first ever win, he'll start from pole position. Alongside him, Michael Blackburn, who I might not potentially say it out loud here, but I think certainly will have enough in this final race of the weekend and the second of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, is that if he essentially stays more than essentially 100 points ahead of the rest of the field, effectively will become champion-elect going towards Alton Park and provisionally wrap up the title, but we might not properly go through confirming that until we get to near Alton Park. Either way, Michael Blackburn is in a really good position, that's how we say, in terms of put himself in a place to pretty much make himself a 2-time ST champion in that essence. Going to the second row, Sam Watkins in car 98 starts alongside Mark Blunt, who's on the second row of the grid next to him in car 3. Then it's Max Buxton and Chris Grimes on the third row of the grid alongside Stephanie Saw and Dan Robertson back in 8. Dan, of course, coming to the weekend second in the championship, but I think that Mark Blunt outscoring him means he may well have taken second place going towards Alton Park for the final rounds in a few weeks' time towards the end of October. Then it's Dylan Davis and Titude Nachita who round up the top 10, followed by Jamie Luthwaite and Aidan Vickers on the 6th row of the grid. Jade Goodwin and Matthew Morton start on row 7. And then it's Ron Lofstadt and Chris Rowlands, followed by Matt Pimlett, Dan Wyke and Matt McCarthy. How their problems. Matt McCarthy don't even really properly started the race in race 1, so we'll have to keep an eye on how he gets on. Now, whilst they've been on the formation lap here, as you can see, the rain is still coming down, and I think it's gotten slightly heavier in terms of coming through, but it looks as though hopefully these Nankang tyres will be able to cope with the conditions. At least you hope so. I think what they've also done is they're putting them out on the formation lap, and essentially I think this might well be a second green flag lap, considering that the conditions compared to this morning are much different compared to when they were in qualifying, and that will mean that I also imagine that the race will probably start once the safety car crosses the line, and that timer should start to 15 minutes. Usually in these situations, if it's under a safety car start, the timer starts as soon as they come through the end of the formation lap and the safety car crosses the line. So I'm anticipating that timer to go all the way to start ticking down any second now. In fact, yes, it does. So we've gone for the full 15-minute duration, but of course the race is essentially underway, but they're under safety car at this point. And you can see it is just how dark it is out there with the rain cover, with the cloud cover, but also the rain and the fact that we are at this point at about 20 past 6 in the afternoon. And this certainly, I'm sure, will be an assessment of the conditions and to see whether or not it is suitable enough for these guys to continue on. Of course, race has got underway, but it does look as though visibly the weather has actually worsened a little bit since they've left the assembly area, because you can see the rain is starting to hammer down a little more, you can see. And being led behind or following behind the runyourfeet.com Jaguar Sport Brake safety car. So you can see that the field, you can see the field with lights ablaze and wipers frantically flying around, but also just see how much heavier the rain has also gotten here too. So, and then we've got a slight slide underneath the safety car. That's number 12, Matthew Morton, who's had a bit of a drama in the conditions. So that almost kind of tells you a lot, given the fact that even at slow safety car speeds, there are still one or two cars that are finding it a bit too tricky out there. So we never obviously like to see the races in these situations when the conditions are quite wet, but we'll wait and see. Now, I guess the key decision is going to be, does the safety car come in and get the race underway, or do they keep it under safety car until they deem that hopefully the weather conditions have gotten a little bit lighter? We will wait and see. My suspicion is that they will put them around for another lap, because the lights are still on the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So another time around the circuit for them. Of course, in many cases, the main person it benefits really is Alex Sprange, who, of course, essentially has started this race from pole position, and is pretty much holding on. In fact, we even just had a report from Rob Lewis, who's down on the ground, simply just saying that the rain is definitely heavy, and we can certainly see that on the ground as well. So across the line, they'll come at least under the safety car. One car's dive for the pits in the background also. That is Chris Grimes is in the pit lane, so car 291 is in the pit lane there, and yeah, you can see that even that the conditions are getting, dare I say, even wetter than they were last time in just a space of a couple of minutes. So around the corner at Redgate, still under safety car, and you can see just how wet it is. You can see the light trails from the headlights, or the reflections from the headlights, really gleaming. It's a properly glossy surface. You can see just how significantly how reflective the headlights are on the track themselves. And so they're tricky. But actually, they've thrown a red flag, and I suspect the race has been stopped. And I guess the question is, of course, given the fact I believe the curfew is about, it must be possibly at least 6:30. There might even be a chance that, given that they've got them to do, they've completed one lap. So I'm not an expert in the rules, truthfully, but I couldn't say whether or not they would simply declare it, or if there's a way they would have to potentially postpone it, possibly, to the Alton Park race, if there was time to do so on the timetable. There's no guarantees of anything. But the weather conditions are certainly, as has been deemed by the clerk of the course, not suitable for racing, particularly at least at this point, given that not only is it very heavy rain, but also the light is fading. There's a lot of cloud cover around, and it's getting darker and darker by the moment. So I suspect, I don't like to suspect this, but I have got a small feeling that they might possibly either have to find a way to reschedule it later at Alton Park, or possibly declare it a no contest, because they have only done one lap. Again, not a clerk of the course, so I can't say for certain exactly what the decision is, so please take my words with a block of salt rather than a pinch. But ultimately, in this situation, it's a tough one for the clerk of the course, and it's tough for the drivers also, of course, because they've obviously, particularly the ST150s, and some of the elements, of course, are literally out of their hands. The elements, of course, have played against them in this situation. So just getting confirmation that not only the race been red flag, but they will not be going again or restarting because we're simply out of time in the timetable. So it's unfortunate in terms of the result of the race. It'll be essentially be up to deciding ultimately what gets declared in terms of results or how it gets worked out. But it's best to leave the clerk of the course to do so in that aspect. At the very least, the order under the race was Alex Sprange, who was leading from Mike Blackburn and Sam Watkins, and that was the top three at least. So if, and it's a big if, they decide to declare a result, that essentially I think would be the result, and it would be a second win for Alex Sprange. But ultimately it's down to the clerk of the course to decide what they want to do in terms of how this race gets classified or declared, and what they want to do in that instance. There could be a solution, potentially, is that if they decide to have to postpone it until Donington Park, they have to fit that into the timetable. But we will wait and see. So that essentially concludes today's action at Donington Park, and what's been a very interesting day in terms of plenty of great racing at in the drier parts of the race. Of course, we had some excellent MX-5 racing in the SuperCup, MXI SuperCup, and the MXI Championship, and of course that first ST150 race was actually plenty. Of course, we saw Alex Sprange take his first win, and of course we also saw wins for Aidan Hills on the last corner after Joe Wiggins strangely slowed up on the exit after battling with the lead on those final couple of laps. And then it was a mad scramble which saw Jack Noller take victory in that first race. And then the elements also played its part towards the end of our shortened Fun Cup endurance race here at Donington Park, which eventually saw Morpheus Racing declared as the victors. So plenty more racing coming tomorrow, although hopefully the weather will be a bit brighter than it currently is at the moment. In terms of the timetable, we'll very quickly run you through that in terms of what you can expect to see tomorrow. And in terms of racing, we're joined by 4 championships and series that didn't race today. They're only racing tomorrow. And those being the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, that's the 45-minute multi-class pit stop race, and the Brscc Evolution Trophy on top of that as well. They'll all be qualifying tomorrow. So how the schedule is going to work tomorrow, we have a paid practice session for the drivers, but then we have our first race of the day, which is another Mazda MX-5 race. Then we'll have a gap of roughly round about an hour and a half or so plus, and we'll mix that in with some of the interviews that we had today, plus some of our promo videos, and also we'll be able to get some post-qualifying reaction from some of the championships that are in those sessions before we get into racing. And then during we have some more racing from both of the Mazda MX-5 championships from today. ST150s are only racing today, so it's going to be more from the Super Cup and more from the MX-5 Championship tomorrow, plus Clubman, BMW Compact Cup, SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy, and the Evolution Trophy all tomorrow. If you want some information on all the championships and series that you're seeing this weekend, head to the website brscc.co.uk. Also head to the Fun Cup website, funcup.co.uk, for more information on that championship. And of course, don't forget, as we said all day, if you want to see any of these championships up close and personal, head to the Brscc Driven by Racing exhibition event at Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November 2024. Tickets absolutely free. You can do race car test drives and passenger rides. You can learn about being a clerk of the course, or a volunteer, or a race coordinator, or a volunteer in motorsport, a marshal, scrutineer, rescue and recovery, even getting involved in doing your ARDS test if you want to, courtesy of the Motorsport School, who's one of our club partners, and also plenty of motorsports and series and competitor exhibitors and partners in the mix as well. Go to the BRSCC website, head to the DBR 2024 page and learn more, and go get your free tickets for that. But hopefully the weather will be a lot more pleasant, even though it's November, than it is right now here at Donington Park. My thanks to our production team today. Thanks to everyone who's been here at Donington Park, and all our fantastic marshals who have been so hardy in these weather conditions, both dry and also in the torrential rain. Thanks to Rob Lewis, and thanks to Jamie Peters-Ennis for their efforts today. Thanks to all the competitors that have put on a great show, and we look forward to welcoming all of you back tomorrow for action for day 2 of this Donington Autumn Race Weekend here with the British Racing Sports Car Club. But for myself, Scott Woodwis, and all of us here at Donington, the rather soggy Donington Park, keep dry, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.